lectures are about features of pronouns and the status in semantics. Today I will start with some relatively basic things, but because I don't really know exactly what people here know and don't know. So please do interrupt me if I assume things that you're not familiar with. Or also, I mean, if everything is completely obvious, I mean, it's less likely that that will hold for everybody, but you should say so too. Okay, so actually features of pronouns is somewhat more general than what I actually will be talking about. So I will be talking about those features that are sometimes called phi features, particularly person, number, and gender features. So, I mean, I'm assuming in general that a pronoun is a spell out of some combination of features, and the phi features are not always, right? So pronouns also are distinguished, for example, in terms of whether they're reflexive, anaphors, or not reflexive, or in terms of whether they are weak or strong pronouns, and there are maybe various other distinctions. So these are additional features that I'm not going to be talking about. So the ones I talk about are the person, number, gender features. So I'll just abstract away from the others. Okay. So sort of an informal observation about what these features are doing in terms of determining the meaning of the sentence that the pronoun is in. There's 2 points that are kind of obvious. First, I mean, if you use a pronoun to refer to an individual, the choice of the phi features on the pronouns has to somehow match the intended referent, right? So if you use a pronoun like she, you cannot refer to a man. If you use a pronoun like I, you cannot refer to somebody other than yourself. So if you use a pronoun like they, you have to somehow refer to a plurality, right? So if you use pronouns to refer to individuals, obviously the phi features constrain the possible reference. So that is clearly one function they have. Right? So I write here in the handout, phi features and pronouns serve 2 functions. A, they serve to constrain reference of deictic pronouns. So by deictic pronouns, I mean those pronouns that do refer to individuals, either because they rely solely on context to get their reference, or some anaphoric pronouns also are standardly analyzed as referring to individuals. So anyway, so pronouns that refer to individuals have to have reference that somehow correspond to the phi features on the pronoun. Right? That is one obvious function. The other sort of obvious function that one sees is that when it comes to anaphoric pronouns, the phi features somehow regulate what's a possible antecedent for the anaphoric pronoun. So often, like for example, in discussions of binding theory, you will see things like Mary invited herself star, right? So there, of course, what's going on is in some ways quite complex. I mean, first, because this happens to be a reflexive pronoun, it must take the subject as its antecedent in this sentence. Right? So that has something to do with the fact that it's a reflexive pronoun. So there are no choices in terms of what the antecedent can be already, just because of the reflexivity of the pronoun. But then, as it happens in this case, the phi features don't fit. Given that the antecedent for this reflexive has to be the subject of the sentence, then it better have appropriate phi features to take that antecedent. So here, often people would say, when they spell out the conditions on which, what kinds of co-indexing relations are allowed for anaphoric pronouns, that among the other things that people are more interested in when they talk about binding theory, like the different requirements for reflexives and non-reflexives and so on, one basic constraint is always that the antecedent has to have matching phi features. Right? And this is violated, for example, in these examples in one. In one, there seems to be a mismatch of gender features, and in the first example, and a mismatch of number features in the second example. Right? Okay. So, I mean, if one sort of thinks about these 2 apparent functions of phi features, one to constrain reference for deictic pronouns, and 2 to constrained choice of antecedent for anaphoric pronouns, because common sense kind of suggests that it would be nice to trace those two functions somehow to the same source, right? That it's somehow for the same reason or due to the same sort of inherent semantics of the phi features, that they both will constrain reference for a non-anaphoric pronoun and constrain antecedent choice for an anaphoric pronoun. Right? That seems sort of on some level quite obvious, but we will see actually that in the end it's not so obvious. That this can and should be thought of in this way. Right? Okay, but here is sort of a relatively sophisticated version of a theory of the semantics of phi features that does bear out this idea that the constraining the choice of antecedent and constraining the choice of reference are really two sides of the same coin. Right? This analysis goes back at least to Robin Cooper. It might, I don't know, have been even suggested earlier, and it's been spelled out in various other places. So the idea there, this is sort of an idea that's embedded in a general picture, according to which pronouns are variables. So in fact, all pronouns are variables. So those that deictic pronouns are free variables. So the idea is that when there's free variables in a semantic representation, then the situation in which the utterance takes place some way has to make salient a suitable assignment of values to these free variables. Right? So that's so deictic pronouns analyzed as free variables. And then there are also some uses of pronouns much talked about in any introductory semantic course that do not refer to anyone in particular, but can only be analyzed as bound variables. So the clearest cases are things like if you say, no boy did his homework. It's intuitively clear that you cannot talk about who his is referring to in this sentence. Right? So it refers in some sense respectively to the different boys that are being quantified over with this quantifier no boy. But so that is what we call a bound variable or a non-referring pronoun. Okay. So but the idea is that there's not a distinction in the pronouns themselves. So it's in a way the environment that determines whether it ends up being a referring pronoun or a bound variable pronoun. It's just, if you just look at the pronoun itself, it's always a variable, but then it may or may not be bound in the larger context of the sentence that it's in. Right? Okay, so pronouns are variables. So if you just say that, then in a way, you have no room left for any other part of the pronoun to make any contribution. Right? So variables, the different variables usually distinguished by little numbers or little letters like X and Y, but what's the difference then in this picture between he and she? And the idea is there then that the features of the pronouns add something to this pure variable meaning. And the way this is characterized by Cooper in this sort of presuppositional theory is that basically what these five features each do is kind of impose a constraint on what the value of the variable can be. And so the way this is implemented is that when you interpret a variable, usually, of course, you only look at your current variable assignment and you see what value that assigns to that variable. Right? That is the denotation of the variable. Right? Here, the idea now is, okay, you do that, but then you look at the five features on this variable, and each of them we will filter out certain assignments. So if you have, say, a masculine feature on a variable and your assignment has assigned it a woman, then at the level where you consider the entire constituent, including this variable and the masculine feature, actually have no value. Because the masculine feature will say if the item denotes a woman, then the whole constituent, including the feature, denotes nothing. Right? So the way this is technically implemented, I'm sure there are other ways of doing it, but the way this is technically implemented is that you make these five features denote functions that when they can apply it all to something, they're sort of trivial. They take an individual and return the same individual, so they're identity functions. But the point about them is that they are partial functions, so they can't apply to every individual in the domain. So for example, here, the masculine feature will apply to an individual only if that individual is male. Yeah. And then, if it is male, it just returns that same individual. Right? If that individual isn't male, it's undefined. The result is undefined. Right? Yeah. So the result of this is, if you anywhere in your tree that you're compositionally interpreting, you have a variable and then you have one of these features on it. First, the variable gets a value from the variable assignment. But then, this becomes, the value of the whole pronoun only if it passes, in a way, all these partial identity functions that are piled up as the meanings of the features above it. So if you had like a structure, for example, if you could have that combination of features where you have a variable, say, I just write something like pro, just to show, abstract away from any other features other than 5 features a pronoun might have. So if you have sort of a tree then for the pronoun that might look like this. There's a gender feature and a number feature and a person feature. In what order they occur is irrelevant here. So this whole thing would be what would be spelled out as he. Right. As I said, there might also be a case feature somewhere that determines on whether it's he or him, but these are not the things I pay any attention to. Right. So, okay, so the idea is the compositional semantics goes like this. At this level, you just find what does my assignment assign to the variable number 5. Right. So if the assignment is G, then you have here G applied to 5 at this level. Right. At this level now, you have either nothing or you have again this. So it's either this or undefined. And that depends on whether this individual that the assignment gave you here happens to be male. Right? So if that one was male, you have the same thing. If that one wasn't male, you can stop right there. Nothing higher in the tree gets any value. Right? So if it is male, then you can go to the next level and you check again. So the singular feature, let's assume, means is an atom as opposed to plurality. I mean, there's lots of discussion in the plural literature as to what these terms mean, but everybody makes some distinction like that. There's atomic individuals and there are plural individuals. And the singular says, my sister must be an atomic individual. So again, if that is the case for whatever the assignment gave you for the number 5, then you get the same thing. Otherwise, you get undefined here. And at this point, again, there's a similar check made. So you check whether, in this case, this individual is distinct from speaker and hearer. Right? That's what the meaning of the third person, let's say, means. Right? We'll talk a lot more about what the actual content of these features is. But for the time being, it's an obvious ideas will be sufficient. Right? So you have this fairly elaborate structure, and so if all goes well, you end up having this whole thing just denote what the variable assignment provided in the first place. But if any of the features in a sense don't match the value that the assignment gave you, then the whole computation just stops at this point. And so the idea is, then if you put this in a sense, so here's a very simple example here. So if you were to say he is married, and for some reason, right, how this would work is a different question, but for some reason, the context makes it abundantly clear that your intended referent for the pronoun he has to be Mary. This just maybe you're pointing it to, and it's very clear that that's who you're pointing at. What would happen? Well, then you would have, in this case, a context-given assignment that maps the variable that corresponds to this pronoun to Mary. So in this representation here in 4, that is the variable number 7, right? So that, and this context given assignment is what I always write here as GC. Yeah, so that maps the variable number 7 to Mary. Okay. Then what happens? So then, by this procedure, I've left out the other features here. What will happen is that the node in the tree that corresponds to the entire pronoun, which is masculine and this variable, has actually no value, right? Because you check whether Mary is male, and by assumption she's not, therefore no value there, right? And then that means the sentence as a whole doesn't get a truth value, right? So this so in this implementation, I mean, the idea is that wrong gender or other wrong phi features in the end give rise to the same kind of infelicity that presupposition failure in general gives you. So if you like choose a definite description when the thing isn't unique or doesn't exist, I mean, it's a similar kind of device here. So you get truth valuelessness on the level of the sentence. So what's really predicted here is not in a way that a speaker couldn't use he to refer to Mary, right? It's just predicted that to the extent that you can say something about Mary using the pronoun he, you also have to be understood as presupposing that Mary is a male, right? Is a man, right? And that seems right, of course, because in the end, of course, it doesn't really matter whether Mary is or isn't a man, right? It matters whether the speaker presupposes that, and so this is in a way captured here. So if you're fine with conveying your presupposition that Mary is male, then you can also convey things about her, like, for example, that she's married by saying he is married. Right? So it's just, the prediction here is, using a referential pronoun with particular phi features always commits you to certain presuppositions about the nature of the referent. Right? And these are the ones that are coming from these features. So as I said, we will say more about the actual meanings of these features, but for the time being, instead, so I didn't spell them all out, but just assume kind of the obvious. Masculine means it's male, feminine means it's female, neuter means it's not human. I mean, these are for the English ones at any rate. First person means includes the speaker. Second person means includes the hearer but does not include the speaker. Third person means includes neither the hearer nor the speaker. Right? So that seems to be the obvious. So there, why do I say just includes, not just is? Well, that will become relevant immediately when we look at plurals, right? So I mean, if you want to analyze a pronoun like we as being first person plural, right? And we want to give separate meaning to first person and to plural, right? We better not say that first person means is the speaker, right? Because the pronoun we can refer to any plurality that includes the speaker, right? So the idea there is that people often just don't break these down into features like that and just give meanings for the whole pronouns, like for the whole feature bundles. So very often you will see a semantics for the pronoun I that says I is this, refers to the speaker, right? Here the idea would be I is really first person and also singular. So the two features there, the first person feature says the referent of I must include the speaker. The speaker must be a part of it. So that per se would leave open that other things are included in the reference of I and then the speaker. But then comes the singular, which the singular says the referent of I is an atom. It's not something that has parts that are individuals. So if something that's an atom has to include the speaker, it can only be the speaker, right? That just comes about in an indirect way, right? So that's, and you see here also, I mean, the person features are the ones where, I mean, if you look closely here in 2, where I write this, there's a little C on these, the superscript on these denotation brackets. You cannot really spell out the meanings of the person features without making a reference to the context of utterance, right? So notions like the speaker, the hearer, somebody other than excluding the speaker, hearer, only make sense only if you talk about speaker of a particular speech act. And so the C, it stands for the speech act or the utterance situation or whatever. The other ones really have to do so with the inherent nature of the gender and the number feature with the inherent nature of the referent and are not relative to the speech situation in this way. Right? Okay, but so this is kind of, it's modularized in this way that, the individual features, and we'll talk more about, like how one arrives at this breakdown into features, and figuring out the exact contribution of each. But this is sort of, for simple examples, this is kind of fairly straightforward. Okay, so as I said, for the idea is this presuppositional treatment of the phi features regulates possible reference for deictic pronouns, because basically the idea is, if the contextually given assignment were to assign, so to speak, the wrong type of referent given the phi features, then the system will conspire so that there's actually no truth value for the sentence. Right? And so this will be perceived as a presupposition failure. In practice, of course, it's more complicated then, because in a way, what happens is that it's not like somehow contextual clues will tell exactly what the intended referent is, and then you just check, whether this happens to also have the right properties. But rather often the contextual clues are somewhat underdetermined. So if it weren't for the phi features, you might not know, whether at this point the speaker wants to refer to Mary or to John. So suppose these two are equally salient and equally relevant to the conversation. In that case, it can work in such a way that in a roundabout way, the fact that one of these phi features, one of these choices of reference would be consistent with the phi features and give you an innocuous presupposition, such as Mary is female, and another choice of referent for the same pronoun would give you a strange presupposition, such as John is female. That will be used by the audience as a clue to help disambiguate the reference. Right? So the actual implementation, use of the system in speech production and speech comprehension, shouldn't be sort of thought in a simple-minded way as proceeding in this compositional way, that you first assign the referent and then you filter it out. Right? It's really use all these clues in a way to solve for the unknown referent. Okay, so that is how the first function of the phi features is treated in this picture. So phi features serve to constrain reference of deictic pronouns because they introduce presuppositions about either the nature of the referent or the relation of the referent to the speech situation, like in the case of the person features. And when these presuppositions are sort of in obvious violation of what we know is common knowledge, then that effectively makes these choices of reference impossible. Okay. So how about now the second function of the phi features, which is to regulate a choice of antecedents for anaphoric pronouns? Right? How does that go? And so the idea, this is of the interest of this implementation, the idea is that one can attribute that indirectly to the very same presuppositional semantics of the phi features, but it's a more roundabout story. So and there are some more assumptions that one needs. Yeah, but okay. So let's look at an example. Right? Yeah, so we suppose indeed we have a sentence like Mary invited himself. Right? Yeah, so where we would want to say that this is. I put a star there because the idea is in a way you have a dilemma. If you want to satisfy the binding theory, you have to match this reflexive with an antecedent in the same sentence. So Mary is the only choice. But if you do that, then there's some conflict with the phi features, right? So how is this going to come out? Okay, so I'm assuming that just because of what binding theory tells you, the only candidates, for a well-formed representation for a sentence like 7 would be S in 8, where what I have done is I have indicated that Mary has moved from the subject position somewhere and has left a trace there, and that trace is co-indexed, meaning it's the same variable as the pronoun. So here I just write, again, I sort of spell the pronoun out as the feature, in this case masculine. I disregarded the personal number here, but it should be there really also. So masculine, then just whatever is the rest, whatever features there are that tell you that it's a reflexive and that it's accusative and whatever, that I just lump this all together, so I just self here. So, okay, so there are these two variables, the trace and the self, and they have to be co-indexed in order to satisfy binding theory. Right? Yeah, so no other representations are syntactically well formed because of how binding theory works. Okay, so we are stuck with this representation as the only one that would have a chance. Yeah. But of course, what we want now to derive is that even with that representation, the sentence is no good. Yeah, and that will be because of the contribution of the masculine feature here. So okay, so how does this work? So the idea will be that what we need to decide now at this point is like what happens in these cases where depending on what an assignment assigns to a variable, there may or may not be a well-defined value for the pronoun as a whole at all, right? Yeah, so here, as I showed here, so if you kind of cycle through different possible assignments here that might assign different individuals to the variable number 5, right? You might, there might be some for which you get a value up here and others where you don't, right? Some values will be men, and distinct from the speaker and here and so on. For those you will get a value here. Some other values for another assignment that you might choose here might not have one of these required properties and you won't get anything, right? So now when we look at bound variables, okay, so the representation in 8 years short, I mean, so I'm using here many times, I'm using sort of notation out of the Heim and Kratzer semantics textbook, but the general ideas, of course, are in every elementary treatment of formal semantics. So the idea is here that somehow we have a structure where there's a binder and two bound variables here that are identical. So I forget what the verb was, but so here, so these two variables, and they're both bound here, and this is interpreted as a lambda operator. Yeah. So if one were to disregard the features, and what you derive as a denotation for this node should be lambda x, whatever, invited, I don't know what. X invited x, right? Yeah. So this would be the predicate here, the derived predicate that you have at this point, and then you apply that to Mary, right? So if you didn't pay any attention to the features here, the sentence would mean that Mary invited Mary, Mary invited herself, right? But we want something to go wrong here, so that in the end, it doesn't mean anything, or it only, if it means something, then it also comes with a funny presupposition, right? And that we'll have to do. Yeah. So here now, as I said, here this is broken down now. Let's again just focus on the gender feature. Yeah, this is broken down into the variable itself and the masculine feature, but at this point now we can't just ask, what's the matter with the value of this variable, right? Because the whole point about having lambda abstractions, because you form a predicate that's defined only, by looking at what different values for the variable give you, right? Yeah, so you have to sort of cycle through all these different possibilities of what this variable might pick out. And if you just look at the entire domain of individuals and go through it, there will be, of course, some male individuals and some not male individuals. So there will be some cases where you get a truth value for this node and some cases where you don't. Right? So what happens when you do this lambda abstraction in this case? Well, in a way, you have to say what is supposed to happen. It doesn't, in a way, follow just from common sense or understanding lambda abstraction in a simpler setting what should happen. But one has to make some kind of stipulation as to what happens when you do lambda abstraction in a case where for some values of the variable in question, this does have a truth value, and for others it doesn't. Right? And in a way, the obvious, not maybe the only possible, but the obvious thing to say about this case is that, if you have that situation, that not for any old value of this variable you'll get a truth value here, then the function denoted by the lambda term as a whole will be a partial function. And, so normally we say, this is a function that you can apply to any individual you like, right? And it will give you true if that individual invited that same individual and false otherwise. Right? So normally, these lambda terms are understood as total functions on the domain of individuals. Right? But here we want to say that to the extent that this constituent here under the lambdas, sometimes true and sometimes false and sometimes undefined, right? The lambda term as a whole is a function that in turn sometimes maps an individual to true, sometimes maps an individual to false, and sometimes simply does not apply to an individual, doesn't map it to anything. So we want a partial function here. And that's what's sort of written out in the general way, but the idea here is, so if we use a notation again from the Heim and Kratzer textbook, where for partial functions, you insert a condition between the lambda and the part that tells you how you determine the truth value. So if you leave this out here, it's the same as here. It's a function that applies to individuals and gives you true or false depending on whether they meet this condition. But here now, between the colon and the period, goes the condition as to what the individual has to be like for the function to even apply to it. Right? And the condition that should end up in here as a result of the computation is precisely the condition contributed by the features. So if there are more features or even features in different places, more conditions will pile up. Right? But the idea is, that at this point, right, we have sort of, in a way, a three-way distinction. For some values of the variable 5, we have a male individual that invited itself. Right? For some values, we have a male individual that didn't invite itself. And for some values, we have something that isn't a male individual and may or may have invited itself. That turns out to be irrelevant. And the way the rule works for the lambda abstraction in this general case is, those individuals that are not male, this function is just not applicable to them. Right? Those individuals that are male, it is applicable to them, and it assigns true if they invite themselves and false if they don't. Right? Okay. So that's instead, the technical details, even if you don't understand every single bit, I guess you can get the idea, But so the point is, just in general, and this is not just needed for these features, but in general, when you have any kind of situation where there might be something in the scope, of a variable binder that introduces presuppositions, right? You have to deal with this possibility, that as you cycle through the different possible values for the variable that's being bound, sometimes you have no value here. Right? And you have to make some provision. And so this is the general idea, is that in all of those cases, a lambda abstraction gives you a partial function. Okay. So once we have that in place, right? So once we get the result that this node in the tree denotes this partial function, a function that can only apply to male individuals and then assigns a truth value to them depending on whether or not they invite themselves, then it's kind of clear what's going to happen with this sentence as a whole, right? Because the only other step now in the computation of the truth conditions of the sentence is that you apply this function to Mary. Right? Mm-hmm. And then, at this point, then, because what happens here is that effectively, again, you generate the situation where whether this whole sentence gets a truth value depends on whether Mary is male. And so if Mary is male, then you can apply this function to her and you get true if she invited herself and false if she didn't. If Mary is not male, then you cannot apply this function to her and therefore you get no truth value here. Right? So in this sort of roundabout way, what comes out is that the prediction here, again, it's not like that, this what the star here that on Mary invited himself ultimately is cashed out. It is not that, in some narrow sense, this is ungrammatical, right? The point is, it has a grammatical representation, in the sense of satisfying the binding theory that looks like this one here, but that representation necessarily gives rise to a presupposition that Mary is male. Right? It's part of the meaning of that representation, that it presupposes that Mary is male and it asserts that Mary invited Mary. Right? And so the idea again, and this seems to be factually correct, is that that sure you can say Mary invited himself and mean that Mary invited Mary, as long as you are happy to indeed display yourself as presupposing that Mary is a guy. Right? So if Mary is a man, as far as you presuppose, then this is the way you would talk, and this is how you would say that Mary invited Mary. Right? Yes? Mm-hmm.
For languages which have gender every man, like French, I mean, in the case of the pronoun, you could imagine to do the same thing purely by saying that we categorize objects depending on whether the words that would denote it are masculine or not, and we could make the presupposition thing work. But in the case of let's say, the table, then, well, you have to imagine a sentence where the subject would be inanimate, and in that case, it's not clear that you want to say that it's grammatical, depending on how you conceptualize the subject.
Yeah, I mean the whole issue of non-natural gender is indeed at first seems to be a real obstacle to this idea, because I mean just generally, how, what would be the content, of these presuppositions, in a language where gender is not natural gender, or doesn't have to be at least, right? So so I guess in French tables are feminine, in German they're masculine. I think I probably won't talk about this here, although this is an important thing to address at some point. But let me just say a little bit, since it comes up. So, I mean, what I would have in mind is, strangely, but I think it's right in the end, that even though, of course, no German speaker thinks the tables are male and no French speaker thinks the tables are female, any such thing, it is still, there is a presupposition generated by the gender that is, in some sense, about the thing that you refer to. But it's not so, like if you say, you might say, I guess in French you might say something like, this table looks like she needs painting, right? So with a she, and in German you would say he in this place, the equivalent, whatever the appropriate gender is, right? So, what are you? So it's not. I wouldn't want to say obviously that a speaker, German speaker that says this sentence presupposes that the table is male, nor that a French speaker presupposes that the table is female. But I would want to say that a German speaker presupposes that tables are the sort of thing, that fall under a common noun that has masculine gender. And you have to say this more precisely because, of course, any given thing falls under many common nouns. Right? A table is a thing and a piece of furniture, and not all of these nouns. So you have to probably, what seems to be going on there in general, because you see people even when nothing has been spoken, you might point at some table, right? And then in German you would say he needs painting. And in French, I suppose you would say she needs painting. I don't know if that carries over to other languages. But so even if there's no antecedent around and this thing hasn't been referred to as a table or anything else, people make choices. And what seems to be going on there is that among the different common nouns that things fall under, there's always kind of sort of an unmarked level. I mean, people study these kinds of things, sort of hierarchies of common nouns, and also like things that children acquire first, so that like nouns like dog and cat, sort of the basic level, and then the more abstract nouns like animal that are acquired later and in a way less salient, and then more specific ones like particular breeds of dogs that are also more specific. So there seems to be sort of, at least out of context, kind of an unmarked level of categorization for things that we see in the environment. And what's going on is if somebody refers to something with a particular gender, I think, what they're doing is they're expressing a presupposition about what's the arbitrary grammatical gender of the noun that is kind of the unmarked common noun for that thing is, right? Yeah, so it's very roundabout. It's ultimately, of course, it is a presupposition about language, right? But it is also a presupposition about the thing, right? It says this thing here falls under, under a noun that in my language has this classification. So ultimately, the content then of these gender presuppositions is much more complicated and is in some sense metalinguistic. But it's still, what's relevant here is it is sort of a claim about the thing. And even though not such a simple-minded claim like what the actual sex or natural gender of it is, right? But really, it's a claim about what ultimately what grammatical gender, the standard way of referring to this type of thing. Yes, right? So, but if you assume that this is right, then you can do the rest the same way. It's just that the inherent content of these gender features is in a sense much more it's different in content, right? But it isn't different in that it still ends up being a claim about the theme. So I mean, I don't know if this is right. I mean, I understand there are people that lately, especially again, people are investigating whether this to what extent people's native languages and how they categorize things in terms of gender affects how they think about objects, and I have no idea what the results of this are. But and I'm sure the difficulties with this in some way, especially with things that could fall under different equally unmarked nouns, right? What you're going to do. But I think, there's, contrary to initial appearances, there is hope, that even for grammatical gender, you can make something like a presuppositional theory like this work. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, one little problem is that, for instance, in a language like English, you can talk about a baby, or say he or she, or it. And what you might be showing when you say it's crying, that you don't know whether it's a boy or a girl, but sometimes parents get offended and they think you're sort of, you're making it more of an object. So and that's probably, I would be interested to know whether that works the same way as, say, a language like German that does have grammatical gender, because English doesn't have grammatical gender, of course. And where you can say das Kind, or you can say, maybe talk about a boy or a girl or things like that. Would you want to say that they're the same thing, the English case, when you use it for a baby?
Well, so these cases in English where you have some optionality, because at first, that seems quite straightforward in this presuppositional theory, because suppose, I said before, that it means something like not human. I suppose you don't want to say that, right? Because then really, that should not be applicable to babies under any circumstances, right? So I suppose the meaning is somewhat more vague. So maybe it just means not an adult human or something. But in that case, then there could be things that satisfy the gender presuppositions of more than one of the competing features. Right? There could be something that is both male and not an adult human, right? That would be a human baby, a boy, right? So it's not. If you give each of these features sort of a meaning, right? Because you're not necessarily committed to carving up the space of possibilities in such a way that they're exactly in complementary distribution, right? So there could be overlap, right? So there could be things that satisfy the features, of satisfy the more than one of the feature values, and then the prediction there would be that you can refer to this thing whichever way you like, right? Then there will be other, of course, practical considerations that obviously, if you know that I can refer to this individual here as it because it's very little, but I can also refer to it as she if it's female, and I can refer to it as he if it's male, but as it happens, I don't know whether it's male or female, it's clear that that might be a reason why you choose it, and might be an inference, that somebody draws. But that would be sort of, in a way, outside of the system, right? It would be part of the meaning of it that I don't know whether it's male or female. It would be just sort of an expected fact. If there are choices, but to commit yourself to one or the other choice, you have to make certain presuppositions, then your state of knowledge might affect the choice you make. So I mean, that, at least at this level, seems unproblematic, right? I mean, so there could be overlap between the meanings, and there could be therefore optionality as to how you refer to things. Right? I mean, there's also in English, then there are these funny cases with ships and so on, and I don't really know exactly what to say. It's just a convention, that ships are treated as pseudo-females in some way, or can be, and you don't have to do it. You can say she or a ship. I mean, I've never actually heard anybody say that. I only read that in linguistic experiments. So the complications, but as I said, I mean, the point here is hopefully, I mean, that requires some fine-tuning with what the actual content of the features is, but does not necessarily require giving up the idea that ultimately, the use of the feature ends up saying something about the thing you're referring to. I mean, that's the line I'd like to be able to take. Right. Okay, so right. So how about this? So when I looked at Mary invited himself, right, I was making the assumption, which one might question, but that just in order to satisfy the binding theory, as it applies to reflexives, you don't have a choice but give this sentence a representation where himself is actually a bound variable pronoun, right? And then, if that is so, you have to deal with the issue of what do you do when a bound variable pronoun, gets a suitable value for the feature for some assignments and an unsuitable one for others, and that's what we talked about. So you generate these partial functions. Things get a little more complicated, and you have to say more. If now, unlike in the simple sentence here, you have something with a non-referential subject. So something like a quantifier, or maybe a relative clause, and the thing goes on here. But so the simpler case would be if you had, for example, instead of Mary, you had something like every girl or no girl or something. What happens then, right? It's not so obvious again what happens here, because in the case when you have a name here, we assume as before, that at the top level, semantic composition just proceeds by applying this function to this individual, and then once we have made this a partial function, it's clear that what it means to apply it to this individual. But in the case of quantifiers, the idea is always that it's the other way around. The quantifier has a meaning that takes this function as an argument. And then it's actually less obvious, just a priori, what these meanings of quantifiers should be doing with partial functions as their arguments. So if you have, so usually, I mean, if like in introductory semantics, you're asked to define the function denoted by every girl, you would write something. Okay, it takes a function of type et, a function from individuals to truth values, and it gives you a truth value that depends on whether the set characterized by this function, so the set of individuals to which this function assigns true is a superset of the girls. So this is sort of the standard meaning for every girl. So the idea then is if that combines with a VP, then the sentence is true if the VP denotes a set that's a superset of the girls. This is the standard meaning. So here, this. So usually, when we think about this, we don't think about the possibility that f might be a partial function. Right? So we think about a function that is true or false of things, and here we pick out the set of the ones that it's true for. Right? And that's the same as the set of the ones for which the complement of the set of the ones for which the function gives false. Right? But again, if we have three possibilities, if this could be a function that's inapplicable to some individuals, and then among the others it assigns true or false. Yeah, we have, more ways of spelling this out that we could choose. So, and in particular, so it turns out again, if you investigate the behavior of presuppositions in general, and what happens with quantified antecedents, it seems to be a good idea to say that when you apply a quantifier like every girl to a partial function, you get a situation where in turn it's not guaranteed that the whole thing will get a well-defined truth value. This kind of a condition gets inserted in here for it to be applicable in the first place. So you're going to interpolate just this, with the sort of rule for lambda abstraction. We're going to interpolate a condition here that tells us under what conditions you can even get any truth value, applying it to some arbitrary function from individuals to truth values, which might be partial. And the condition here is going to be that we first have to check whether this function is defined for all the things that are in the restrictor of this quantifier. So here, for the defining this condition, we ask, are all the girls in the domain of F? So is it even, for every girl, is it even possible to say yes or no as to whether the function applies to it? Yes or no, whether, say, they invited themselves or whatever. And then, if yes, then we go as usual. Then we make the truth or falsity of the sentence depending on whether indeed every single girl gets a true here. But if not every single girl even gets a truth value in the first place, then we treat the whole thing as somehow deviant. So so if you think of this again with ordinary presuppositions, so the idea would be if I say, every student sold the Mercedes he got for Christmas. The idea would be if I say John sold the Mercedes he got for Christmas, I'm presupposing that John got a Mercedes for Christmas. If I say every student sold the Mercedes he got for Christmas, I'm heard as presupposing that somehow every student got a Mercedes for Christmas. Maybe not every student in the world at large, but but every relevant student. But already we know, right? Not always when I say every student, I mean every student in the world. But so the idea is, the presuppositions of the nuclear scope of the quantifier become presuppositions about each and every individual in the restrictor of the quantifier. Right? So. And the same is what we would want to happen here. Right? So if we replace Mary here by every girl, we want it to be the case that since here we have a function that's only applicable to males. In other words, we have sort of a condition there that presupposes maleness and then states self-invitation. And we want the result, the whole sentence, every girl invited himself, to end up presupposing that for each and every girl, it satisfies the defining this condition here for this function. So in other words, if we make this assumption that in order to apply every girl to a partial function, we first have to check whether all the girls are in the domain of that function, and only then can we find the truth value depending on whether all of them do or do not, whatever it says over here. Then we get the result again. That it's not in a narrow sense ungrammatical to have every girl invited himself, but it ends up presupposing that every girl is male, right? And so with the caveat now, is of course not necessarily this wouldn't necessarily if you have a context where we already know that every girl doesn't range over all the girls in the world, but only a subset, then it will only presuppose that every girl in that subset is male, but bad enough, right? Whatever subset of the girls we choose, presumably, will not always I just destroyed this here. I stepped on it. Is it still working? Oh, it just came out. Is it okay? Is it still receiving? Okay. Put it back together. little shorter. All right, so, but here's sort of an interesting point now, and this is often sort of, touted as a nice thing about this treatment of the features. Suppose we have actually, a quantified antecedent that uses a noun that per se isn't, specific as to gender. I mean, like in English, a noun like student, student in my class or something, is not, it's not restricted to males or restricted to females. So if you don't use any pronouns in the rest of the sentence or any other thing that would show gender agreement, if you say every student in my class got an A, you can certainly very well say this in such a way that you will be understood as talking about both the male and the female students. So the noun student has in its extension males and females. Now, the idea now is, so if you, however, what would happen if you put in the scope of every student something that does have a particular gender feature and that ends up being inherited up in this way, giving a sort of partial meaning for the verb phrase. What happens then? Well, according to what we just said, what would happen? It's completely analogous, except that it's a little less obvious what this in practical terms means. So if we had every student here, it's the same kind of meaning. We'd have, so here we have is a student here, and then it's a student here. So the presupposition effectively will be all the students are in the domain of the function, right? So if I say, every student voted for himself, the prediction is I will be presupposing that all the students are male. Now again, presumably, when this is used normally, the person won't be talking about every student in the world in the first place, right? And if they were, they shouldn't say voted for himself, right? But they might be talking about the ones in their class, and they might in fact all be male, right? And so this could be felicitous in this case, right? So if the set quantified over does happen to consist of all males, even though there's nothing in there by assumption that introduces a masculine feature there, then the presupposition will, in a roundabout way, contribute this information. So by choosing this particular gender here, the speaker will be conveying, even to somebody who doesn't maybe know this yet, that all the students in the domain that's being discussed are male. Okay. So that's if you're sort of wondering about the intuitions, okay, so I'll get, as I said, I'll get back later to the more detail about what the features mean. And this, so even in English, depending on how much feminism you have incorporated into your verbal behavior, some people will tell you, if the class is mixed, men and women, then you do say every student in my class voted for himself, even if you want to include the girls. But if you said every student in my class voted for herself, you would really be conveying they are all female. So in other words, there's a claim sometimes that masculine is the unmarked really, and doesn't really mean male. Feminine means female, masculine just is of the default. We'll see that this is actually something that one can quite easily incorporate here if one wants to. So at this point, similar points will be made about the other, feature opposition, singular, plural, and first, second, and third person. So far we kind of like look at each of them in turn and just assign it a meaning. So feminine, female, male, masculine, male, and so on. First person includes speaker, second person does not include speaker and includes here, and so on. We will talk next time about reasons to maybe think that in all of these feature oppositions there are actually unmarked members that have a much weaker, contentless meaning than you might think at first. Yeah, and perhaps this is the case for. But I mean, the case of the masculine and feminine, at least for English, is not a good case to choose because indeed people, it's traditionally it was maybe the case that people really just everybody understood that that when you say himself, that doesn't exclude the women. And nowadays, you get it gets pointed out to you, that you shouldn't talk that way if you don't want to exclude the women. So there's really, in a way, two definitions for the meaning of this feature around. Yeah.
I wonder, can the verbal five features be defined in the same way?
Yeah. So the question is if you want to also at this point one might so I haven't taken this into account here, but suppose the verb phrase always also gets all the five features of the subject. And, my agreement. It wouldn't hurt at this point to also interpret them there. I mean, it has to be technically a little bit different, because the verb phrase denotes is a predicate, right? And so the meaning I have here for the features really presupposes that you combine it with something that denotes an individual, right? Because it really has this very simple-minded meaning. It just maps individuals either to themselves or just throws them away, so to speak, right? These restricted identity functions. Yeah, if you wanted to do something analogous for a predicate, you'd have to do it, so to speak, point by point. I mean, you would take a predicate and end up, I guess, restricting its domain of application to the things. Yeah, you could do that. I won't actually be talking about this specifically, but I will be assuming a little down the line that the features that are there by agreement on the verb and other verbal projections are actually not interpreted. Yeah, because already you see that I'll even assume that some of the features on pronouns are not interpreted. And so in a way you'll see that it would be kind of strange for me to insist that the ones that are there just by agreement are, if I'm not even interpreting all the ones that there are. But for what we've said so far, it wouldn't hurt. Right? It kind of would, I think in all the cases we have, it would end up in a sense being redundant. It would just, you get the same presupposition generated more than once in the tree, but that would be fine. Right? Yeah. Okay, so so this was a case with gender, right? And but one could also, again, if you sort of back to just how feature matching is sort of required for anaphoric relations, like how this is accounted for in this picture. So if you had a mismatch of number, like you tried to say, Mary invited themselves, there, this system just would end up generating a presupposition for this sentence that Mary is a plurality of people, right? And so again, since that is strange in every context, not even ignorance will ever make it possible for you to not know that that's a single individual. It'll always be out, right? A bit more complicated would be like a case of person mismatch, right? So if you, as it stands, the system for Mary invited myself would merely generate the presupposition that Mary is the speaker. So that shouldn't be in every single circumstance inappropriate, right? So for example, if I said now, Irene invited myself, that should be fine, right? Because I am the speaker. So that should just generate the presupposition, that Irene is the speaker of the sentence, right? And that is so, right? It's an innocuous presupposition. Still, actually, I can't talk that way, and it's not just because I'm not supposed to refer to myself as Irene. I do that sometimes, but if I do that, I have to say Irene invited herself. That's a very interesting fact. So it's not enough here to say, well, this, even if Mary is the speaker, this is not good because it's not allowed to refer to yourself by a proper name. It's true that that's not done in normal style, but it is done a lot, like in baby talk and all, kinds of funny talk that people do. But and one has fairly clear intuitions about what happens in that type of talk. And what does happen is I think there's some impression that one has to be consistent. Right? Yeah, so you can't, like in the same sentence, refer to yourself as Irene and then go to myself. Right? Yeah. If you want to be in that mode, whatever it is talking about yourself in the third person, you have to be consistent there. Right? Yeah. And it's not your intuition.
What about I, Irene, will invite myself?
Yeah. In that case, yeah, it's in apposition, right? Yeah, so the real subject is I, and then so that the apposition somehow doesn't affect the gender. It doesn't. Yeah, so how you do that exactly, I don't know, but you sort of kind of take the apposition out of the sentence. Yeah, but to the extent that you can not just in apposition but really use the name to refer to yourself, I think it goes along with having to go third person all the way. So that's a little tricky. I don't know exactly. I mean, I said here, in order to explain why 17 would be bad, whatever, even if Mary is the speaker, I'm saying maybe we should also assume that Mary does carry a third person feature, right? And so there's going to be one way or the other, and there are going to be two features in the sentence that contradict each other. But the problem, of course, is how do we even deal at all then with this kind of style in which you refer to yourself as yourself? So if the third person really has this presupposition that referent does not include the speaker, does not overlap with the speaker, then that just would make that impossible altogether. Right? So one has to say something about that kind of style, and I think probably what goes on is, to the extent that you can use, it's kind of like you speak a language in which there is no first person in that in that style, right? Yeah. So and in particular then, and this again has to do with maybe how exactly. So once you kind of sort of change the whole system that there isn't a first person, it should turn out that then the third person gets a meaning that does actually not exclude the speaker, right? Yeah, but the assumption would be sort of in a way, in some sense, so if you think of these different registers as really slightly different languages, there isn't a language, in which both you can refer to yourself in a third person way, and also there is a first person in that same language, right? Yeah, so either speak the language that has a first person, or you speak the one that doesn't. Yeah, and for the language now with no first person, I mean, we'll talk a little bit next time about this sort of cross-linguistic, sort of typological observations about what sort of person and number and gender systems in more person there are, and this of course will be a general picture that languages make fewer distinctions, have correspondingly less specific meanings for the features that they have, right? And that should come out in a general way. Yeah. So this is a little tricky, but hopefully this works. Okay, so that's just okay. That was that's the first part. So what I showed here is a technical implementation of an idea that does bear out this hope that we can trace the reference selecting function of phi features and the antecedent constraining function to the same source. Right? Both of them ultimately. So in a way, it's treating the reference selecting function as basic. Right? It's basically the meanings of the features have something to do with regulating the possible values for the variable. Right? And then that in a roundabout way, together with assumptions about what happens when presuppositions project on the lambda abstraction and quantification, we get this reference constraining function also to apply in a certain way to bound variables, and in a roundabout way end up constraining antecedent choice. Right? So, but in all cases, the actual deviance predicted is not in a narrow sense sort of syntactic ill-formedness, but it's always some kind of weird presupposition that comes together with what you're trying to say, and that sort of indirectly then rules out this particular choice of disambiguation. Okay. So I was just making, without any discussion, the assumption that indeed all pronouns are basically variables. Right? And this is often not so easy, of course, to appreciate as a reasonable thing to say for non-third-person pronouns. Right? So with third-person pronouns, everybody that takes interest in semantics can give you many examples of bound variable uses of he or she. Examples where you can see very clearly it's just a stupid question to ask, which individual does this occurrence of the pronoun here refer to? Like, no boy did his homework, quantified antecedents, and other somewhat more complicated examples. But so there's ample evidence that third-person pronouns can be bound variables, and therefore, if you want a unified treatment for them, it's good to treat them all as variables, and then the referential uses will be the free variables. But when it comes to first and second person pronouns, for a very long time, people actually took it for granted that they do not have bound variable uses. So there's an important paper by Barbara Partee from CLS 89 right here, where she sort of talks a little bit in the beginning, informally, she says, she talks about how many things have both deictic and bound variable uses, but she says not first-person pronouns. And so she gives us a sentence, and she says, look, I mean, if I could be a bound variable pronoun, I should be able to say something like, every speaker said I was finished. She said, I mean, if I could be a bound variable pronoun, she says, then this sentence should be able to mean something like, for every speaker X said that X was finished. And so the fact that there's no such meaning, obviously the only thing that this sentence could mean is that every speaker said that, this speaker here of this sentence was finished. Right? So this does not seem to be able to act as a bound variable. Right? But it's premature to conclude from this that first person can never be a bound variable. Because as we'll see now, I will see in a minute, the fact that it can't be a bound variable here is plausibly not because first person pronouns never can be bound variables, but in order to be a bound variable bound by this, it would have to agree in its features with this, and it doesn't. Right? So we'll see why I'm saying that. So the idea is, in a way, it looks as if you can't construct examples with first-person pronouns where they're bound variables, but that's maybe just because you're looking at the wrong examples. Like, there's something else that goes wrong here. So actually, Partee herself, in a footnote, so in this paper she says, no bound variable readings for pronouns, and she has a footnote that was often overlooked, including by myself, and so this example isn't cited that often, but she has this interesting example here that I have on page 3 of the handout. She says, I'm the only one around here who will admit that I could be wrong. And she observes, according to her intuition anyway, that this could mean something like, I will admit, I'm willing to admit that I could be wrong, and each other person around here, like you, and Aura, and so on, will not admit that they could be wrong. So, and that would seem to be a bound variable reading of I, because it's not like if you sort of go through the different values that you need to consider here to construct the meaning of the only one relative clause. And you have to check for many different individuals whether they satisfy this relative clause. And what you check is not, could this individual admit that I am wrong, right? But you check, would this individual admit that he or she could be wrong, right? So when it gets to the I, you don't look always at the speaker of the actual sentence, but you look at the same respective individual that the subject of the relative clause shows here. So that does seem to be a bound variable reading. But she just has this there in the footnote, and she says, this is strange. Then the rest of the paper doesn't really make anything of that. I'll come back to this example because it's actually a rather complicated one. And in a sense, I mean, once you sort of think along the lines of this example, you can think of more straightforward and simpler ones that make the same point. So the next one. So the idea, it's kind of like, I mean, Partee had this idea, already in this footnote, that if you don't sort of think just in terms of these run-of-the-mill quantifiers like every, no, and so on, but you sort of think of more non-standard quantificational items like only, maybe you can construct the right kinds of examples. So here's the, in 19 is a simpler example also involving only. Only I did my homework, okay? So this example quite clearly can mean something like nobody other than me did their homework, right? So it could perhaps also mean that I'm the only one who did, Irene Heim's homework. Nobody else helped me. My parents didn't help me do my homework, right? I mean, it could mean that also perhaps. But that reading, is not relevant or interesting because in that reading, the my, the first person in my really seems to just pick out the speaker of the sentence. Right? But the interesting reading is the one where, when we get to the my, we don't consider always just, the speaker of the sentence. We have to, again, to evaluate the truth of the sentence, we have to look at many sentences, many values, for X in the sentence, X did X's homework, right? And so it's not enough, it's part of the meaning of the sentence, maybe a presupposition, maybe part of the assertion that I did my homework. But it is also part of the meaning of the sentence that, you did not do your homework and he did not do his homework and Aura did not do Aura's homework, and so on. So in order to generate this, this meaning, it's clear that we will somehow have to have sort of an open sentence, X did X's homework there. So where, both the subject, that is superficially occupied by, let's say, this complex quantifier only I, and the position of the possessive pronoun are variables and the same variable, right? So, so this kind of example, so the idea then would be, well, every speaker said I was finished. That doesn't work, because every speaker is third person and I is first person. And, for reasons that we'll get to, when you do want a bound variable pronoun, bound variable reading for a pronoun, you need to match the features of the antecedent. But using only I instead of every speaker is a good trick because only I is also a quantifier. I mean, in terms of what it means, it's actually equivalent to no one other than me. So it's a quantifier, and you can paraphrase it by one of these more run-of-the-mill things with quantificational determinants. In this case with no. But syntactically, it's different. So the idea here is simply that quantifiers of the standard kind, with a determiner and a noun, so quantificational determiner, noun, they always end up, let's say, at least for now, in English, they always end up being third person altogether. Right, So this is apparently not necessarily true cross-linguistically, and so, for example, in Spanish, a quantifier like every woman can be first person, you can see that. But in English, that's the case, right? So they're third person. But things like only I, so as I said, not your run-of-the-mill example of a quantificational noun phrase, but if you think about the meaning, yes, every single reason why no man cannot be treated as referring to an individual carries over to why something like only John or only I or cannot be treated as referring to a particular individual. So semantically, it's the same kind of thing. So it's a quantifier, generalized quantifier, meaning type ETT. But syntactically, it's constructed rather differently. So it's not a determiner and a noun. It's maybe an adjunction structure. So that's actually, probably this is naive, but I think it doesn't affect the point very much. So the idea I'm assuming here, that these particles like only can be adjoined to various categories and don't, in a way, affect the syntactic properties at all, right? Yeah, so the whole complex only I is whatever I is in every respect. It's a DP, it's not a different category. Like the determiner always takes an NP, makes a DP, and changes category. But this is just a joint. So category stays the same, and all features also are percolated up. So since this is your first person singular, the whole thing is first person singular. And, so it's just, so this is a kind of, as I said, a superficial syntactic fact, that these kind of quantifying phrases that are formed by a junction are syntactically the same kind of thing as what's being adjoined to. This thing has no say in determining its syntactic properties. So as I said, possibly this is not the right analysis. I mean, there is much discussion about what the right syntax for these focus-sensitive particles like only is. And an alternative could be that, even in sentences like only I did my homework, even there, this is not even a constituent, so only really attaches to the whole sentence, and then there's I. And that would make the whole story a bit more roundabout, because then, in order to make sense of that, you would have to also introduce an explicit reference to the focus that only associates with, so you would have a representation where you have maybe only here, and then you have in here you have something like focus I. And then, my story would be really a story about that. So that when you join a focus marker to something, then the features here are not affected by this, even though the semantics, is different. But I won't go into this, and it's kind of cryptic to anybody that doesn't know a lot about this literature, just in case you're wondering, whether this really depends on treating only I as a DP. I think it doesn't, But okay, so the idea here would be just that quantifiers, come, I mean, even though semantically it's all the same, this meaning, these generalized quantifier meanings of type ETT, syntactically some of them, have sort of a headedness structure where the determiner really determines what the thing is, and others don't have a determiner, they have just something adjoined that makes them quantificational, and then their syntactic properties are all the ones of the thing there.
On these examples, is there any relevance to, I don't know if it's a fact, but it's a feeling, just checking it quickly, that it seems that if the first or second person variable is going to, first or second person pronoun is going to be variable, you have to stress it.
Is that so?
I'm not sure.
So you would say only, well, you stress the I, right? That is like, because that is what associates with the focus, that, associates with only. But do you stress the my in the relevant reason? I think I have almost the opposite intuition, that if I stress the my, I'm more likely to get the reading, my dad didn't help me with my homework, and not the reading, you didn't do yours.
When you said only I did my homework, is it more likely to get fixed on when it's unstressed or when it's stressed?
Well, I don't see any difference in the readings, but I mean, maybe the reason it has to be stressed are due to the process. Just the fact that you got it only to 2 syllables. I don't know. I alone did. Let's look at I alone did my homework. I think it's the same facts, right?
Yeah. But the my, I think, I mean, it seems to me you normally wouldn't stress that at all.
Well, it does have a stress, but it could be because it's in the second position. I mean, on my.
No, the my, not the, I'm not talking about the I, but the my. The my is as distressed, I think, as things can be.
If you look at French and you say, you can't say seul je or anything like that. You have to say seul moi, and that's automatically stressed. Yeah.
But that's all. That's the I, right? But we're talking about the possessive pronoun here. And
I mean, if I do stress it, then it seems like I'm not going to be able to get a fixed reading. If I said only I did my homework, then I'm converted to a variable reading.
You think so?
But that's. Yeah, if I say only I did my homework, then, I mean,
So that, yeah.
I wouldn't be able to get a fixed, and John didn't do my homework.
I mean, yeah, in this case, especially with sort of a very light verb like do, I think for some reason the non-one variable is a little bit hard to begin with, but yeah, if one makes that only I help, only I. I don't know. I mean, it's maybe worth investigating further, but yeah, I think one would have to straighten out the intuitions. And if there is an effect of stress one way or the other, actually, I don't know, what that would follow from. I mean, one might have hoped that it can be understood, but yeah. Anyway, so. Other examples, so and so you can, there's not that many items, with which you can do that, where you can sort of construct a quantifier, right? But it will just pass up, the person features, right? So I guess, only and even are these sort of particles that can be adjoined like that. So you can make cases of that kind, with either only or even, but with even it's even a little more subtle because there the quantificational meaning is solely on the level of presuppositions, only sort of nicer because the main contribution, to truth conditions is kind of what it says about others, right? So it makes it very salient. So you certainly can do that for second person. So I mean, only you have a job you like. It seems easy to get that to mean I don't have a job that I like, and John doesn't have a job that he likes, and so on. Right? So maybe it can also mean you have a job that you like, and I don't have a job that you like, and John doesn't have a job that you like. But that does not seem to be the prominent reading, and certainly not the only one that he gets. So again, the one where it's talking about, it's kind of in a way talking about the condition X has a job that X likes and claims the only person that fulfills that condition is you. That is the reading that interests us. That's the bound variable reading. So that's a reading that could not possibly be represented if you made the second pronoun in this case, or the second you here, the my in the 19, just rigidly pick out the speaker or the addressee of the speech act, because it really needs to vary. Right? So this is kind of one reason to say. I mean, so it said first when you introduce this picture with pronouns being variables and the features constraining their reference, in the case of first-person referential pronouns, it seems quite artificial. I mean, it's not incoherent, but the picture is in a way a variable assignment assigns a referent. And then the feature says, oh, this referent has to be a single person and include the speaker. So there's really only one choice left. So it seems like very funny. You say, you kind of act as if the context has some say in disambiguating the reference of I via the variables assignment. But then you also say that the features end up narrowing it down to one anyway. So this making it a variable and therefore potentially context dependent is kind of idle in the case of the first person and the second person. But here you see that there's something to be said for letting these things be variables, and so in principle capable of taking on different values, even though they don't get to exercise this option very often. I mean, there's also another more indirect reason, but it's also equally valid. It's just already, if unlike in much of especially the philosophical literature, we don't just look at these whole pronouns like first person singular, for example, but break it down into this separate semantics for the person and the number features. Then already, if you look at we, for example, even if you don't look at boundary, you can see that there's room for the context also. Like what we refers to is not determined fully by the features, right? Yeah, so with I, in some sense, that's sort of a limiting case or a coincidence, yeah, because it just happens to have these two features that conspire to make only one referent possible, right? Yeah, but with we already, the features say it's got to be a plurality and it's got to include the speaker. Well, at least wide open who else is included, right? And of course leaves, in fact, plenty of room for context variation. Right? So, already if you, look at these features individually, you also, there's more of a reason to want to sort of start with a general picture where all the pronouns are just variables and then the features pile up conditions, and in some cases it just sort of makes the variable nature completely obsolete by fixing everything. Okay, but actually it's, some of you are frowning, and I hope for the following reason. Because here I'm bringing up these examples like only I did my homework to show that it was a good idea to treat even first-person pronouns as variables. But also, I just went through this whole story about how, whether bound or free, right, the pronouns come with these presuppositions generated by the gender. And it turns out that if that really is the case, in the way that I said so far, it shouldn't be possible to have the relevant bound variable readings. Right? So let's sort of see in a way what we predict about these cases. So as I said, so far I kind of pretended that as if just because we said I is a variable, we predict that bound variable reading, but actually we don't really. So I mean, since I is a variable, indeed we can, we could have a representation that basically, so again, there's a lambda bound variable here that looks like, so the my again is this a pronoun of unspecified nature here. So this is in a way the kind of representation we want, and so this also will have some index here. So this is a referential I in here, this one. This really refers to the speaker. So here we will have a free variable too, that needs to be assigned a value, but given the features here, that that value will have to end up being the speaker. So if we could just have this, and here we could have features, first person, singular, but not here, then this would give us the right reading, because then only X will mean nobody other than X, right? And then no Y other than X, right? And then we just check here for each Y, did Y do Y's homework, right? So that would be right. But the problem is that this is my, right? So really this should be, from what I've said so far, whether it's bound or not, it's got these features. So we should have first, let's put them all together, but it doesn't. First singular, and then this variable. That's what we have here, because this is my. I mean, it's also some possessive case or whatever. But this is what we have here. And so what actually happens now, according to the scheme we've set up, that even though, in principle, this variable can take on many different values, all the ones that are not identical to the speaker will give undefined here. Right, So what we actually get here, what we would like to get here, is sort of, the property. So we would like the property lambda x the x's homework. That is the property that we would like this to denote to get the meaning to compose, and come out the way it is. But what we really get, from the system we have is unfortunately a very partial function, namely one that's only defined if x is the speaker. And then, if x is the speaker, it'll be true or false depending on whether X did X's homework. So the problem is, okay, so here this is the right condition, but this function will be so partial that if you apply it to anything other than the speaker, it just doesn't give you anything at all. That's what, so it's just by the same mechanism that I used, and needed, in order to kind of explain in this roundabout way how the phi features regulate possible antecedents. If I do interpret this phi feature on this bound variable, I get a property here that I can't really apply to the other people. So up here now, as I said, only I should mean something like, no y different from the speaker, right? And that'll, as far as that goes, that will come out. But so then, all these different y's, for all of them, you would have to check this, But it's kind of, in a way, maybe in some ways this comes out trivially true, because since this function only can apply in the first place, to the speaker, of course, that the speaker will also be the only one that gives you the value 1 here. But not because the speaker is the only one who did their homework, just because this function doesn't even apply to the other guys, right? So that's wrong, right? We want the sentence to be false, if John did his homework, not just so that, so the function should be able to apply to these non-speakers and assign them the value false. And they are counterexamples to the claim made here, so they better be possible inputs to this function. So this is not something we want in here, right? So as I said, it's not so simple. In a way, as I said, these examples often are brought up to show that it's a good idea to treat first and second person and so on as variables, but the story isn't complete, right? So not only do they have to be able to be variables, they have to be variables, and we have to somehow be able to ignore their phi features. Otherwise, in a sense, sort of, if they can be variables, but their phi features are always with them, it doesn't do them any good. Because then, just as in the referential case, in the bound variable case, the variable nature will be completely, cancelled out by the constraints imposed by the phi features. So we would want to say somehow that it's really more complicated. So to reveal like the true bound variable nature of these first and second pronouns, it's not enough to just to have them sit in a context where they are co-indexed with some antecedent and so on. It has to be also the case that somehow we can cancel these features here. They're not interpreted. And this is indeed what's been proposed in response to these examples. So there's 2 lines that for many things come to the same thing. Some people say that the features of some pronouns, including these bound variable first and second pronouns here, are deleted at logical form. So before the interpretation takes place, you just delete this feature, right? And then things work. And another line, so Armin von Stecher in particular has spelled out that line, and I have to some extent. Another line is it's sort of the other way around, that these things are generated without features at first, and then they get to the logical form level never having any features. You don't have to delete them, they were never there, but on the PF branch, they get some features that are only relevant for pronunciation. So, but as often like in the discussion of ellipses, for many purposes, whether you think of something being deleted or being copied in on the other branch of the grammar, it comes to kind of the same thing. And see, maybe it makes a difference for some details. But so these are so two standard views. That features sometimes can be either deleted at logical form or added at phonetic form. And those features will effectively then be heard but not interpreted. Right? So you will hear all the morphology of first person singular here, but you will not interpret anything as first person singular at this point. Right? So the idea here is then this feature is there in some, by a sort of roundabout agreement phenomenon that's somehow completely syntactic. So you start, the only real interpreted instance of the first person singular in this sentence is here. Yeah, right. Yeah, this thing really refers, and this of course does refer to the speaker, this instance of I. Yeah. Then, yeah, because we have this adjunction structure, you percolate this feature here. So this whole quantifier counts in a syntactic sense as first person singular. But already at this point, yeah, we're not interpreting these features. We don't even know what that would mean, yeah, because this is a quantifier. We only can really interpret the features, yeah, when they're on something that denotes an individual. So here they are just sort of by percolation. Then yeah, since this has, by assumption, has moved from here to here, we assume that the features are also, in some sense, by copying or agreement on the trace, and assume they're also, in a way, on this instance of the index that gets introduced. So, in a way, there's all this, a chain of first-person features having to do with the fact that this constituent, which gets first person from by percolation from one of its parts, enters into this binding chain. So we have, here, and here, we have, copies of this feature. But, of course, we don't want to interpret these any more than over there, right? This would be a pain in the neck for the very same reason as these, if we had to interpret them. Because that, again, this would, again, if we interpreted it here, it would restrict the applicability of this function here to the speaker. So in the first instance, I said we have like all these many cases, and this, so the two that are morphologically, clearly audible are here and here. These are the ones we hear. Then these others are there so by percolation and transmission under movement, and then the ones we want to interpret should be really only this. All these others should go. Right. Mm-hmm. Yes.
So in a sense, we are losing the original insight that you could trace both functions to
This is as I warned, right? Yeah. So as I said, that would seem to be nice and commonsensical. That it's really, in a sense, this whole story was one that says that the antecedent selecting function of the features is an epiphenomenon, right? So it's really the reference selection that's real, and that in a certain way also happens for the reference, the respective reference of the bound variables, and that's how everything is driven. Now we have to give this up, to make sense of this kind of example. And how to exactly do this? I mean, so as I said, even though various people have said this in various places, it isn't all that much spelled out. Perhaps in some ways the most elaborate way of spelling it out is in Angelika Kratzer's SALT paper. But it's actually, there are also many assumptions that have been so factually controversial about what the conditions are under which you get these readings. So Philipp Schlenker has criticized this proposal with some counterexamples. But for the most part, so there's a paper by Arnim von Stecher which kind of starts with also saying one should spell this out in more detail, how these features end up being not interpreted. But in the end, what he proposes is also quite informal. And so in fact, I quote his idea there. He says, we'll get to that in a minute. He just says something like, when you have a configuration with a lambda abstractor and variables it binds, he says you just delete all the features and all the variables. So in a configuration like this, delete this, delete this. I mean, that works here, but of course, one obvious thing, of course, that this doesn't say is that you can only delete these features if they actually happen to match this one. So I mean, if you just deleted all the features and bound variables, regardless of whether they match some others, you could have, the sentence could have been only I did your homework, and it would mean the same thing, right? I mean, you can't, so that's kind of one obvious thing, that the deletion has to be somehow under identity. But it turns out to be, in various ways, not so easy to spell out. And I'll talk about this some more. But before I get to that, I want to talk about something else. So here, I just end here with a tentative conclusion. In bound variables, features at least may be deleted at their left. Right? So we don't have evidence from these examples that it must be obligatory somehow to delete the features. Right? Because, as I said, I mean, if we so if we don't do it, we can't, we don't get this reading. But as long as we can delete them, then we have a way of representing the relevant reading. Okay, so in this section, what we have seen is, yes, there's reason to assume that all pronouns, including first and second singular pronouns, can sometimes be bound variables, but this is at the same time also evidence that we were not right, so far in interpreting all the features on both the free and the bound variables. So we couldn't just cite this as supporting one aspect of our proposal, namely that we have everything be a variable without acknowledging that it also really challenges the other aspect of the proposal. And we'll get to that more. Okay, but a part of actually of the complications and how this gets interesting has to do with bringing in yet another complication that has to do with plural pronouns. And so I want to digress to that, and I guess today, so I should stop at 1. Is that the normal? Yeah. So I'll just start this and then continue with this. Okay, so plural pronouns and split antecedents. So again, so at first, this you can forget for the moment again, about the bound variable readings of my and you and so on, right? And kind of be happily back to the picture we had before, which for the examples we'll get to, you see also works quite well. So it's been often observed, that anaphoric pronouns sometimes have what is called split antecedents. So you can say things like John told Mary that they should get together, and they could mean John and Mary. So in a sense, it's an anaphoric pronoun that takes both John and Mary as its split antecedents. And this kind of case, I mean, when you just, when the antecedents are names, it doesn't really argue for any particularly complicated representation of the pronoun. Right? So as people have observed, cite some references here. If you just had this kind of example, you could say they, even though anaphoric, it's really a referential pronoun. It refers to a plurality of salient people. John and Mary have been mentioned in this sentence, so the plurality of John and Mary could be a salient plurality that this pronoun refers to. We wouldn't need a more complicated representation than just a pronoun with a plural feature that takes as its referent this plurality, right? So that works fine for this case. But there are also cases where one or both of the split antecedents are quantifiers. And that that be done so simply as by just making the pronoun refer to a plurality. Right? So in 24 to 26 here I have like either replace John by every boy or replace Mary by every girl or both. And all of these examples work. So the relevant reading in each case is something where the they mean something like he and her. So every boy told Mary that they should get together can mean every boy X told Mary that X and Mary should get together. Right? And so on for the others. John told every girl that they should get together. John told every girl X that John and X should get together. Right? So and in 26 you have two quantifiers. So there, if the meaning of they has to correspond to something like X and Mary, right? And the X has to vary as you look, quantify over the different boys, then of course there's no way you could have sort of a fixed plurality assigned here to this. So you have to have a bound variable in there. So the only way really to make sense, to even give an interpretable representation to this kind of example, to capture these readings is somehow, with representing the pronoun in a sense as a conjunction. Right? So nobody does it literally in that way, although one might maybe consider that. I mean, I haven't seen anybody actually writes out the pronoun they as something like he and her, but what people do is sort of the equivalent of that, namely they assume that it has more than one index. And since the indices correspond to the variables, that amounts to having a coordination of variables in the pronoun. So this, as I said, there's a nice discussion in various places in the syntactic literature. So Lasnik discusses this, and there's a paper by Mark Baker in the first issue of Natural Language Semantics where he talks about some facts from Mohawk, and he goes at the beginning through the various uses that people have made of these complex indices, and why this one is the one that is the best motivated. So people have these notations then where they write like every boy told Mary that they and they have a representation, say, where they index things like this, right? So where the they gets the one and the two, one of them one part of it is co-indexed with Mary, and the other part of it is co-indexed with every boy, right? And so that's something basically that we'll also assume. So I will assume that a pronoun like this will have these indices, and the interpretation. I'll write it sort of again, disregarding for the moment the features. I'll write something like. Well, I guess the way I ended up writing it is like this. So I write pro just for whatever the features of the pronoun that I'm not talking about are here. And then I use this plus sign that's customary in the literature on plurals. For a semantic interpretation, it's not addition, of course. It's forming a plurality out of individuals, or maybe a bigger plurality out of things that are already plurality. So if this variable 1, say, denoted John, and the variable 2 denoted Mary, then this complex sum of 1 and 2 denotes the plurality consisting of John and Mary, right? So, and one or both of these might already be a plurality, then you just form a bigger plurality, right? So I'm using this there, right? So I guess, so people seem to be shifting in the seats. Want me to stop. So I'll just continue here tomorrow, right? So we'll see the examples here and various others that one can construct at first. They all work quite well on the assumption that these kinds of split antecedent pronouns, they have this representation with several variables, but then they have just one set of features on the whole thing. And those features are actually interpreted. So there's a plural feature, for example, here on the whole thing. And that is interpreted and expresses the fact that for each value of the boy variable, if you take that value and marry, then you get a plurality, right? Which is, of course, so the plural here is semantically totally justified and interpreted. And we'll see that also seems to be the case in most of the examples for other features, with split antecedents. Okay, but then I'll get back to this issue about when the features are not interpreted, and you'll see that once you put that together with these split antecedent cases, picture actually gets quite complicated. And this is in a way the point of this very short squib by Hotze Rühlmann. That was one of the references that I put up. So by the way, Benjamin put some stuff on our website, some readings for this that people can get. Okay, so tomorrow, same time, same room. Apparently, on Thursday, it's a different time and a different room. Okay, so yesterday I think I ended, like in the middle of starting about pronouns with split antecedents, right? So this would be, it starts on page 3 of the handout. So the first few pages are the same, but then there are a few changes, and then there's all new stuff from page 6 on. Okay, okay, split antecedents. So the point I repeated from the literature is that at least in some cases it really is necessary to give a representation to the plural pronoun where you have a complex index. You have a part of the pronoun is a bound variable, and another part may be a free variable or maybe a variable bound by something else. So you get all these combinations where one or both of the split antecedents are quantifiers, right? So one example that I give an analysis for here is the example 24. So the example is every boy told Mary that they should get together, and the intended meaning is that every boy told Mary that he and Mary should get together. Right? So an analysis for this reading a logical form is in 28. So what I did here, so again, so the quantifier every boy is QR'd or moved somehow, and binds a trace number 7 here. So this starts every boy, and then this 7 here is lambda 7, and so we have this trace 7 here. But then so the interesting part is the representation of what on the surface shows up as they. So this is here represented as third person plural. Those are the features, and then a sort of pronoun with the index 7 plus 8. So the 7 is the same variable as the trace of every boy, right? So that will pick up the individual boys. And the 8 is a free variable here, which we assume the context maps to Mary, right? And the interpretation of this plus sign is what people in the plurality literature call sum formation or set. It really doesn't matter exactly what types of entities you assume to be the denotations of plurals. So here I just always I write both in the syntax and in semantics. I write the plus sign. So X plus Mary. That's that's the individual that has X and Mary as parts and no others. Right? So okay. So if we just ignore the features for a while, okay. So of course the meaning of this representation is every boy X is such that X told Mary that X and Mary should get together, right? Yeah. And then we also here, since we have these features, third person and plural, we generate a presupposition. The presupposition will be, again, that for every boy X, the value of this pronoun that the features attached to, so in other words, the plurality X plus Mary, is a plurality, because of the plural feature, and does not include speaker or hearer because of the third person feature, right? And that seems right in this case, right? So so what we go through all these different boys, and every time you take one of them and you combine him with Mary, of course you have a plurality, trivially, and also every time you have something that doesn't overlap the speaker or hearer, right? Yeah. Okay, so that's straightforward, and as you notice here. The features on the pronoun were completely interpreted, right? We did not, get rid of any under deletion as in some of the examples that we talked about yesterday. So a second example here is one from Hotze Rühlmann's Eli's quip. Every woman I date wants us to get married. So, it's obvious what the intended reading is. So every woman I date wants herself and me, the speaker, to get married. And the analysis is basically the same. So this pronoun has the features first person plural, and therefore the the presupposition that gets generated is that all the values for this pronoun have to be pluralities, including the speaker. But since in this case, in this intended reading, of course, the pronoun again it has a bound part that ranges over the different women, and a free part, which we assume here is mapped to the speaker. right? Yeah, so since the speaker is, you know, so we have all these different sums, X plus speaker for all the different women X, but of course each of them is a plurality and each of them includes the speaker. So everything is just fine with the features in this case. Right? Okay. So that was just sort of a brief interlude. We'll get back to the split binding, split antecedent cases at some length here in just a little while. Yeah. So, I mean, just to give you a preview, the plot for today is that it turns out to be quite difficult to sort of put together the insights from, on the one hand, the kind of example I talked about last time, like only I did my homework, where we seem to have evidence that a feature is not interpreted, and the kind of example that I talked about just now, with the split binding cases where all the features are interpreted. So I think Ruhlmann is to be credited with the observation that you can get yourself in a real fix by combining features of these two types of examples. And it really, I was very puzzled about what's going on there, and I came up with sort of a tentative proposal of how things work, but I'm sure that there are problems that I haven't noticed yet. Okay, but before we sort of we do this, it's necessary, it's appropriate to be a little bit more precise about the analysis of these only I did my homework examples and say exactly how this is supposed to work when there are features that are not interpreted. Right? So I mentioned yesterday that the proposals in the literature, some of them of the form that you start out generating a featureless pronoun and you carry it on without features to the logical form, so there are never any features on the branch that gets interpreted. And on the other hand, at the PF side of the grammar, you write in some features that then will only show up in the morphology but have no effect on the interpretation. That's one type of view. And then von Stecher has sort of another implementation where he says that you start out generating these features and you carry them through onto the morphology branch, but in the semantics side of the derivation at LF, you delete some features under identity with others. He actually doesn't. So his formulation that I cite here in 30 on page 4 is just pretty much delete the features of all bound variables. All variables that are semantically bound, and he refers to sort of standard definition of what it means to be a bound variable. So like in this Heim and Kratzer notation, the bound variables are always those that are C-commanded by one of these binder indices that is created under movement, right? So, but basically, whatever you have, in your representation that binds variables, will have, in its C-command domain, all the co-index variables will be bound, right? So the idea is, you look at the configuration, I mean, a simple example, only I did my homework is in 32. So on the handout, I have no trees because my tree drawing program doesn't work on the computer that I have with me. But so, some of these things are a little more laborious to read in one line than they would be as trees. But so, very roughly, the idea is, you have some, variable binding relation here. What index did I use? I used number 4 for. So this is a free variable which ends up referring to the speaker. And then there's a variable binding relation and a variable bound by this quantifier only I. And then you have my homework. And this here is represented as first person singular. And it also has some index, so we are allowed to put the same index that we have here, so this can be a bound variable. And the point now is somehow, we want to delete these features, particularly the singular actually doesn't hurt in this case maybe, but the first person is offending to the meaning we want to get here, because we want to make sure that this lambda predicate here is applicable to individuals other than the speaker, right? So this needs to delete. And how does this work? Well, if you really just said, on bound variables, all features delete, of course, it's easy, right? But for kind of obvious reasons, and we'll see more examples, you can't just delete any old feature. So if you had sort of the wrong ones here, right, you don't want to get the same reading. Yeah. So it seems to be, of course, the point seems to be that you delete these because they match features that are higher up, right? And so I formulate this, yeah, then I have a principle here, feature deletion under binding on the next page here in 36, that says, so it's a bit more specific than von Stech's formulation. It just says, you can delete a particular feature from a variable if that feature is duplicated on the binder index for that variable. So this presupposes that by the time I'm trying to delete this feature is also present here on this index. So this index, this binder index, will be annotated also with the features first singular. And why is that? Well, there's a number of conventions that go into this. I already mentioned it briefly last time. One convention that we need to assume is that in these kinds of adjunction structures, features percolate up from the thing that the onlys are joined to. So this comes, of course, as we obviously see in the morphology and also in the semantics, this comes with the features first singular, which in this case constrain the reference of this free variable to the speaker. But then these features get sort of copied by what I call feature percolation here onto this adjunct DP phrase. And this is what has moved from here to here. So I also assume that when you move, you just, the features are left behind, a copy of them is left behind on the trace. Maybe this is part of a copy theory of movement where lots more stuff is left behind, but it's quite plausible. And this might not be exactly necessary, but I'm also duplicating them here on this index that I'm introducing to mark the binding. So these two instances of the features come here because this phrase here has moved here and this binder index has been introduced. So we have, these kind of syntactic feature passing principles, give us, lots of instances here. But the relevant thing then is that the binder index here is specified for these features now, and this feature deletion under binding principle now allows me to delete both of the first and the singular features on both this node and this, right? Because both of these are bound variables bound by this binder index that has matching features. So I can get rid of this, and this. So effectively, inside this lambda term, I have no interpreted features left, right? And also, there's a convention that in those places, where the features are not on things that are either constants or variables for individuals, they're never interpreted also. So this instance of the features also is uninterpretable, as is this, because these are not on nodes that are of the type E kind of semantics. So effectively, once we are done, the only instance of the features that gets a semantic interpretation is here, right? So this, and at this point, of course, we do pick out the speaker for this free variable. So we get a presupposition for the whole thing, that whatever the contextually given assignment assigns to the index 5 has to include the speaker and be an atomic individual, and otherwise has to be the speaker. Otherwise, nothing semantic is done by the feature. So in particular, this lambda expression here is simply lambda x did x's homework with no restriction as to what kinds of individuals it can apply to. No presupposition is generated in there. So that is what we want here, because then indeed we correctly predict that in order to, for a scenario to make this sentence true, the speaker has to have done the speaker's homework, but all the relevant alternatives to the speaker must yield false here, right? And this will be the case exactly under the conditions that intuitively are described by this sentence. Right? Okay, so this is okay. So this is slightly more precise here. So as you see here, and this will actually become important and useful later. So unlike sort of von Stecher's formulation where you just delete the whole bunch of features, and this rule in a way targets the features individually, and this, as you will see, deliberately designed. So in some cases, we might have an instance that, say one of the features here is duplicated on the binder index and therefore can delete, but another one remains. So we will see cases like that. Okay, so one might sort of think, maybe this is all we need, right? So, so here, notice here, so if I just have this feature deletion under binding principle, I'm not actually saying that I have to generate features here that match the ones that you have here. I'm only saying that if I want to delete them, right, then I better make them match. So if they didn't match, then I couldn't delete them. And for most cases, that seems good enough. So for example, you can sort of think here about what other features I might have put here. And one can convince oneself, I think, at least for this example, that any other combination of features wouldn't have allowed the relevant reading here, because some feature would have remained then, that would have given rise to a presupposition that makes this reading impossible. So for example, if I were to, instead of the first person, I had some other person here. So if this example had been, say, his or her homework, right? So suppose I had put a pronoun, let's say her. So I had put that. So that would have been third person singular and also feminine. So suppose I had put these features here. And again, so suppose now I was trying to still make the things mean the same thing, and by co-indexing here and here. So if somehow these features could all also be deleted, then only I did her homework should also mean I did my homework and the other people didn't do theirs. So we better not get this. But there seems to be no danger of getting this because by the formulation I now have, I could here delete singular, right? And I couldn't delete the others because they're not matched. Let's sort of disregard the gender for the moment, because there might be, you might wonder whether maybe this actually is ambiguously specified for gender. But the point is, certainly I could not get rid of the third person feature here because this is not matched here. So, and then what would happen? Well, what would happen is then that the third person feature here would generate a presupposition, right? So at this point, we wouldn't just have an unrestricted function that can apply to all individuals, but we would have something like a function that only applies to individuals distinct from speaker or hearer. So doesn't include speaker or hearer would be a presupposition here on this variable, and then it would go on X did X's homework. But the thing now is the individuals that we consider here, when we evaluate the quantifier only I, they include the speaker and some other people, right? So if we only talk about the other, to the extent that we say about the other people that none of them did their homework, this might be okay. So all these other people perhaps are distinct from speaker and hearer, although maybe the hearer is one of them. But suppose they are all distinct from speaker and hearer, but part of the meaning, maybe a presupposition, maybe part of the truth conditions of sentences with only also is that I did do my homework, right? And for that particular instance, that also needs to be satisfied in order for the sentence to be true, this presupposition would fail, right? Because so we want, among other things, the sentence has to be saying that I did my homework, and the problem with this partial function would be that that couldn't apply to the speaker. Mm-hmm.
So it's very important to admit that there is a third-person feature.
So that is so it is important here, indeed, that the third person isn't just as I will get to arguments in the literature, including, for example, recent work by Uli Sauerland, that some features really have a very vacuous semantics, and are only sort of understood as having more content by sort of indirect inferences. So that might or might not work here. At least, if it were to work here, you'd have to make sure that these indirect inferences somehow also kick in these cases. So for the time being, indeed, I'm assuming that each of the features really sort of has a substantive content, and in the case of the persons, for example, it's kind of, they're mutually exclusive. So there's, first person means includes the speaker, second person means includes the hearer and does not include the speaker, and then third person means does not include either hearer or speaker. Right? So they sort of really carve up the domain. So this is important here, otherwise you couldn't rule this out. But we will see now that for some other examples anyway, we do have to, it seems, add a principle that says in so many words that before you even consider what you can delete, in order to do this co-indexing, you have to have the features matched. So as I was saying, with this example, we couldn't really make this argument because at least unless we have independent evidence that the third person feature shouldn't be interpreted this way, we have another way of ruling this out. And I think all the possibilities for this example are like that. But there's sort of a second type. Did you want to ask something?
Yeah, I was wondering. I'm not sure that you made an example like every girl admires her teacher.
Mm-hmm.
The every girl set excludes the speaker and the hearer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they can start.
So this is one of the so we, as I said, we'll get to that, right? And this might be a problem with making the semantics of the third person this strong, right? So I will address these kinds of considerations probably tomorrow. Okay, so but let me just now present another kind of example that also has been used in the literature to argue that there has to be some feature deletion. So these examples having to do with only, they're always examples where you need to delete a person feature, right, to get the right interpretation. There are also examples where arguably what you need to delete in order to get the semantics right is a number feature. So, again, both I in some unpublished work and also Hotzer-Ullmann in this paper discuss examples with quantifiers that are morphologically plural, right? And bind pronouns that are also morphologically plural, because they're bound by these quantifiers. But the intended meaning is one where the quantification is actually all over atomic, singular individuals. So the issue that arises in these examples is that you don't want to interpret a plural feature on the bound pronoun. So a simple example of so like one example that I have discussed is few men brought their children, where you can assume, you can take this to mean the few individuals X, so that X is a man and X brought X's children. So his own, the one of him as an individual, not the men of the group somehow, right? So this pronoun it arranges over individual men, just like the trace of this quantifier can. Other examples that don't really involve your word quantification, but involve sort of implicit distributors are. I think the one I have here on the handout is the boys did their homework. And so, see, of course, plurals like the boys, you can have various kinds of readings, collective, distributive, and so on. But if we assume that there's a possible distributive reading, where it really is equivalent to each of the boys did his homework, right? Then again, we want to make sure that we are not forced to sort of generate a presupposition on this variable, that we're somehow talking about the homework of a plurality, right? So like Ullmann assumes that maybe the representation here is something like we have the boys here, which is a plural, and then we have a distributor that's kind of in adjunction to that. I mean, there are various types of possible kinds of syntax for this here, where the distributor is a predicate operator. I mean, it kind of there's some small differences in how this will be implemented, but I'm just sort of joining it here and then assuming that, again, like in the case of only, I mean, this is the kind of structure where this doesn't somehow impose its own features, but they just get percolated. So the whole thing is plural, and the whole thing is like a quantifier. It means something like each of the boys, but it's unlike the overt phrase, each of the boys, which actually is singular, right? Yeah, this phrase is plural morphologically. So that one then it can bind some trace and also a pronoun which shows up as there. So this would be plural and third person, but let's just talk about the number features here and this variable here. And here again, so since we want this this constituent here, to be certainly applicable, to individuals, individual boys, right? So we do not want this to start with a restriction to pluralities, and that will be achieved if we can delete this feature. And so again, the way this would work syntactically is in the same way as with the only example. There will be instances by percolation of the feature here and by transmission under movement of the feature here as well as here. And this is of the crucial one that licenses the deletion of the plural on the two variables here. So in here, and then this is never interpreted in the first place, and nor is this because they're not on things of type E. So the only, again, here will be an interpreted plural feature, and that's fine because we are talking about a plurality of boys. But from there on down, no plural features get interpreted, so this will be a property that's applicable to singulars. So this is the kind of example where, unfortunately, I don't see any way to rule out by what I have said so far an alternative trying to mean the same thing that actually has a singular here. Right? So let's say we put his here. Right? So the fact is, the boys did his homework cannot mean each boy did his homework. So you really need a plural here. It can only mean something if you have some independent reference for the his. But in a way this is puzzling because you might say, well, okay, I mean in the other derivation, we got the meaning by deleting the plural feature, but why can't we get it in a way more straightforwardly by just having a singular feature here in the first place? And so since, as I said, my rule just says those features that match you can delete. If they don't match, you leave them. This singular feature would be left behind, but it doesn't seem to do any semantic harm. It would then sort of generate a presupposition here that all the things that this lambda term is trying to apply to are atoms, but that seems fine, right? So you might, you could say about this example, maybe the right semantics for the distributor is that it ranges over both atoms and, sub-pluralities, but I believe, okay, so let me check this with people, that are native speakers of English, and it's at least what Rühlmann is implying, that even if you put the explicit distributor each, but so in a floated quantifier type of construction. So I have the example here. So just to make sure that it's really floated, I put an auxiliary in there. So in 35, so the boys are each doing their homework. As far as I know, this is the way you need to say it if you want to say that each boy is doing his homework, and you do not say, the boys are each doing his homework. So each, it's quite clear from the semantics that maybe unlike the implicit distributor, it really distributes down to atoms. So it means each individual among. It says nothing about sub-pluralities. So in this case, that should be, since each already distributes down to the atoms, it should not hurt at all to have, in this case, sort of a presupposition here that says X is an atom. That would just kind of reinforce what we already know about the domain of the quantification. Nevertheless, it seems to be a fact that his is not, a possible form to express this reading. So this is the one case I have found where it doesn't seem to be enough to just say, okay, if the features happen to match, you can delete them. If they don't, just leave them, right? And things will regulate themselves. You seem to have to, in addition, to stipulate that the features match. So which then, of course, means it means kind of that this feature of the feature deletion rule that I have, that it actually targets the features individually and might delete some and leave others, turns out to be sort of in the context of this other requirement untestable, because if they always have to all match in the first place, then of course you can't really tell if it's possible to delete some and leave others behind. So fortunately, or I don't know if it's fortunate, but I was pleased to find that in the end I was able to get rid of this condition again. But for the time being, that seems of the plausible additional assumption to make, which here in 37 I formulate as the requirement of feature matching under co-indexing. And this just says co-indexed variables must have exact match of features, right? So that the way, it might be different ways of implementing this, but so the way this is implemented is in a way that just as I choose to co-index this pronoun with this trace, I have to make sure that there's a complete match of features between these two. So in particular, so that would mean that then this being singular, this being plural is not good. And so the case with the there, which was the good case, will work because there's a complete match. And then, of course, these matching features can all be deleted by the other rule. But they have to match before. So it seems that we need that at least for this case. Right? Okay, so that is pretty much. So this is of the more precise version of this feature deletion idea. As I said, the complications now come in when we put this together with what we learned from the partial binding cases. But just before, I want to make sort of a brief excursion. So as I said last time, historically, I think the first published example that shows this possible non-interpretation of person features is this example by Parti that I had in 18. That would be the third page of the handout, or also last. So I'm the only one around here who will admit that I could be wrong, right? So where Parti observed that this could mean, I will admit that I could be wrong, but the other people here would not admit that they are wrong, right? So a bound reading for the I. So it would seem to get that we need to get rid of the first person feature on the embedded I again. This example actually doesn't quite work by the assumptions I have now. And the problem is in a way that if you sort of really work out the analysis of this example, the thing is this I, whose first person feature we want to delete, is actually embedded in a relative clause, right? So it's in the relative clause the only, on the head the only one. So it's the only one who. Now, you don't see it much here, because of English morphology, but these relative clauses are third person, not first person. And in fact, I asked Barbara, if you say instead of will admit, you put something like is willing to admit, would you say is willing or am willing? She said, well, is willing, of course. I'm the only one around here who is willing to admit that I could be wrong. So there you see very clearly, at least as far as the verbal agreement goes, the trace of the relative pronoun is third person. And so I don't actually know why this I can lose its first person feature, because its binder by assumption is the relative pronoun, and you can't really make it. What else would it be, right? This is not a construction that has an only a joint to I. It has no quantifier of the form only I, right? The only thing it has is this relative clause construction, the only one who blah, 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 right? So the only binder here that could possibly be the binder of this pronoun is the same as the binder for the trace of the relative pronoun, right? So whatever you have at the edge of relative clauses. And one wouldn't expect this to delete, because it isn't a match of features. Now, maybe because I'm biased, because I had the story, but when I translate this example into German, I really also do not get this sloppy reading, with the first person. So I did this in 18a here in 6, and so it's really exactly the same. Ich bin hier die Einzige, die zuzugeben bereit hat, dass ich Unrecht habe. Now, in German, of course, unlike English, there's much more evidence along the way that you're now in third person. So, who is willing to to admit, that's all overtly, as is the relative pronoun, overtly third person. I think, and I've asked a couple of other people, but as I said, I'm not the most unbiased informant, that I really can't get the relevant reading, and I do, of course, I do get the relevant reading if you make this third person. So I'm the only one around here who's ready to admit that she is wrong. Fine. Then I'm saying the other people are wrong. So actually, I would be curious. Like I suppose, like in if you did this in French or some other languages that people speak here, what people's intuitions are about this kind of example. So I mean, it's for English, I mean, it's not just Barbara Petit, but other people also do accept this reading. So it suggests, and I don't know what to do with it, that the conditions under which you can delete these features have to be somewhat more liberal than what I have implemented so far. So in these kind of popular constructions, for some reason, it seems that even though the predicate nominal is third person, you seem to be able to pretend you're in the first person down there. So do people have relevant comments about the data in any language that you might want to share? Yeah.
I mean, I think I can get the relevant reading in French with both constructions.
With both the first and the end.
It's a little. I mean, for me, it's a little bit harder with the
It's harder,
person, but it's certainly possible, especially in a suitable context.
Yeah.
Like everybody was wrong, but I was the only one who admitted I was wrong in French. It seems okay for me.
Yeah. So as I said, I mean that indicates that I haven't quite gotten this right yet. It's too narrow. And I need to ask more German speakers also, because as I said, I mean I may not have a representative sample. So this was just it's kind of just and I have really nothing to say about it. But since this is, I mean, interestingly, so it's the historically first example, but in a way it's more complicated, than the others, that we have here. And perhaps, does tell us that we're not quite on the right track. But I will disregard this point from now on. So this might be something more to work on for people to find out what exactly the conditions are. Okay, so let me get to the split antecedent cases. Right? So I mean, to sum up now, so as just reviewed briefly at the beginning of today, these examples like every woman I date wants us to get married, and every boy told Mary that they should get together. We certainly got away just fine interpreting all the features, on these pronouns, on these partially bound pronouns. So in the every woman I date wants us to get married, all the values, for this, complex of sum of variables here that the us denoted did indeed, include the speaker, therefore the first person was justified, and were pluralities, therefore the plural was justified, and likewise in the other example. But Rühlmann observes that if you sort of just put the design features of the two types of examples together, you can get examples with these split antecedents where some feature needs to be deleted. So here is actually the one he gives after the quote I have here. I didn't quite get how that example he gave actually makes the point. But here's a straightforward one, just based on the general idea that he says. So in 43, okay, my example is only I wanted us to get married, right? And so I need to set up a bit of a context for you to see what I'm saying with this. So as you see, I mean, I sort of have this I-us, partial binding relation, and I also have the only in here. Okay, so so the scenario has to be this. So I am an ex-girlfriend of the person I'm addressing, and we are talking about myself in comparison with other ex-girlfriends, of this person I'm addressing. So I'm saying to you, I know you have had many, many girlfriends, and many of them wanted to live with you, but only I wanted us to get married. So what I'm saying here, I'm saying that I wanted you and me, to get married, and for each one of the other girlfriends, they did not want themselves and you to get married. Maybe they wanted to live with you, but not get married. Right? So you all get this reading, right? So straightforward enough, right? Okay. And so what kind of representation should we have to get this reading? Well, it would seem, again, first let's just disregard the issue with the features and just see what sort of variable binding relations we want. We would want something like, okay, so here we have the quantifier only I, right? The I in there will refer to the speaker, so what, here I put the index 1. So, the index 1 is going to be mapped to the speaker by the context, and, that features here will determine that. And then I have this quantifier binding stuff. There's a trace of it. And so in here now I want trace, wanted, and now when it comes to the us, right, that should be something like 2 plus 3 and 3 we want to map to the addressee. So the variable, so the contextually given assignment is this. 1 is the speaker, 3 is the addressee, and 2 is not in here because it's a bound variable, and so then this goes on. So okay, so and so if this the interpretation of this would be then except for the speaker, for every girlfriend, whatever the relevant things are, every girlfriend X wants X plus the addressee to get married. Maybe I said it the opposite of what the sentence says. So for no X other than the speaker, is it the case that X wants X plus the addressee to get married? That's what the sentence means, and moreover, it says that as far as the speaker is concerned, the speaker did want herself and the addressee to get married. So good. So that's, so the indexing relations and binding relations have to be like that, and the free variables have to be understood like that. Right? So now let's look at the features. Right? So when we start looking at the features, this shows up as first-person plural. Right? Now, by our assumptions, we have first person in various places, by percolation and transmission under movement. So this is first person singular, and of course these features here are interpreted. Here we pick out the speakers. They percolate here. They are duplicated here and on this trace, because this thing has moved from here to here. Right? So this is the picture we have. Right? Okay. So what do we predict now? Okay, so by this, now, so here it seems like this way that I set up the feature deletion rule, that it can target an individual feature and delete that and leave some others in place, is just right. So, because what can happen now is that the first person feature here, actually both here and here, can delete. Right? So this can delete and this can delete because they're matched here on the binder. And the plural feature, however, will remain. This is not matched anywhere else. So we will project at this point a presupposition based on the plural. Right? And this presupposition will be, as it turns out, something innocuous. It will be that for any X that you might be trying to apply this to, it will be the case that X plus whatever the value of 3 is, so that's the addressee, is a plurality. And then it says X wants X plus addressee to get married here after this. So the presupposition we generate here from the left behind plural feature is that whichever way you instantiate this variable 2 here, the whole meaning of this pronoun will be a plurality. Well, that's fine, because even though the variable 2 takes singular individuals, the value of this pronoun is always that plus the addressee, and so we guarantee to have plurality. So this is a fine presupposition that we don't need to worry about. But it's important to see that it's a good thing that we can delete the first person, because if we couldn't have deleted that, then we would have had an additional presupposition here that for whatever value of X you're applying this to, X plus addressee includes the speaker. Right? Because that would have come from the first person. And that would have been a problem, yeah, because here we want to let this range here over the set that includes me, the speaker, and then all these other ex-girlfriends. Now, they are not the speaker. They're not even here. They might be dead. You know? I mean, it's, so so if you take an arbitrary ex-girlfriend and combine it with the address, you don't get something that includes the speaker. Right? So we better not have this presupposition here, because that really would restrict the applicability of this function to things that are relevant for assessing the truth of the sentence. Right? So just by the same reasoning as in the simpler only I types of examples, we better delete this. Yeah. Okay. So this seems fine so far, and it does seem it's useful now to have this like targeting one feature and deleting that and leaving the other one alone, and the prediction that you can have some non-matching features left behind as long as the semantics fit, right? It seems just right here. Right? The question that arises now is, so what about this, requirement that I added about feature matching under co-indexing? What does that even mean in the case of these sort of partially bound variables? So here, if these two count as co-indexed, the trace and the us, then clearly this would be an exception to co-index things having to match in all their features. But it would seem there's a straightforward and obvious way out to say, well, okay, that this doesn't count as co-indexing in that relevant sense. Because so co-indexing we can make more precise for the purpose of this feature matching condition. Really, co-indexing means exact identity of indices, right? And since these indices only sort of overlap, these two don't count as co-indexed, and therefore the feature matching requirement is not relevant. So that seems fine for this example, right? Seems to be no problem so far. Unfortunately, as it turns out, this system that we have now overgenerates. So I, to my dismay, then when at this point, I thought for a while, this is easy. Why didn't somebody else say this before? I realized that there's some, it really generates readings for examples that don't have these readings. And I have some examples here. Okay, so we are here now on page 8. So the heading here is some problem cases of overgeneration. So I mean, so these will be examples where for a given sentence with a given stipulated intended reading, the system seems to predict that we could have that reading. There's a good derivation that fits all the syntactic assumptions that we have. It generates a fine presupposition, and yet, in fact, no such reading is possible for this sentence. Okay. So the first case is actually, in a way, a simple variant of the example we just looked at. So only I wanted us to get married, where I'm saying to myself, okay, in this case, I had a plural here, right? And I left that behind. It couldn't delete, but it was fine because it just only said that this was always a plurality, and that was fine. But who says I couldn't have had a singular here? Right. So a singular, of course, so that would then show up as me. Right? So that would show up as me. And of course, if I have a singular there, I better delete it, right? Because of this complex index here, this will denote a plurality. But since it is a singular, it is matched here, and it should be able to delete. Right? In both these places for what it's worth, but maybe also just in that one. But so I should be able to do this, right? And what would I get then? Well, I would get, since all the features down here are deleted, I would get an unrestricted, I don't have to write it, I mean, there's no presupposition down here, so it would be just lambda x. X wants x plus address to get married. That would be the meaning of this. And it could apply to all the things in this domain, right? Nothing stops it, no wrong presupposition. And it should just be able to be another way of saying the same thing. So I should be able to say only I wanted me to get married, and mean only I wanted me and you to get married. Yeah. So, if you think maybe this should have then been myself, fine, never mind, try it with myself, or change the sentence so that this is a tense clause, only I said that we should get married, we can fudge this issue. So that's not the point, right? But it seems to me that no example, with a singular pronoun here really can have that meaning. So maybe the example I should maybe have chosen something better, because marry, of course, also, doesn't need to take a collective plural. So you have both the construction, we get married and I get married to you. And maybe in I get married to you, you could drop the to you and understand it that way. So there might be sort of an illusion. But so maybe a better example would be something like only I said that. And so the good example would be we made a fine couple. So something really, clearly collective here that needs a plural. And compare that to only I said that I made a fine couple. That just doesn't work. And, but the point is, in the system that we have, there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to have a singular there that then I can delete and have it mean the same thing. So the observation seems to be that for some henceforth, no, not henceforth, but so far, unexplained reason, we really have to choose the plural in this case, and which is the one that gets semantically interpreted. We can't just have a variant of the example where we put a singular that we can delete. Okay. And of course, So, I mean, there might be various things you could try to say about this, but we'd kind of sort of like to really understand what's going on here. So let's look at some other examples. So before I get to another problematic example, first I have another unproblematic example, just as background, and then I sort of vary it again and see how a problem arises. Okay, so another unproblematic example is kind of similar to the first one, but now we talk about, we sort of change the scenario in a way so that this is switched around here, that up here we have the addressee, and for the second index we have the speaker, and accordingly, so that my first, so the sentence for the first example that's unproblematic is, the sentence is only you wanted us to get married. So I go back to the want and us, I could stick with the said that and a couple examples, but us to get married. Okay, and so the scenario now, I want sort of the mirror image, so to speak, of the previous story. So in the previous story, when I said only I wanted us to get married, we are discussing the addressees, girlfriends, of which I am one. Right? Now, in only you wanted us to get married, we are discussing my girlfriends, one of which includes the addressee. Right? So so the point in this case is that the addressee is being compared to other previous girlfriends of mine. And so, otherwise the story is kind of the same, right? So I might say something like, I've had many girlfriends in my life, many of them wanted to live with me, but only you wanted us to get married. Right? So, and that means, you wanted you and me to get married, and for each girlfriend X other than you, X did not want X and me to get married. Okay? So it's quite similar. And it works quite easily. In this case, actually, this is an example where we end up not wanting or having to delete any features. Okay, so we index here is 2 plus 3, so there's the bound part and the 3 part, which denotes the speaker. And there's a free variable, and this has index 1. And feature configurations are, so here we have second person singular here. by percolation, second person singular here and here. And here we have, well, we hear it, we have first person plural. Right? No features here will be deletable, right? Because neither of them matches. What is deletable here is the second person feature on this trace. Yeah. And that's good here because we do want the quantification here to range over not just the addressee, but also all the alternatives of the addressee, which may not be addresses. So, let's see if I did this right. So another, no, yeah. So this is example 49, right? And yeah, I don't even like give the representation. I just say that you have the features that you base generate, and here first person and plural, and you don't delete either one of those. And, yeah. So then we get a presupposition here, but the presupposition turns out to be fine, right? So the presupposition from both the first and the plural here is that we can only apply this lambda term here to individuals, so that x plus 3, which is the speaker, is a plurality and includes the speaker. Good, right? That will be satisfied for all the values here. I mean, in this case here, so this includes the speaker simply because the free part of this double indexed pronoun here is fixed to the speaker. So this, whatever girlfriend we take, so because we're talking about my former girlfriends now, the plurality here will include the speaker. So the first person feature here is not to be deleted, and it's fine, So, as I said, here we want to delete the second person because if we had that here, we would also get, that x, for all the values of x has to include the addressee. We don't want that, right? But as far as, the features on the pronoun go here, we don't want to delete anything. So this example, again, is fine, right? Nothing else to be said. Feature matching isn't relevant because this is not really co-indexing. No features can be deleted, no features need to be deleted, the reading is fine. But once again, like in the other example, I can ask myself now, well, to get this very reading, couldn't I also have chosen some other features that might have been semantically unsuitable but have the virtue of being deletable? And, so, for example, second person, right? In which case the example would have sounded you here. So the English is the English example sounds awkward because it kind of uses two U's, and one is meant to be singular and one is plural. So you have to be like, I guess in some dialects of English you say things like you all or you guys or something to make it unambiguously plural, or you can translate it into another language where that issue doesn't arise. But so suppose, I mean, just for this, I mean, I could also fiddle here with the number, but we already know I did that in the other example. So suppose I put a second person feature here, right? Then, of course, if I were to interpret that, I would get the addressee should be included every single time I put together the speaker and one of her former girlfriends, and of course that shouldn't be so, right? But I don't have to interpret this. I can delete this because it's matched here. So then I don't get any presupposition other than the one from the plural, and that should be just fine. Right? So that should So in other words, if I were to say again the very same scenario, I'm saying I've had many girlfriends. Many of them wanted to live with me, but only you wanted you guys to get married. It just can't mean anything like the one with the us, and that is not predicted here. See that? So this is another case. So the pattern here seems to be that there's some cases where, as far as the system predicts, we seem to have a choice between various features that we could put here, not making any difference to the reading. So some choices of features would have been fine because they would have given a presupposition that's consistent with their meaning and with the intended reading. Other choices of features would have seemed to be in a way semantically inappropriate, but they could have been deleted under identity. Yeah. And so as far as we have said so far, we should have both choices. And so, just to make sure, it's not the case that second person can never delete. Right? So if we take the very same sentence, so only you wanted you guys to get married, but we change the scenario. So here's how I'm changing the scenario. So we are now already in the last page. Yeah, so 53. So only you, so the sentence is again, only you wanted, you plural, or you guys, or you all, to get married. Right? And now, before we were discussing me and my former girlfriends. Now we are discussing some third person, John, and his former girlfriends. Right? And these former girlfriends of John's include the addressee and other people not present. Right? So I can talk about John, and I can say that John has had many girlfriends and many of them wanted to live with him, but only you wanted you guys to get married. So you were the only one among John's girlfriends that wanted herself and him to get married. Right? So this is fine. Right? And this turns out to be a case, again, that we can analyze just fine if indeed we allow a deletable second person feature here. So the difference, of course, in this example is that the index 3 here will not be the speaker. Right? So the index 3 in this case is a free variable mapped to John. Right, yeah. And in that case, it seems just fine to delete the second person here. So that is the way. So if we didn't delete it again, we would have the problem of so if we do delete it, the plural remains, and we only are presupposing that X plus John is a plurality for all the relevant individuals. That's fine. What we don't want to be presupposing is that X plus John includes the addressee for all the relevant pluralities. I think most of the girlfriends are not the addressee. So the thing is, it seems like if you just sort of look at, sometimes second person can delete, and other cases it can't. So what's going on here? So maybe you already sort of have a guess of what's going on. I don't know. It took me a while to make any sense of this. So I was very puzzled by this data. But here's sort of what seems to be the generalization. I mean, so very intuitively. So in the case, if you just compare these last two cases, so when I'm talking about my ex-girlfriends, then, in order to get the relevant readings, I have to say, only you wanted us to get married. I have to use the first person here. When I'm talking about John's, so I have to use the first person, and I cannot use the second person. When I'm talking about John's former girlfriends, because this sort of, in a sense, it's obvious that I can't use the first person. Because if I use the first person, then I would be presupposing here that the speaker is included there, and that isn't. So I can't use the first person. And it looks like when I can't use the first person, then I can use the second person. So what I actually think the generalization is something like this kind of, for each of these features, the different values are in a hierarchy, and you have to choose the highest one on the hierarchy when you can, for the reading in question. So if you can use a first person, you have to use a first person. If you can use a second person, you have to use a second, but cannot use a first person, you have to use a second person. If you can use neither a first or a second person to get the relevant reading, then and only then can you use a third person. Mm-hmm. And for number, the story seems to be if you can use a plural, you have to use a plural. And only when you cannot use a plural can you use a singular. So, like all these kinds of principles that sort of compare different choices, it's tricky to formulate, and you have to be quite clear about what the relevant set of competitors is, right? So, and this might need some more work, but I hope I'll at least get across like how I mean for it to work, and then you can all think about how it might best be made precise. Yeah, but so what we in a way want to keep fixed is sort of a given intended interpretation. Yeah, so like a given binding and reference pattern, yeah, that we have chosen. Yeah, so we have made a decision. Yeah, this free pronoun is going to refer to this person, and that free pronoun is going to refer to that person, and yeah, this is bound by that, and so on. Yeah, so we have fixed a reading in this sense, and now we're kind of thinking like, what features shall I throw here on these pronouns? And it's at that point here that, so the problem here that we had in each of this overgeneration problem is there seemed to be several ways of assigning features to the pronouns superficially that ended up generating the same readings, so in a slightly different way. Some of them just generated the reading by just not having any presuppositions, and others had some presuppositions that were obviously true, given the assumptions about what refers to what. But apart from that, they generate to the identical truth conditions. And so the idea is every time we have sort of a set of competitors that differ in this, differ in what of the morphological features are, but get us different. Get us the same reading, right? We have to observe this hierarchy here and choose, the highest on this hierarchy of the features that give us the reading. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It seems to me that then it is a theory of PF insertion rather than other approach.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I don't really know all this with these sort of transderivational or sort of economy type considerations, even how to look at them, right? Yeah. So it is indeed you kind of you compare. I mean, the way I was looking at it is just you compare two derivations, and in order for them to even be competitors, they kind of have to terminate on the LF side in the same meaning, and they can differ on the, I mean, in the way I've set it up, sort of differ all along from the base generation to the PF branch. And I suppose you could, and maybe it might be more elegant to implement it in a way where you think of it as insertion. Maybe it will make it less global. Perhaps you can then do it without. But still, I mean, the point is, when you talk about what am I going to insert here on the PF, you have to make sure that you're only talking about competitors that have something in common LF-wise, right? So it's still, it's not going to be just a question of, myopically looking at the PF branch. Yeah, maybe you, Benjamin.
I have a question concerning 55. What you say about person, isn't that just an artifact of how English pronouns work? Because when you say us, it can mean me and someone else. It can mean me, you, and someone else. Mm-hmm. Whereas if you say you, it excludes me, and if you say them, it excludes me and you.
Yeah.
So whereas other languages don't have that. They have an inclusive and an exclusive plural. And what you would expect here is that the thing that actually applies to the sort of first situation that you're going to check of all the situations has to be matched. So you would expect that in these wanted us to get married, you couldn't take the non-inclusive us, so meaning me and someone else but not you. You couldn't take that one because you're talking to someone. And that's the reading you really start from.
That's exactly right. Yeah, so, I mean, but I don't know if I would say that this shows that this is an artifact, right? There should be a connection here between the existence of this principle, right, and the fact that you just talked about, that the way, so that first person in English does not exclude the hearer and does not exclude third people, and the second person excludes the hearer but does not include the third, and that there is this hierarchy in terms of what's included, right? This hierarchy matches it, and indeed I don't know the facts, but I have an expectation here that if you do look at a language that has this four-way distinction between first person inclusive, first person exclusive, second person and third person, then the top of the hierarchy actually will be the inclusive form. So that the thing in those languages that you have to choose first and foremost, if you can, will be first person inclusive. And if you can't choose that, then I will, in fact, I mean, this is the next topic, right? So I want to talk about, sort of literature that talks about, inventors of person system, so what kinds of person systems languages have, and, what's the motivation into breaking it down into primitives are. And evidently, this has something to do with it, right? But, what's a much harder question is, whether we can really somehow derive this from something else, right? That's, I will try to argue that it's the other way around. I mean, something else maybe can be derived from this, but not, not this falls out from something else about the semantics. Because, I mean, the point, just to say it generally and vaguely, but this is going to be, in my main point here that's new, is that this principle here applies independently of whether the features you end up choosing actually are getting interpreted or not. So, I'll go through the examples again, but the feature, this principle also tells us, so it says user first person when you can, and that includes user first person when you are in the kind of situation that you can delete the first person and therefore get the reading. Right? So it's not because, you can't formulate this principle just in terms of the meanings. You really have to formulate it in terms of the features. And that is my main point here. Okay, so, but we need to go through the examples to see that. But definitely I agree with you, of course, that this should not be something independent of, sort of observations we have about, how the space of semantic possibilities is carved up by these features. That should somehow fall together. And I don't know yet exactly why, but I will start talking about these things tomorrow. Yes.
I think maybe partly answered my question, because I was wondering whether you couldn't get at these facts right by saying that you always choose the representation which trigger as many presuppositions as possible.
So I will go through the examples and say that crucially, right, I need to apply this principle even in those cases where the chosen feature will get deleted and not interpreted. So it can't be like, that's the feature, I have to choose this feature because it gives me the strongest meaning with the most presuppositions. I mean, you might have thought that, right? And so, and I was kind of surprised myself to see that this is the way I had to, I mean, and maybe there's another way, maybe I'm overlooking something obvious, but this is sort of my best attempt at this point. And so, as I said, I will then, tomorrow I will start talking about the work that, attempts to really sort of streamline and impoverish the inherent semantics of these features, and
But for what we've seen today, it would have worked, right?
No, I mean, I'll go. The very examples I have shown already that doesn't work, and I'll go through them. Yeah, yes.
I'd like to bring up an example that's connected to the one that you're using. So with only I wanted us to get married, where you use a noun pronoun, so you have only I wanted to get married, and in the scenario that you described, you can get a reading where it means, well, precisely that only I wanted us to get married, so not just that I'm the only one who wants to get married with anyone, so where you would have the same reading and with the no pronoun, so you don't have associated features, you don't need to delete them, right? And I was just wondering what
this relates, I mean, I'm not super knowledgeable about this, but I've heard, in particular through work by Idan Landau, who is a person that got his PhD at MIT some years ago. Interesting discussion about this phenomenon of so-called partial control. So I mean, he showed. I mean, other people before him, I'm sure, had discussed some of the same facts. But for me, I learned from him that there's good evidence here that some control structures that have this controlled pro. Actually, the pro isn't really co-referential or co-indexed with the controller. It's a plurality that includes the controller. So if that is correct, and if I recall, precisely in the complements of want, you have this property. So these examples like I wanted us to, I wanted to meet at 5. Without the us. Where you can, so arguably, so meet at 5, takes this plural. Subject. So if that is the right analysis, these examples are very similar, except that they have a null pronoun of some sort. And if they have a null pronoun, then of course it's much harder to know just by looking what features there are in the morphology. Right? We need indirect evidence, and so I would sort of point you or myself or anyone interested in this precisely to this literature, on partial control and the evidence, that this really is a plural and not some other way. So, as I said, the name of the person whose work I recommend in this context is this, and he has a book, based on his dissertation that discusses stuff like this in great detail. So, so I don't want to say anything more about this because, I don't know, but I would hope, that, maybe it's just in a way, less of an issue one way or the other because there are no features to worry about, right? Maybe there is, evidence, from, say, Landau's and other people's work that, for roundabout reasons, you do want some plural feature here, even morphologically active, and in that case, the story would be similar to here. But I think it's important. I should go, just because Benjamin asked, and everybody, I really should go through the examples that I had, to see how this works here. So that will give you a better sense, of. Because I can see here people are immediately like saying, can't I, like reduce this to something else? So before, this is of course the right instinct, right? But before you try your hands, just let me show you how it works, right? And what constraints there are and how it has to work in order, how some reduction of something else to something else would have to work. Yeah, you wanted to ask?
Yes, I had a question about gender.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering your example. If we change your example and say something in English like only he wanted them to get married, there is no gender feature. But if we go to French, there would be a gender feature. And I was wondering the masculine would not be preferred.
So maybe this is good, because as I wrote here, and that's all I have to say about it today. I wasn't able, maybe because of stupidity or other reasons, at least here for English or German, to find examples that gave me evidence, what the hierarchy for the gender features would be. But indeed, both English and German are languages where, in the plural, gender distinctions are completely neutralized, right? So, maybe no wonder that I couldn't see. And so indeed, the French case might come in just handy. But yes, as I said, I think a more elementary task right now is to just see how this does work for the cases that I have set up, right? Okay, so in my first problem alternation was, so this was the example, only I wanted us to get married. I reference the example numbers in the discussion here on the handout, so if you read it in leisure, you can. So, so the point here was for a certain given reading, which I'll mark for you, which is, so the reading intended is, only I wanted me and you to get married, right? So that's the relevant reading. And us is how we say that, right? And for example, you is not how we say that. Well, okay, that wasn't actually problematic in this case. What was problematic that us is the way to say it and me is not the way to say it, for this reading. And so there we had to choose. We had to choose singular, and also, okay, so I mean, also nothing else works. You is no good, and anything. I mean, really, only us works for this reading. Right? So us is first person plural, right? And those are the most highly ranked features in each of the hierarchies. Right? So so since I can use them, I don't go again through showing that how using the us did give us the reading in question, right? Because I did that already. In this case, I can now stop. I can say, all the other, for example, this possibility is excluded because I have to choose plural over singular. Right? Any other persons are excluded because I have to choose first person. Right. So, I'm done. This is. Right? I don't have to worry about the other examples. Now, what was the other sort of pair? I mean, the other pair was, the you and again, so you and you plural case. So okay, no, actually, let's take this one first. The you and us case, and so the reading again, I can actually leave it like this. The reading intended was only you wanted you and me to get married. The other girlfriends of mine did not want me and you get married. And there I saw that, for example, I could not use you, whether singular or plural. Right? And so again, so since I could use us, I couldn't use you because that is the more highly ranked feature. So it rules that case out. But the case where the you was good, so where we had you and John, so this was supposed to mean John and you. Then I guess the idea would be that if I had used us, I couldn't have deleted the first person in this case, and therefore I would have had to interpret it, and I wouldn't have gotten the same reading. Right? So I can't use us in this case, and that means I can use you. And then I can't use anything else. So again, I can never use a singular because plural is always preferred, and I can never use, in this case, I can't use a third person. If I wanted to use a third person, I would have to make it so that maybe only Mary wanted them to get married. Then the first and second are out, and I suppose. So maybe so maybe I'm not reasoning quite clearly, and so I think Benjamin is still not quite.
I mean, if we get back to the first, only you wanted us to get married, which is preferred over you. My idea with that, as you said, the predicate wanted us to get married carries a presupposition, which is innocuous, but the presupposition is generated. Why this wouldn't be the case with you, right? And I mean, it doesn't make any difference in the end, but at some point the presupposition is generated, and so my idea with that is that you choose the pronoun that triggers the most presuppositions.
So you try to minimize the feature deletion in a way. So you choose as many interpretable things as you can. Maybe indeed I have to think again for these examples. Still, that is right. I mean, one thing maybe this is wrong, right? But another thing I want to say, right? So this is at the end here, right? That once I have this principle that regulates the preferences, I actually no longer need this feature matching thing. Because the only reason why I needed that, so if you go back, the reason where we really needed that, some other examples, kind of, possibly, but we had that semantic ways of ruling it out. The example where I really needed that was that based on Ruhlmann with the distributive reading in the singular. So the boys are, even with the overt each, doing their homework. So there I asked myself and couldn't find anything semantically wrong, with why not have his here? So you'd have singular, third person, and so on, but particularly singular. That would be perfectly compatible with the meaning generator presupposition that's there. Still, I can't do it. Well, so I said then, we stipulate that this and the trace it's co-indexed with, because they're really, completely co-indexed in this case. They have to match in all the features. Now, I mean, it's just an observation, and maybe it's a coincidence, right? But it strikes me that if I do have, this version of this preference principle, I can say, well, the reason why I can't use the singular here is because I could use the plural. And then, indeed, this would be a case, and maybe it's actually the only one. It would be a case where it's kind of, in that sense, paradoxical. The feature that the preference principle tells me to prefer is the one that's semantically wrong. But I can use it because I can delete it. So maybe so. Indeed, I mean, I have to think about it more carefully, perhaps, because indeed, yeah, there is a question here, about whether just the idea of wanting to subsume the matching requirement under this is really the only reason that this couldn't be thought of in a more semantic way. Right? I think this also, this will sort of go back and forth depending on how exactly we interpret the features, right? So, I mean, I already said, in the discussion of where I introduced this matching requirement, the reason why this was the only example where I needed it was that for other potential examples where I might have thought I needed it, I made a very strong semantics for the features. So I had sort of an alternative way of ruling things out. So for example, I mean, I asked also, like, why do I have a problem with only I did your or his homework. Do I have a problem with the fact that this cannot mean only I did my homework, right? So, and other things, So, and there I said, well, I don't have to stipulate there that these have to be first person, because if they were second person, then, and as you actually pointed out at the time, and second person doesn't just mean, or let's say, no, were these the examples? So second person, so maybe, I guess it was the third person session. So if third person really means excludes the speaker, among other things, then third person couldn't have been used because one instance of this quantification will have to be the speaker. Right? So if third person had sort of a blander semantics, that just is sort of the default and doesn't introduce any presuppositions, then I would have had to appeal to a feature matching requirement in this case also. Right? So indeed, maybe the way I have it now, where I have sort of the strongest possible inherent semantics for each feature, there were few instances where I needed the feature matching, and those are, it seems, subsumed by this preference principle, and they require the preference principle then to work in a way where it forces me to choose a feature that I actually end up deleting. So, okay, so in the first, so in the first case, right, so the first case I discussed, like only I wanted us to get married. This was also a case where I do delete the first person here. Right? So this was the reading, so only I wanted me and you to get married. So I mean, that's the paraphrase. I mean, the paraphrase still has the me in there, but the meaning is such that the alternatives to me are people that are not speakers, right? So are your people, so all X different from me, or no X different from me, X wanted X and you to get married. So this is a case where we rely on deleting the first person. Nevertheless, we have to choose the first person because it's on top of the hierarchy. So I mean, you could say in this case, maybe. I mean, it is a case where the other features also all, given the semantics I gave them, would have led to some semantic problem. So in a way, in some senses, these are the kinds of cases where any feature would lead to a semantic problem in one way or the other if you had to interpret them. So the one you end up choosing here is the one you can delete, but also it's it happens to be the one highest on the hierarchy. So maybe I should have this here, and that I find these things very confusing, and I got lost in my own proposal several times, even as late as last night. But one kind of example also I was looking at, they get a bit cumbersome, but I think one can make the point, are examples where you have a split antecedent pronoun that is a combination of two bound variables. And both of the binders are things like only I, or that, So actually, I mean, unfortunately, if you use two onlys, it's kind of a little hard to process, but it gets a lot easier actually if you have like one only associating with two foci, and it kind of makes the same point. But even so, or you could have one even and one only. I mean, the thing is with the evenness that I was trying to avoid the even because the quantificational action is merely in the presupposition. But just here for the sake of it. So if you had something like even I told only you that we should get married. Right. Yeah, probably this kind of case is going to be more relevant after all. I was hoping at some point I could just avoid it because it's complicated. But okay, so one has to kind of think of a scenario. So now you have to you talk about. Okay, so what's the setup? There's me and various alternatives to me, and each of us, have had many girlfriends, including the addressee. And for all of us, it's true that we wanted to live with many of these previous girlfriends, but only one of them, and that's you, did we consider eligible for marriage, right? So some sort of situation like that. So I'll work on this a bit, and maybe I can improve this scenario, make it clearer. But the sort of abstract structure here, this could be a kind of case where the we is also, it has a split antecedency, but the two antecedents are these two, right? Right, so you have this this is a quantifier of some kind. This is that you could make two onlys, but then it gets even harder to process as it stands at least. Okay, so you have an inherent index I, free indices on I and U, then a quantification here, that's the twos, and another quantification here. And so you want to scope this somehow and represent this properly. But the we now is going to be 2 plus 4. So, okay. And now here, this is a situation actually where, again, the only way actually to get the reading, I think, that I have in mind, if I can make this clear enough, is with the we. But in this case, so I can delete a first-person feature on this, because there's going to be the binder lambda 2 from this, that has first person from the even I. And then there's going to be another binder, lambda 4 that has a second-person feature. So I could also have, so I could have a first person and delete it, or I could have had a second person and deleted it. And neither of them, I would have, been harmful because each of them would have been deletable, and you could have gotten rid of the presuppositions that it introduces. Nevertheless, we don't have a choice, right? So we do need to go for the we, right? So maybe, so I have to think this through some more, but I think maybe this is really the kind of case that Benjamin is looking for, where you see that even when it comes to choices between various features that aren't getting interpreted at all, this hierarchy kicks in. And that is in some sense, the surprising thing. And it might, of course, you might well suspect that all of this is an artifact of my not seeing some alternative to this whole idea of not interpreting the features, right? But that's a different chapter, of course. So, okay, so I guess, so just to sum up, right? So the what I have here now, the system, is now we really do need this version of the feature deletion underbinding that targets the features individually, right? So in some cases it deletes one and not all of the features of a given thing. Arguably we no longer need to actually separately enforce some matching, because at least maybe it's a coincidence of the cases that arise, but the cases that we had, actually, I mean, the clearest cases where we needed the matching were cases where, even though the singular seemed semantically appropriate, the plural, which was deletable, had to be chosen. And that is, we have that in this hierarchy. And so this preference principle now seems to, at least, I mean, among the cases that I've considered, seems to always narrow it down to the one form. So I mean, so the superficial generalization is that basically for each of these readings, you really have only one way of expressing it. The system conspires in a certain way that there isn't really optionality in terms of how you express a given reading. That's of this overgeneration of allowing different options. That's what this principle takes up. Okay, so maybe this is a time then if you have some more questions that you maybe already were holding. So now,
I have a question concerning example 51.
Mm-hmm.
So if you say only you wanted you to get married, if I'm talking to someone who's an ex-girlfriend of John, then I cannot be an ex-girlfriend. I would have to check with a native speaker. But I think I could not say this if I'm one of the ex-girlfriends that didn't want to get married to John. If you say only you wanted you to get married, I don't think it includes me, even if I'm an ex-girlfriend, which would suggest that this minus first speaker and the second person is actually still present.
Okay, so what scenario? So the scenario I had in mind here for 51, right?
Yeah, it's a different scenario.
Okay, so what's your scenario? Okay, let me get it straight.
A is talking to B,
and
A and B are both ex-girlfriends.
Yeah.
But only B wanted to get married to someone else, say John. So if I use you...
Okay, so ex-girlfriends of who?
Of someone, a third person. So it's the ex-girlfriends talking among themselves.
And they're ex-girlfriends of, let's just give the person who they're, John? Yeah, okay. Ex-girlfriends of John. So, are the speaker and the addressee. And now, the sentences, I'm a bit slow with this. Only you wanted, you guys, to get married. And so the reading here, so the intention is here, this means somehow X and John, right? That's all about marrying John. Right?
But what I'm saying is that if the speaker is one of the ex-girlfriends, and this thing cannot range over all the ex-girlfriends, because somehow I think it excludes the speaker.
You think so? Okay, I see what you're saying.
But I think if someone says that, you cannot get it to mean that they include themselves.
Among the alternatives.
Anyway, that would be
I mean, so at least, so again, I'm just doing, because I'm not arguing about English, thinking of the German example. I don't have that intuition, so even for the German case, so so I'm comparing myself to the address, right? So I just make it a bigger story. So both of us really loved John. We were really committed. We both wanted to live with him, but only you wanted you guys to get married. You don't think that works? I mean, as I said, I'm not in the business of talking anybody out of the judgments about English, obviously. I mean, I'm just asking.
That would be a test to see whether there is a remnant of the non-first.
So, I mean, what would be your take on why this would be? So you would say that because this is second person, and the speaker should not be included in the range. So, but I mean, then you would expect this even in simpler. Like, so, take a simple example. I forget the split antecedency. So we are just talking again about me and you, and who did the homework. And I say only you did your homework. And I suppose you agree that that can mean I didn't do mine, right? So in this case, we seem to have no problem having me an alternative, even though the pronoun that shows up, of course, is you, right? So, and your intuition is that in this case, with the split case, it's somehow harder. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's that. I mean, these examples. The English versions in particular suffer from the additional sort of processing impediment having to do with the number ambiguity of you, and there might be, I mean, people in general, I mean, there might be sort of gradations as to how easy this feature deletion is for people. But yes, I mean, it's definitely something I wouldn't expect. Yeah, so it shouldn't hurt, that the speaker is here among the alternatives. So I mean, indeed. So in the system I have, because the prediction is that first person could not have been used here because the first person, unlike the second person, would not have been deletable, right? And then would have imposed the condition that everybody, including the address here, gives together with John something that includes the speaker. So I certainly, I predict that what you have to use if you want to say this in this scenario is the second person. But so I guess you would then say there's really no good way to say it at all, right? Right. You just have to avoid the split mind case. Yeah, I don't know which of you wanted to say something first.
So, maybe this is a very naive question, but I was wondering whether, so in all these cases where you have a focus instead of adverbial, if you were to give someone a rule as to which pronoun choose, pragmatically it would be okay, it seems to me, to say, well, just see what pronoun you would use if there were no adverb at all. So in the case of I told you that we should get married, we have no problem to predict we need the first person plural, and just keep it the same when you add the focus instead of adverbs. In all the cases, I'm not talking about the boys each did their homework, and I'm not talking about that, but all these cases where focus operators, it seems to me that it would work.
That's descriptively accurate, but it's a very strange kind of rule. Right? I would ask why.
But I don't see why I don't see why it would be more stipulative than the hierarchy.
No, because I mean it's a very strange rule. It says here's a sentence. Take something away from it that's absolutely crucial to its meaning, and ask yourself what you would say if you took that away. Why is that relevant? Right? I mean, it's like I don't know of no other principle of that type. That you look at a sentence and you take away a crucial part of what determines the truth conditions, and you ask yourself what you would say there, and then this applies here. I mean, why the hell should that be the case? I mean,
but for instance, if you take just a simple example like only I did my homework, and if you think that conditions are checked step by step, and that at some point you have just the sentence I only did my homework, and then you add only. That at this point, this is to be grammatical with a good exception.
Well, okay. So I mean, so the story would be only I. All these cases with only I really somehow processed as a conjunction, right? So only I did my homework is something like I did my homework and everybody else didn't, or nobody else did, or some other conjunct. And the rule is somehow only the first conjunct is relevant for the morphology. But still, I find this a very strange rule. Why is the first conjunct and not the second one relevant? I mean, why is, as I said, I mean, the exclusive part of the meaning of only is by everyone's lights, not just some sort of side effect. It's really the truth condition, right? And if anything, it's the other part, the one without the only, that has a sort of more backgrounded status as just being presupposed. So, I mean, it's true. I mean, descriptively, that is correct. You throw away the only, and then you ask yourself what pronoun do I use, right? I mean, it's also, of course, captured in some very obvious way, because that amounts to my saying, for some dumb syntactic reason, the features that the only X gets are the ones of X, they're percolated, so that therefore, this descriptive generalization is directly predicted. But I still, just to make that descriptive generalization really, drive the theory, it would strike me as a very strange move. I mean, I don't know. So what sort of principle is that?
But
look at some other sentence and have some intuitions and then.
But what if we said that, the sentence only I did my homework contains the constituent I did my homework, and this already has logical form with I having a first person pronoun.
Yeah, and then but then what's with the second conjunct, right? So then so the whole thing indeed would be like the two conjuncts. The first one determines morphological matters, and the second one somehow isn't relevant, even though it's truth conditionally, at least as important. I mean, if there were lots of phenomena of this type all over the place, then I guess I would get used to it, right? But it seems to me, I mean, maybe in my own limited worldview, it doesn't remind me of anything else, as working that way. So. I mean, you could ask, like, does this remind one of anything else? I don't know. I mean, that it's too. In some ways, I mean, it's still too immature in terms of how it's worked out to see that clearly, right? So there's sort of a vague feeling that I have, that this will fit. And I don't know that much really also about morphology and these other places where people have this idea that you insert features, by comparing some options and so on. And so it indeed, I mean, I could very well see that this turns out to be not very nice either. In which case, other things definitely have as good a right to be pursued, right? But I mean, that's just my feeling about it, right? So that I guess maybe we have somewhat different hunches. I mean, similar reactions to use I have gotten on many occasions from Philip Schlenker, that he also somehow pushes these facts aside and says, "Oh, this is something about vehicle change," and dealt with somewhere else. But I really, I would have liked to see somebody work this out some more and be converted.
My question is a follow-up on my previous question, and in something like you said that your hierarchy predicts that there will be this one reading, this one way of expressing it, and namely, only I wanted us to get married. But so if you admit that with the null pronoun you can express the same thing, only I wanted to get married, and also with you have it with only you wanted to get married. There might be a principle that, I don't think it's an alternative to your principle, or I don't claim that, but that might work together with that principle, namely that if you have this simpler way of expressing that, there is an economy principle where, so given that you can express the reading by saying, only I wanted to get married, if you said only I wanted me or myself to get married, there is no reason why you would have recourse to this way of expressing, where you have features that get generated and then deleted, whereas with the null pronoun, presumably, even if you have some features, they aren't those features that will get generated and then deleted. So,
But I mean, how do you square this then? I mean, so the two variants with the pro or whatever this empty thing is, and the us are really in free variation. They're both okay. It's not the case that since it can be empty, you must make it empty. Right? So how is this consistent with what you're trying to say? So I didn't mean, of course, to say that there will be literally only one way to express a given reading. Just among everything else being equal, these ways of putting features on an overt pronoun, it'll narrow it down to one. So I'm not quite clear, I guess. So I guess what you have in mind somehow is that the existence of the empty, the pro, would somehow block some of these other bad choices, but not the us. And I'm not quite sure why that would be.
So the suggestion, it's a naive suggestion that I'm throwing out, wouldn't be that it would only I wanted myself to get married. It really sounds bad. And so there might be your hierarchy might be one reason why it's blocked, but there might be another reason why it's, well, inhibited so strongly is that if you, you have this simple way of expressing it. So I'm not.
Yeah, I mean it's possible, right? Yeah, but indeed, so it would be sort of a complicated constellation now, so that these singular things are somehow in more direct competition with the prod and the plural ones, and there could be a reason for that. I mean, I haven't thought about that.
I had a follow-up on that.
Yeah.
I think in English, when you say only Mary, you cannot see the constituency because only does not show any agreement.
Yeah.
But if you take any language with agreement, you will see that there is at least one variant where you see only feminine Mary wanting them to get married or something like this, and that strongly suggests that only in Mary form a constituent, which would exclude the possibility that you've been proposing that Mary wanted us to get married as a constituent.
Yeah, but actually, I mean, this is sort of a different topic. Somewhat I alluded to it briefly last time. But yeah, for example, what I have read about the syntax of these focus particles in German, I'm being quite convinced by. There's a number of people that have worked on this over the years. Joachim Jacobs and more recently Daniel Bühring and Katharina Hartmann. These people argue quite persuasively, that contrary to superficial appearances, in German, things like, so the equivalent would be nur ich and then, so this is only I make my homeworks. In German, actually, the constituency really is like this. Yeah, and so I mean, there's some prima facie counter arguments to that. First and foremost, the fact that makes this a verb third construction. But there's overwhelming evidence that it's nevertheless right. I mean, okay, at least it's a very credible position that I'm inclined to share. So I would, I would want it to be the case that this doesn't, and then in English, I could have also looked at examples where the only and the focus clearly do not form a constituent. So I could have used examples like, John only introduced you focus to your students. Meaning, he introduced you to his students, he did not introduce me to my students, and did not introduce Mary to her students, and so on. So it's exactly the same kind of thing, where you want to make sure then when you get to your students that you don't stick to the second person here. And here, any blind person can see that these are not a constituent, right? So I hope that nothing, I don't want anything that I say to depend on that. But the analysis of these kinds of examples, actually, to get the bound reading, and this in a way was already worked out in considerable detail in Mats Ruth's thesis. It's actually very crucial, to distinguish then, between the constituent you and the constituent you focus. Those are semantically completely different animals. And the structure that you need for a bound reading, quite independently of anything to do with the features, is one where you have something like, so, I mean, you have to move this somehow, maybe not to the edge of the sentence, but I'll do it for the moment. You have something like only, and then you have a sentence with a focus in it, and so you have something like you focus, and then you have a binder, and you have a trace of that, and you have in here, so you have, so you have John introduced trace to, and then a co-index pronoun, so John introduced trace to your students. So, and this, of course, this you, of course, is also a variable, so it's a free pronoun. But the point is, you do not want to co-index this with this. You want to co-index this with, I can call it a quantifier. It's not a quantifier, but it's actually something whose meaning effectively, I mean, like, depending on how you do it, but in root semantics, when you hit the F here in the meaning, you create all these alternatives. So in some sense, it's like a quantifier. The variation over alternative values is done by this. So this is the kind of structure you need here. And I would tell the exact same story, right? The only in a way is out in outer space and doesn't interfere with anything. But point again is, of course, the focus feature. You don't even hear it, much less is it in any position to determine its own features, right? So whatever features you have here, second singular you have here, and you have here, and you have here, and obviously you have here, and then here and here you get to delete them, right? And these are not useful for anything anyway. So it's the same picture, and this gives you exactly, so if you know, I mean, this is cryptic to anybody here that doesn't know things about focus semantics here, but if you just go and open Matsruth's thesis and you look at how something like this would be interpreted, what happens is precisely here you have the lambda abstract, lambda x, John introduced x to x as students, and now you generate an ordinary value where you just apply this to the addressee. So you have John introduced addressee to addressee student, and then you also have a focus value for this constituent, which is all the different propositions of the form John introduced x to x as students for different people. And crucially, to get the covariation here, you need this particular configuration. So I tell exactly the same story here, and of course, as I said, no dispute about whether or not this is a constituent. Anybody can see it. That isn't really crucial to anything. And I think again, I could say, like with Benjamin, a descriptive generalization is say the sentence, well, say the sentence without the focus already. You don't hear it anyway, right? And examine your conscience as to what features you put here, and that's what you get. But as I said, I don't understand what sort of rule is this. I mean, that's the descriptive generalization. But so that is because these are like the adjoint only, if there is such a thing, not the sort of thing that's of the syntactic or morphological kind to impose the features on the constituent it forms. But, well. So, okay, so now we did fill the time. So, okay, so this is a good point. So this is kind of like the first chunk. And as I said, we switch gears a little bit, but hopefully things will connect. Talking about. So I announced, by the way, and put on the website this paper by Harley and Ritter. After that, I read stuff from Rolf Neuer's thesis, which is cited there, and I actually find that. Maybe it's just because I'm new to this sort of general typological literature. I find the Neuer thing more transparent and useful for my purposes. So I'll actually be talking more about that than about. And unfortunately, this is not something that's available electronically. It's an MIT dissertation from '92 and also published by Garland Press. But short of scanning it in, which I didn't get around to, I couldn't make it available electronically. Just to warn you. But I'll talk about material from that as well as Uli Sauerland's work tomorrow. And handout here, it's all about person, yeah, and then I'll probably start talking a bit about number and continue that into the next lecture. So, just realized that I hadn't actually put Uli Sauerland's paper on the website for the course, but I made it in Benjamin. Yeah, so this is an unpublished paper. In fact, it's sort of part here handout. And as Aura, who knows more about MIT than I do, pointed out to me, I was able to get the Neue thesis electronically. So I mean, it's apparently being sent to me. So I'm people that are interested also make that available. Okay, so I start sort of with a little bit of very superficial summary of some of the things that I learned from Neu's thesis, and then I talk a bit about Uli Sauerland's ideas. And so, as I said, the focus here is on the person features. Right? So Neue is concerned in this chapter mostly with saying something about what are universally possible person systems, and what are an idea there is to break down the traditional labels for persons into more elementary semantic atoms, and that can be combined in a compositional semantics and say something about what they are. So, I mean, I understand, I know nothing about these things, and some people might know more, but it appears, that really, the vast majority of languages have one of two person systems, and pretty much, as far as I could say, also from looking at the Harley and Ritter paper, it looks like pretty much every language has either a four-person or a three-person system, right? And so I mean, in Harley and Ritter they actually have some numbers, and it looks like it's like say some close to 2/3 of the languages have three-person systems of the type that we are familiar with from English, German, French, and so on, and the remaining maybe a little more than a third has four-person systems. Yeah, so the three-person systems, we know, so we have first, a second, and a third person. The four-person systems, what seems to be happening is that the first person is further divided into two, and there's a so-called inclusive and a so-called exclusive first person. So, because this will only be relevant in the plural, but so in the inclusive first person means that both the speaker and the addressee are included, and the exclusive person means that the speaker is included and the addressee is excluded. And apparently in every language, whether in addition then some third person not identical to the speaker or addressee is included, this is never specified. It might be disambiguated by the number indirectly, but it's not part of the person system. Okay. So in fact, so Neue starts with some observations about precisely the fact that the presence or absence of third people different from speaker and hearer is never really regulated by the person system. So he goes through some things that are apparent counterexamples, and so his argument is that to the extent that you think that the features really say something about whether or not a person different from speaker here is included, it's always an indirect effect, for example, of number. So if you have a singular in the first person, then you know that only the speaker can be included, and if you have a dual first person inclusively, as in languages that have these more complicated number systems, then you also know that the third person cannot be included, but this is not part of the person system. So in fact, so he sets up a feature system that only really specifies things regarding the speaker and the addressee. And so it's it's sort of intentional that there's no sort of elementary feature that says anything about to the effect that non-speaker, non-addresses have to be or must not be included. This is just not not a primitive. Okay. I have in 4, I have his proposal now. So he has like two two valued features, that are sort of the atomic person features in a way, and so the traditional 3 or 4 persons are sort of complexes of those. I write them as S for speaker and A for addressing. Unfortunately, the abbreviation A is sort of used by other people to mean author, so it's very confusing. Maybe I should have used H there, but addressing is clearer than here, because there's really a difference between this somebody that hears your utterance and somebody being addressed. Anyway, so S and A is my notation here, so these features, for Neue, both of them have a plus and a minus value. The semantics is actually not such that one is the plus and the minus values are negations of each other, not exactly, sort of almost. Right? So basically, the idea is that if you have a plus value, then the meaning of the feature is that somebody is included in the reference. And if you have a minus value, the meaning is actually that somebody is excluded. And so to the extent that the speaker or the addressee might be a plurality of individuals, there's a sense in which this logically doesn't quite carve up the possibilities. So in a way, neither feature specification is sort of applicable to the situation where, say, if you were addressing a plurality of people and some of them would be included in your intended reference and the others wouldn't. So there's actually no discussion of what, whether one can sort of have any data on what happens in these kinds of cases. But the way I understand it is that one just somehow has to avoid this situation. So the case of, most people completely disregard also the possibility that the speaker might be a plurality, but it's actually not so uncommon. So like especially, you could, for example, 2 people could jointly write a letter. Right? So it's very clear that then you would use we, and that would in this case comprise the entire speaker or author of the speech act or whatever, which is a plurality. Right? So it's much more common, of course, to address a plurality of people, although also it's always very easy in this because if all these people are present, to kind of switch, as you need to addressing actually one of them as opposed to another. Right? So but these situations do occur, and so one might ask, I don't know. So, but it seems so in a sense, if one considers the possibility of collective speakers and collective addresses, and these features do not completely carve up the domain of possibilities, but otherwise they do. So the semantics, I'm sort of writing it in the same sort of presuppositional format here. Neue doesn't really specify details of this type. For the plus and minus values of the speaker and the addressee features are, the plus always means includes, the minus means excludes, and S corresponds to address to speaker and to addressee. So you would get sort of these 4 possible presuppositions. For the person systems that one actually finds, the 4-person system and the standard 3-person system, then what we call first person would really be the complex of the features plus S and plus A. So that means includes speaker and so that's the first person inclusive in the 4-person system. Includes speaker, includes addressee, then the first person exclusive is includes speaker, does not include addressee. Second person is minus S plus A, and third person is minus both. And you can sort of so this, as I said, with the exception of trying to sort of cut up collective addresses or speakers in the middle, discovers all the possibilities of what you might be referring to. And the 3-person systems that are tested seem to be all of the type that you just you have a first person that is just specified as plus S. It really just says includes the speaker, and it just doesn't say anything one way or the other about addresses. And then when it comes to the minus speaker, then it's it's sub-specified into two for the second and third person as to where the address is included. So these are the possibilities apparently that are found. So you spend some time sort of considering. I mean, as I said, this project is to kind of say something about what does and does not occur, right? So as I said, the first point he makes, is that there's never any specific regulation regarding non-participants, non-speakers, non-addresses, right? And that's really encoded just in his choice of primitives, since there is no such thing as plus minus, non-participant, you just couldn't express that. So that is really quite straightforward. Then the prediction that indeed is that, as far as the number allows it, any one of these 4 or 3 categories can include non-participants in addition. But still, so with these two valued features you could in a way expect quite a few more possible systems, right? So I mean, even so, plausibly we might not consider any systems that would leave a large class of possible reference just simply unreferable to, right? So let's say we only consider systems that have some space for every possible referent. But for example, for 3-person systems, this you might imagine many other ways in a way of sort of collapsing a natural class in the 4-person system, right? I mean, so you can sort of think of the actually existing 3-person system that is very common cross-linguistically as a just collapsing of the first 2 categories in the 4-person system. In other words, I mean, with this feature system you can pick out a natural class plus S, and that is the first person in the 3-person system. But of course there are many other natural classes that there's 3 others that you can have in this 2x2 pictures that might also be collapsed. And these things don't seem to occur. So for example, and so I just sort of wrote them out here as a kind of silly exercise in 7 through 9 here on the handout. I mean, if you so what did I do here? So this is kind of, this would be in 7. That would be a 3-person system that has no distinctions when it comes to not including the speaker. And so effectively, this is a system that collapses 2nd and 3rd person into the same form. So what the 2nd and 3rd person would be just 1, and then but it does make a distinction here then between the inclusive and the exclusive 1st person. So this looks in a way just as straightforward as the one in 6 but this doesn't seem to happen ever. And then the other possibilities here, so in 8 we have a situation of a system that has a kind of a generalized category that would be 2nd person and 1st person inclusive. And then it has a kind of what one might call an exclusive and then it has has something corresponding to an exclusive 1st person and a 3rd person. So that it collapses the 2nd person with the 1st person inclusive. Again, just from looking at this doesn't look any stranger, that it also does not exist. And finally, in 9, this would be a system that has an inclusive 1st person and this one again, so it, what is this doing? It collapses the exclusive 1st person with the 3rd person. So, this seems to be quite clear that no such things occur. And then there's we could have some very natural 2-person systems in this just say a language that only cares about whether the speaker is included, or one that only cares about whether the address is included. Again, yeah, these do not seem to exist. I mean, so Isabel takes a second and third hand, but I mean that seems to be the consensus. Yeah, I want. I mean, in the end, I mean, I think what Neuer has to say about this. I mean, yes, you can read it for yourself if you're interested. But I mean, it amounts to essentially us making some stipulations. Yeah, and so I mean, so the generalizations that he observes then about the things that don't occur. So one, in a way, is that whether or not the speaker is included always is specified. Right? Yeah, so in a way, no language has person categories that are sort of non-committal as to whether the speaker is included. I think so. Yeah, that just I mean, means somehow, in some sense, that inclusion or exclusion of the speaker is really a very important concept and is never really left unspecified. So if we say that there can't be any category that is non-committal as to whether the speaker is in it or not, that actually excludes two of these additional three-person systems and one of the two-person systems also. But that's not quite enough, right? So then the other generalization is sort of a little bit stranger. It says that in order to not specify whether or not the address is included, you have to specify that the speaker is included, right? And this, I mean, I can't sort of, see any very obvious rationale for that. But I mean, that is sort of the generalization that you see here. So only when you have plus S, in other words, you stipulate, you have something that requires the speaker to be included, can you sort of leave off, a specification as to whether the hearer is included or excluded. If you have a minus S category, then you must specify whether the address is included or excluded. Okay, so I'll leave it at that here, but I mean, this is just a sort of background to see. I mean, in a way, as you see, I mean, the existing systems are very few, they're just these two, right? So the 4-person and the 3-person system, and so in a sense, it's probably, if you just have two and everything else is included, it's probably in many ways in which one could sort of think of a positive or negative characterization of that. But this is the picture we have there. Okay, so one thing to highlight here. So I mean, Neuer, just like I did, so far informally, and as what common sense, suggests, the idea is that the semantics of the person features and also, so more, furthermore, the semantics of these atomic elements that make up the person system have both positive and negative meanings, right? So their features as meaning is something is included, and their features as meaning is something is excluded, right? So there's positive and negative meanings. Okay, so in Sauerland's approach, he starts with sort of 3 interesting theses, and one of them actually is kind of a severe constraint on what's of a possible meaning for an elementary person feature, and he actually says the same about number features and discusses, namely that, I mean, so intuitively speaking, only positive or inclusionary properties are possible meanings. Right? So the technical way of expressing this here I have is to say that every feature has to express a persistent or upward monotone property. So this is technical jargon, but the idea is these are properties that when they hold of an individual will necessarily hold of any bigger individuals that include that one. Right? So if you think of a property like includes the speaker, right? Then if you have a plurality that includes the speaker, then obviously any larger plurality that includes the first one will also include the speaker. same here for a property like includes the addressing, right? So anything that's of the form includes blah blah blah, has this logic, that if something includes some other thing, then any bigger thing includes it also. Whereas anything that that is of the form excludes, such that does not have this property, right? So if you have a plurality that excludes the speaker, it's not guaranteed that a bigger plurality will also exclude the speaker. Right? So this is, as I said, these kinds of properties are generally called monotonicity properties, and in other areas, in semantics, people have had this idea that sort of the basic atoms, out of which meanings are built, have this persistence property, and Sauerland makes this hypothesis particularly for the elementary features that make up these 5 feature systems, in particular the person. So this means the elements that Neuer has are not at all possible, right? So all these minus features are not possible meanings according to this idea. So there could only be things like plus s and plus a, includes but not things like minus. So this of course it raises an obvious question about how the intuitions that lead us to think that, for example, second person means exclude speaker, how they come about, and get to this meaning that this is one of the main points of Sauerland's paper. So further, an additional idea that Sauerland has is that so within a given domain, like say person, number, and the whole set of the alternating features is always ordered in a, you can sort of order it along a scale, so that so if you think of each feature is expressing a property, then you can order the feature, the values for like for person, for example, in a scale, so that the first one entails all the ones lower on the scale, the second one, so each entails all the ones lower on the scale. So this means, moreover, it means so like not only in Neuer's features like the minus ones couldn't exist because they're not persistent, and it also means that, for example, you couldn't have a system in which there's one person that means plus s includes the speaker, and another one that just means includes the addressee, right? Because those two are not ordered with respect to each other in this way. So neither property implies the other, right? So from the fact that something includes the speaker, you cannot infer that it includes the addressee nor the other way around, right? So these would be sort of logically independent properties, and neither of them entailing the other, and so they could not be alternative values for person according to Sauerland. Okay? So we'll talk about what evidence that what he then says about second person, and what evidence he sees for this. Yes.
Could you have an addressee feature that only appears in an inclusive first person?
So you mean, could you have a system where you have an inclusive first person, but you don't have, for example, something corresponding to a second person that means, includes the addressee and excludes the speaker?
Right, second person would just be...
Yeah, you see examples. Like you see that for, it is possible, with the assumptions that Sauerland makes, for example, to characterize a 4-person system, and so they do indeed have, an inclusive first person. So we'll see how this works. I think it will be clearer when we see the examples. Let me just sort of briefly mention like the third main ingredient of Sauerland's proposal, which is in a way that takes, it's an ingredient that takes up the slack from not having any features that semantically really exclude somebody from the reference of the pronoun. And that is a principle called maximized presupposition that generates, in an indirect way, sort of analogous to Gricean generation of quantity implicatures, the so-called implicated presuppositions, which are not the literal meaning of the features, but sort of come about by comparing a chosen feature combination with something else that the speaker could have chosen in that situation, and it would have presupposed something. Okay, so this is quite abstract, but I will illustrate how this works. talks now. So it illustrates what Sauerland's idea is for the in fact, he only talks about the standard three-person system, but I think the general ideas can be easily extrapolated. Okay, so how is the three-person system characterized here? So what do the elementary features have to be? So as I pointed out, I mean, it's not possible for him to have a feature that says includes the speaker and also one that says includes the hearer, because then there wouldn't be a scale of a linear scale of everything being ordered for entailment. So for the second person, he actually has to have something different. So the picture is as in 17. So the idea is the first person, and so here of course I don't write plus minus because the features really only they're either there or they're not. Right? These are not bivalent features because it's negative values into this time. So the first person just has the basic atom S, which says includes the speaker. The second person, so it says a kind of funny semantics. It actually says includes speaker or addressee. So if a kind of disjunctive meaning. I mean, you can express this in a non-disjunctive way. I mean, as Sauerland actually does, by sort of introducing a notion participant, that just means speaker or addressee, right? And then you would say, that's why this is called P here. So this second person, according to him, the sort of literal presupposition generated by second person is just includes speaker or addressee, or includes some participant. Doesn't say which, and the third person is basically semantically vacuous. I just wrote here it's an identity function. You also might just say it's not interpreted at all. Right? So that's the proposal. So you can see here that indeed these are on a scale where each entails the next. Right? So to include the speaker entails to include the speaker or include the addressee. To include the speaker or the addressee, of course, entails the tautology. So the vacuous one is everybody. It's a property that everybody has, and and each of them is an asymmetric entailment. So in the other direction, because it isn't entailed. Okay. So that's the idea. So in the persons here, really each of the characterization in terms of these atoms is quite simple. So the atomic meanings are include speaker, includes participant, and semantically zero. And these correspond indeed to the three persons. Okay. So what is the argument for this? Okay. So it sort of proceeds. So there's two steps now. So the first step is to show that sometimes, it is useful to have this, what I call weak semantics, for the third and the second person. And then the next point is, of course, to explain why we normally think, that, for example, third person not only is compatible with any possible referent, but rather it excludes addressee and speaker. So where does this come from? I think this is going to be the work of this maximized presupposition principle. Okay, so first to see that Sauerland's point here that there is sometimes an advantage to having this very weak semantics particularly for the third person feature. He looks at examples like the example in 19, every one of us is responsible. Right? So this is the idea here is we have a plurality denoted by us, which is a plurality that will include the speaker because this is a first person pronoun. And then by saying having this partitive construction, everyone off, we quantify over the individuals in this plurality. And the observation is, here in this example, it's seen just for the number agreement, but we could also, by the verbal agreement, but we could also show it by, for example, putting a reflexive somewhere in the same sort of pronoun. The point is that the whole thing, every one of us is third person. So very vaguely, and so the issue here is that there's in some sense, there's a tension between the common belief that third person means excludes the speaker, among other things, and the fact that every one of us does, of course, quantify over a set of people that include the speaker. And so how do you reconcile these things? And Sauerland's idea is that this comes directly, this is okay directly by the fact that the third person actually doesn't really mean anything. In particular, does not mean isn't or doesn't include the speaker. Right? So the idea is, so the point, so these general assumptions are, if you don't make up your mind yet about what the third person means, but you have the idea that it introduces some kind of presupposition, right? Then, just because of the structure of the sentence, you would have in some logical form where you have the quantifier every one of us binding a variable here. This is variable trace 8 here in the structure that ranges over individuals, and you seem to have a third person feature on that variable. I mean, that's where every one of us is coming from, and that's why you get the verbal agreement here. Third person, Okay. So the question is, what's with this third person feature here on this variable? Right here. And the general structure of the sentence is so that if some presupposition were generated here about what the properties of the values of this variable are, then this whole sentence should presuppose that for every one of us this presupposition holds. So the point now is if the presupposition of third person does not include the speaker, and does not include the addressee, but in particular does not include the speaker, then there should be a presupposition generated for this whole sentence that says, every single individual among us does not include the speaker. Right? But that, of course, is not to be assumed, right? Because since us is a plurality that does, in fact, has to include the speaker, then it cannot be that every person among us fails to include the speaker. There has to be at least one that is the speaker. Right. Yes,
you said every one of us are first person plural, or first person singular, responsible. When there's multiple speakers and they're all talking at once.
Okay, wait. Still, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, right? Because the assumption here is that everyone is really a distributive universe. So no matter what you start out with as the thing after the off, right? You will there have a quantification, all of whose values are always just individual people. Right? So I mean, if you think of the case where us is the collective speaker, right? So there's nobody other than that just aggravates this problem here, right? I mean, so the problem that you would have by saying that third person presupposes doesn't include the speaker. I mean, Sauerland's point is that generally, when we say every one of us, it will be the case that there's going to be at least one value, normally one, right? For this quantifier that is the speaker, and therefore it can't be that every single one of them excludes the speaker. But if you take an example where us is really the collective speaker, maybe then perhaps, I don't know, includes. But is that the point? I mean, that you sort of talk about exclude versus overlap. I mean,
It's the other way around. Was the question of why can't you use the first person?
Okay, so according to Sauerland, then why couldn't you? Okay, okay, so that's tricky. Okay, so maybe he doesn't actually address this, but the answer I would give to this, okay, so suppose, so we have this situation where you and I are writing a letter together, about maybe 3 people, we sign it, Irene, so us is really, in a way, the speaker, right? It's a collective speaker in this case. Then, indeed, so your question is, wouldn't we, never mind, like here, but we're still in the issue of why 19 is a fine set, right? But yeah, wouldn't we in Sauerland system predict, you know, that at least it should be also an option to have first person, you know, on maybe not first person plural, right? So let's say that because everyone is distributed, it would be first person singular. So we wouldn't have something like every one of us and responsible. This is totally bad. Here's what I would say. I don't know if that's what you would say. I would say, okay, so this really requires that the relevant meaning is actually not overlaps with the speaker, but includes the speaker. So includes the complete speaker. Yeah, and that will not be the case then for these individuals that we quantify over. That's at least that's the answer I would give. Yeah, so that rules out the first person. And yeah, so yeah, this kind of like exploits so the combination of there being this distributive quantifier that really goes down to quantifying over atoms. Yeah. So in a way, the dilemma is if us consists entirely of speakers, right? Yeah, then in a way, no individual in there can include the whole speaker, and if it consists of a speaker and some other things, then there will be some values that just don't even overlap with the speaker. Yeah, but first person will not be appropriate either way. Yes.
But isn't it the case that third person is very different on noun phrases than on pronouns anyway? Because I mean, at least in Spanish, if you say something like Spaniards love wine, I can be a Spaniard. But if I say in Spain they love wine, I'm implying I'm not a Spaniard. So on pronouns, it's really exclusive. Or I can say in English, women like fancy clothes, and I might include myself in that, which obviously I'm not. But you might. It doesn't exclude it, but it's clearly third person plural. So on noun phrases, person, even though they're clearly grammatically third person, singular or plural, it doesn't seem to have the same value.
But is this really a difference between? So what you're saying is that like full noun phrases as opposed to pronominal ones. So the third person has kind of a weaker meaning in the first place.
If you have these kind of pronominals that can be determinants, if you say many think that he should have resigned, I can be one of them. It doesn't exclude me at all. But if I say they think he should resign, it doesn't.
But I mean, it's really a question whether if you say something like. It's a well-known fact about women that they like fancy clothes. Like, it has a they in it, but I don't think it makes it any harder for you to, just not exclude yourself, right? I mean, it's not. It doesn't turn on whether. I mean, maybe you would say, right. So you're saying a they that isn't bound, right? A referential they, you say, is harder to interpret as. Including the speaker than a non-pronominal phrase. That may be the case.
It's a well-known fact about women that then they is bound.
Yeah, okay. So let's set the bound cases aside.
Where the feature has to be interpreted because they're not necessarily bound because they're free actually.
So I mean, at this point, right? I mean, this is a Sauerland wants to say even for pronouns, right? Yeah, third person doesn't really mean exclusive speaker; it's an illusion, right? Yeah. So of course, it would be just fine with him, of course, that a third person on a non-pronominal thing. In fact, that's what he assumes. Also, does not exclude the speaker. But this might be sort of an issue when we get to this the second part, where how you pragmatically then derive that in practice that they will exclude the speaker, and you might not want to derive the same thing as for something like women. And I don't know what the answer to that would be. Perhaps one might say women anyway doesn't even refer to any group of people, and refers to a kind. Semantics for generics that makes this a totally different thing, and then it perhaps might not be relevant. So one would have to wonder, like, if you make it a definite plural, like the women in France or something like that. If that is any different, I don't know. You don't think so? So I don't know. But indeed, I don't know what the answer to that question would be. But it's a question that, in the context of what Sauerland wants to say, it would be a question about why the pragmatic reasoning that excludes the speaker for the pronoun doesn't seem to, in the same way, applying for the non-pronominal. Yeah, so maybe, yeah, okay, so what are the questions?
I'm going to ask, didn't the system that you proposed last time account for this?
Yeah, so I'm going to talk about alternatives, right? For this and other things. And okay, so let me just, so here's what, so Sauerland's reasoning about this example is just simply this. If we assume, that third person really means excludes the speaker, right, we would generate an undesirable presupposition for 19. I mean, in a way, one that conflicts, with the fact that for other reasons we must quantify all the parts of the group, including the speaker. And so, in a way, you get a contradiction there. And by the same reason, I mean, with the very same reasoning, one can, I mean, we can change the example to, replacing us by a plural second person, like, so every one of you is responsible. Again, here you see it, from the verbal agreement, but you could also put, a pronoun in that shows it. The point here is, that if third person, as is, naively assumed, meant excludes the addressee, right? Then every one of you really shouldn't work, with the third person. Okay. So for this, so we haven't yet talked at all about this, this meaning for the second person, and I'll get to that, and there's actually a problem that he acknowledges. But as far as the third person goes, so his idea is that if it had sort of a substantive presupposition of any kind, right? These examples should not be good. So if it doesn't have one, then we're fine, right? So, but what we now need to do, of course, is explain the very obvious fact, that you can't use, for example, she, to refer to yourself as the speaker, right? Or to the hearer. I mean, except, as I said, in sort of special styles, that I mentioned. Okay, so how does this go? So I mean, this is the reason. So if you say she's confused, then somehow, it's more clear that by she and me myself, there's something strange about that. So how is that explained? So the point now is for Sauerland, this is not actually a presupposition failure. I think unlike the way I talked about it before, Moye would talk about it. It's not a presupposition failure because no presuppositions are generated by the third person feature. Right? It's completely coherent on the level of presuppositions. But here now comes this other principle, this maximized presupposition principle, which says that every time you're going to utter a sentence like this, you have to consider its alternatives and their presuppositions. And the a part of the theory has to be to sort of specify what qualifies as an alternative for a given choice of sentence. So here we assume specifically that anything that's a minimal variation of the sentence uttered that just uses different values for the 5 features, particularly the person features here, qualifies as an alternative. So if we just forget about number for the moment and just talk about person, the alternatives for she is confused will be you are confused and I am confused. These are the alternatives. So I mean, this same sentence with a different specification for the person feature. Right? So the idea now is before we can pass she's confused as felicitous, we have to check what these other alternatives presuppose and make sure that there isn't one among them that presupposes more, presupposes something stronger, and that I could have felicitously used. Right? Okay, so this is very analogous to the standard Dreisen reasoning where you say, and for example, when somebody says some of the students got A's, you understand that as implying that not all students got A's, and the reason why you understand it that way is that you consider, the speaker had a choice between saying some of the students got A's and all the students got A's, and all the students got A's would have been a stronger claim. They didn't make that claim, so presumably, they were not in a position to make that claim, and then with some the assumptions, you can assume that they, that's because that isn't a true fact, according to them. Right? So the same here is done on the level of presuppositions. Right? So you always, between a number of competing forms that you could utter, you must choose the one that has the strongest presupposition that you can stand up for as a presupposition, and if you choose one that doesn't have the strongest possible presupposition, then the addressee is entitled to conclude that the stronger presupposition could not have been made. Right? Okay. So how does this, so and here now it's crucial, right, that the presuppositions of these various alternatives are sort of ordered in this way on a scale of asymmetrically entailing members, right? So, she is confused, with the third person presupposes nothing, or technically presupposes the tautology. And you are confused, according to Sauerland, presupposes that the referent includes either the speaker or the addressee. Right? So this, of course, entails the tautology, and so it's a stronger presupposition. And I am confused presupposes that the referent includes the speaker, so that entails both that the referent includes speaker or addressee in the tautology. Right? So we have this scale, and so at the point now where I'm saying she's confused, it will be inferred that I'm not in a position to presuppose that my intended referent for the pronoun includes speaker or addressee or includes the speaker. Right? And when can that be? Well, that could only be, presumably, in this case, in pronoun direct, I know what I'm referring to. So it has to be that I'm referring to something that excludes both speaker and addressee. Otherwise, I should be able to make at least one of these presuppositions. Right? And so, in particular, if I'm referring to myself, then I could have made the strongest presupposition, namely that this includes the speaker, and I would have had to use the first person. Yes?
Doesn't that have the same problem that the Gricean account does? You can, one of the reasons you can say some of the people pass is that you don't know whether people pass or not. So sometimes you can say something from a second, you might not know whether it's you or somebody else, why can't you say it?
Yeah, so, okay, so indeed, strictly speaking, the prediction here, I guess, would be that cases of ignorance about what the referent includes would be cases also then where you can, where you would use, felicitously, say, a third person. Right? Now, it's kind of hard to assess, I think, because, it's sort of a fact, of course, about these referential pronouns, like the elements that, this convention is, in some sense, they're not felicitous if you don't know who we're referring to. Right? But indeed, one could, one can imagine cases, where with gender, I think it's easier to imagine cases like, for example, I don't know the gender of the thing I'm referring to, but with person, it's I guess harder. So. But let's see, I suppose if we set up a case where, I'm felicitously using a pronoun, right? So in a sense, there's no ambiguity as to reference. But the situation is such that I don't know whether it's me or somebody else that I'm referring to. The prediction here would be that I would use the third person.
You can do that. You can say somebody who smells bad. You might not know what it's you.
Because this is always these quantified things, right? There it's quite straightforward. But really, if you for a referential pronoun, it's a bit harder. So you could sort of imagine perhaps a case where somebody stinks so bad that they set themselves up as salient enough to be referred to by a pronoun without anything being spoken. And then. Indeed, I guess, I suppose it's right, that just if you really didn't know, you would use as a person form. Yeah?
I was just thinking, if you're calling on the phone, you can say, Miss Office? Yes. Is she around? And you might be speaking to Miss Smith.
So indeed, yeah. So if you're addressing somebody and you don't know whether that's the person you're looking for or not, again, yeah. So I mean, I think it's basically it sort of seems right? Yeah. So I mean, these cases, I mean, he doesn't discuss the ignorance cases, but I suppose certainly isn't clearly against what he says.
I just wanted to add, you have all those companion and terrorist cases where they gathered, identify themselves, like for example, his pants are on fire, where he thinks that's someone else. So it seems that his pants is Polish citizens, even though he is referring to.
Yeah, that's right. So this would be the case when you look in a mirror and you say, gee, his pants are on fire, and you later might find out. But I mean, it's always, the thing is, typically these examples, of course, are such that the person is really not even entertaining the possibility that it might be himself, right? So, it's not so clear that this is really a case where the speaker is sort of, consciously ignorant. I think the intuitions are less clear about what. So if you're really entertaining the possibility that it might be you, it might get a little harder. So that, I mean, typically, of course, these sort of natural versions of these kinds of stories are ones where it really comes as a big surprise that it's you, right? So you're just taking pretty much for granted that it's somebody else, and then, of course, it's no surprise that you would use that for a person.
If you have these presuppositions, how do you exclude that you are confused means you and I are confused? Because if either speaker.
Okay, yeah, so first, I guess he assumes, as most people, that so you're confused is actually ambiguous as to number in English, right? So you're talking about the plural, right? So because the singular, it's clear that it couldn't be both. But okay, so this is indeed, and this comes out as follows. So if you have a plural you, right, according to the second person means it includes speaker or addressee. Right? So if you consider this the case where you know what you're referring to, you know whether or not it's a, if you knew that you're referring to the speaker and the addressee, right? You could also have presupposed that that you're referring to something that includes the speaker. Right? So you have in this case you would have a choice between you and we, right? We is first person and therefore presupposes includes the speaker. You is second person and according to Sauerland just presupposes includes speaker or hearer. Right? The presupposition that the speaker is included is really logically stronger than the presupposition that the speaker or the hearer is included. Right? So if you know that you are included, I mean, if the speaker knows that the speaker is included, they must use we. I mean, this follows correctly. So this is asymmetry between the first and the second person. That when you refer to a group consisting of both speaker and hearer, it's only the first person that's felicitous. This falls out. Okay, so this is, this basically how this works, right? So the idea is to pull apart the things that are sort of generally thought to be all part of the semantics of the features into two components. These positive presuppositions that something or other is included really are part, in a sense, of the literal meaning. The negative inferences, that something or other isn't included, come about indirectly, right? And for most simple cases, the predictions are exactly the same as if you had included both the positive and the negative statements in the literal presuppositions. But in these cases where you're sort of quantifying over these mixed domains, and you, by his assumptions, generate these presuppositions about each and every thing in the domain of quantification, you see that it's in the when you have these mixed domains, you wouldn't have any one of the features that really would have the right presupposition if they all had these fully specified meanings. But if if there's one among them, like the third person, that by itself has this weak meaning, then this fits. Yeah, so the only thing that we still have to make sure now, of course, is that the pragmatic reasoning also still does not prevent us from saying every one of us is responsible, right? Yeah, so we considered the example and said, that given that the third person has such a bland meaning, no presupposition, nothing goes wrong with this on the level of the literal meaning. But of course, we also now want to make sure that there isn't some indirect reason why we couldn't say this. But the idea here is, again, we have to compare every one of us is responsible to the alternatives with the other features before it really passes as good, right? So we have to consider also, among other things, the alternative, every one of us am responsible, for example, or I mentioned, the point here will be so certainly if you think of us being a group that includes the speaker and non-speakers, then am responsible would generate the presupposition that each and every one of this group includes the speaker, and that would also be false, right? And that would be false, So you couldn't make that presupposition, and so the idea is just as long as you can't make the presupposition of one of the stronger alternatives, you're okay with using the weaker one. So you can't, in this case, you can't use first person because that presupposition just isn't warranted in the context, and of course you can't use second person either, because for each one of the things you couldn't. Well, actually, so there's a problem here that Sauerland notices, and I get to this. Right? So yes, the problem that he acknowledges. So this example is a little bit different, but suppose us happens to be me and you. Or, it's clear in the context that us refers to the speaker and the addressee, and no people outside of the set of participants. Then actually, Sauerland's system actually predicts that the second person should be used for each of us. Because you should be saying something like each of us are responsible, or even like each of us must look out for yourself, which is very clearly no good, right? Are responsible might not sound quite as terrible, but if so, only because you're not actually forced to read R as second person singular and various other forms like that. But so clearly second person singular is not the right agreement form or the form on bound pronouns for something like each of us. And this doesn't really come out right. As I said, he talks about this, and says something that I think doesn't really solve the problem. So thing is, so as long as the us includes some individuals that are neither speaker nor hearer, he correctly predicts that you couldn't use the second person any more than the first. That part is fine. But in the special case that us really is just speaker and hearer, the second person shouldn't have a warranted presupposition, because it just means include some participant, and then that would be the case for every single one of the atoms in this group. So that casts some doubt on the correctness of this idea here, I think. So as Ora already said, because I was thinking about like what would I have said about these examples, just given the kinds of ideas that I floated in the last two lectures. And so going back to just to 19, right? Another thing one might say about this is not that it sort of shows something about the meaning of third person, but rather that it shows something about the behavior of features on bound variables. And so suppose I assume that maybe really all DPs with determiners, such as a third person in English. Then, but also assume this. I also did that on quantifiers, the person features are never interpreted. They can only be interpreted on things that denote individuals. So then this would be a case where there is a third person feature on the whole thing, every one of us. You know, this is contributed, you know, by every. You know. And then, you know, that gets sort of copied, you know, when you move, you know, onto the trace and the binder index, and then I can delete this feature under, you know, semantic binding in the way that I talked about, you know, yesterday. So then, of course, nothing follows one way or the other about what third person means, yeah, because it's deleted. You know, it's deleted, and they, you know, that's how we get rid of the presupposition. So this is an alternative. So that, yeah, there's some different assumptions here. So Sauerland in particular really doesn't assume that there are ever any features that are not interpreted anywhere at all. Right? Yeah, so I mean, he also assumes here that the semantics of the features is such that they, in the end, can only be interpreted on things that denote individuals, not on quantifiers. Yeah, that's an assumption that he makes. But he assumes that, like in the cases of quantifiers, that just that's because the quantifier has to move and leave the feature behind on the trace, and that's where he gets interpreted. Yeah, so and he does not make any provisions for deleting features. And so that's really a different account. Yeah, but so one virtue it would have, other many ways in which it's not so nice, is that this problem about each of us, when us is me and you, does not arise. Yeah, because there also we just we have to delete a feature under identity, and that if each is an inherently third person, that could only be third person. Okay. Lost track. I think Benjamin was
So it seems to me that if it doesn't have feature deletion, it would still allow for sloppy reading for only you did your homework, but only in a scenario where the domain of quantification would be speaker and addressee. So only you did your homework could mean you did it and I didn't. And nothing more.
Yeah. But I mean, that's not the right generalization, right? In a way, that's sort of because it doesn't depend on that at all. Right? Yeah. So indeed, and I think this example. I mean, so what he says actually doesn't have the example with each. He has well, he has an example where instead of us, he really has literally you and me. He has something like each of you and me, and then he says, well, that's kind of weird in the first place, but and maybe that's why you don't say these things, but that seems to me sort of to not quite solve the problem here, because for us, as I said, I mean, you could make it as abundantly clear as it possibly could be that us means just me and you, and still there's just never a way for second person. So I think this really is a problem, and I suggest some way of maybe fiddling with the system that might fix that, but it will introduce another problem. Okay. So as I said, I mean, one way of responding might be to just, in some sense, reject the whole idea, and then we said, I mean, if you said what I just said, that the third person here has nothing to do with the semantics of third person. It only has to do with the fact that all determinants are grammatically third person, and that agreeing features will be the only ones you can delete on the one variable. Then, of course, as I said, nothing follows one way or the other about what the third person means when it's not deleted. I mean, it's consistent with it having this planned semantics as far as this goes, but it doesn't show it. And I think, I mean, for the second person, actually, not only does it then not follow that second person should mean something like just includes a participant, but that would be a bad idea still. I mean, even in the because so if I so I can then explain, if I say the third person is okay because it can be deleted, and I still have to explain why the second person isn't also okay. Right? The second person just includes a speaker, then that should be an alternative. And in fact, I mean, from what I said last time, even there's this preference principle that you prefer first over second over third. I'd have the same bad prediction still if I had the same semantics, even if it is the feature deletion. So I'd rather, I mean, I'd have to not have that semantics for the second person. I'd really have the second person have to mean something like, you know, includes the addressee. So, and then whether it also should mean excludes the speaker is not decided then by this example, but it definitely shouldn't just mean includes the participant. But yeah, so the whole use of these examples with each of us or one of you in the third person as evidence for this weak semantics, you know, for the features who really follow the
It seems that there's two problems. I mean, consider the following pair of examples. It seems if you solve one of the problems, then I don't see how it makes the right prediction for the other example. You can say every one of us except me is responsible. So you can that sort of goes along, but in content you have to have two different first persons, right? Okay, but let's suppose he has a solution for that. Explain why you can say every one of us except me is responsible. Well, then shouldn't that same solution apply to every one of you except me is responsible, which sounds terrible. Right? I mean, wouldn't his thing naturally...
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, so that would, yeah, I mean, but that should be something about just, okay, wait. So then we do have, you know, inside this partitive, right, we have the referential pronoun you, right, and it would have to be plural in the partitive, right? So, you know, just in much simpler, I mean, he needs a story about why plural you cannot include the speaker, right? Yeah, and that is going to be the pragmatic story, right? For referential pronouns, really, like, you know, you can't refer to a set including the speaker and, you know, decline to presuppose that you include the speaker.
With the first example, every one of us except me.
No, but no, not because the us. Okay, so this is another step to it that I haven't said. Us will include the speaker, and that's precisely why the except phrase has a job to do. Right? Yeah, so you have sort of a compositional semantics where us includes the speaker, and then you add the exception phrase, which, you know, then gives rise to a quantifier that effectively excludes. That's the job of it, and I would say precisely the reason why every one of you except me is bad, you know, is that the exception phrase is redundant. I mean, if you know, given that you already excludes the speaker, I mean, it's kind of like saying, all the first year students except Noam Chomsky, right? When he's a professor, right? I mean, you just don't. I mean, in fact, this is something that people, I think, even have said in so many words as part of the presuppositions generated by the acceptive construction, for instance, that the thing being accepted, you know, is understood to be a member of the range that you would have if you didn't have the exception phrase. So I think, yeah, so that would be the story, right? So, you know, us must include the speaker, you must not include the speaker because of the maximized presupposition, and then therefore, from us, you can exempt the speaker explicitly with an exception construction, and from you can't do that. Yes?
Sorry, just clarification. Because if you is either the speaker or the addressee, it does not exclude the speaker.
Yeah, no, not yeah. So not by its literal meaning, right? So this is the idea. So the literal meaning of you indeed is compatible with the speaker being included. But you will compete in this system with me, you know, or us or whatever. Yeah? So every time you use you to refer to a particular plurality, you know, I have to pass the requirement that you couldn't presuppose of that plurality that it includes the speaker. And that is what will give rise indirectly to the inference that it doesn't include the speaker. Because the idea again being, so setting aside cases of possible ignorance, you know, if you were referring to a group, you know, that includes the speaker, you would know that and you would be able to presuppose that. Yeah, so if you decline to presuppose it, it must be because it's not the case. Yeah. So, you know, that is part of it, right? And that, you know, you sort of start there because there's this referential core, you know, in this partitive construction, and then the rest, you know, is further complications. Yes?
So, with the pragmatic story, it's still the inference, the result of the inference is a much stronger effect than what you get with scalar integrators, in the sense that, for instance, for the purpose of checking the presupposition of the accepted phrase, the result of the inference will be taken into account when we check the presuppositions. And with scalar integrators, it's not, and even more straightforwardly, it's clear that those inferences are not defeasible, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering, and I'm not clear on this, that this might in some way perhaps follow from the nature of presupposition. Right? I mean, I would hope that, so that certainly with presuppositions that, I mean, you're supposed to presuppose things that are really, very obvious or, very, so I mean, the cases where you defeat, scalar implicatures, that is always like, involves ignorance of some kind, or irrelevance and so on. And maybe I don't know really how to say this, but I mean, I would sort of have a hope that for this approach that one might be able to make an argument to say that because presuppositions to begin with have to concern things that are really certain, that all these cases tend to arise. I mean, maybe this doesn't make sense, but.
But at least it's true that at the stage when you compute the presuppositions of the accepted phrase, you need to have incorporated the inferred meaning.
Yeah, so that's true. I mean, in these kinds of cases, I guess, we can see that usually you don't sort of like just juggle, all the presuppositions of the whole thing at the end, and kind of make some. So you've already. You have to, and I have to think about that one, but I think.
Time it was just a suggestion, because so from the beginning, it was got to everyone that this second person feature would be speaker or hearer, and a possible suggestion to amend his proposal would be to have a partial order.
Yeah, I will say this. Okay, I'll get to this.
So just to see if I haven't missed anything, his main principle, to have it linearly ordered this way is just that you normally use we first person when it includes the speaker, and this will explain why you don't choose you. Is that?
Yeah, so indeed, I mean, this is, I have this comes up later in the handout, it's kind of obvious. So, indeed, there would be some advantage to considering kind of modification or weakening of his proposals that leaves most of them intact, but allows, sort of a kind of tree-shaped scale, where you can't arrange things in a sort of linear order, but that raises another problem. Okay, so I'll get to this. So let me just say one other thing that's interesting in this paper, but that also I think does not really affect the analysis of the second person. I mean, it affects the analysis of possibly another. I mean, he presents it as another reason to have this very sort of vacuous semantics for the third person, and that's he has a discussion of politeness forms. So he cites somebody, I don't know if it's called he or head, I don't know who is that has a typologist that has a survey about politeness forms of pronouns, and the generalization seems to be that so in polite forms that are used to address people, and so that it should be second person, right? The two things that you find are that plurals are used instead of singulars, like plurals are used to address individual people, and that fits Sauerland's story about the singular plural distinction, which I will get to. But the other thing is that also third person comes in for second person, right? So and in some cases both, like for example the German politeness form to address an individual superior to yourself is both third person and plural, right? So even though you're talking about a single addressing. So, and it's never sort of the other way around. I mean, it's never that a first person suddenly becomes the polite form, for talking to somebody. Nor apparently is it ever the case that to politely address a plurality, you would systematically use singulars. Right? So it's always in the shift is sort of in the direction of singular to plural and second to third. So, Sauerland's idea here is, this is just a suggestion, is this, that again we might think of this as really, a revealing, the inherent lack of specification in the third person and also in the plural, which I haven't gotten to. So the idea is here that there isn't anything to begin with ever, in the meaning of the third person that says it can't include the addressee, right? So that is only always an inference of this kind, of this maximized presupposition type. So when you use third person, as I said, the reasoning was something like, well, if the addressee were the referent or included in the referent, you could have presupposed that. I mean that at least that some participant is included, and therefore you could have used the second person, and therefore you would have had to. Right? So Sauerland's idea is simply here that, well, I mean, once, and this is also just parallel to what people have sometimes talked about in the domain of these standard Gaussian inferences, falsity of the stronger information is not necessarily the only reason why you can't convey that. Right? So we already mentioned ignorance is another possibility, but there could also be reasons that have nothing to do with state of information. Right? So it is with scalar and ligatures also people have argued that sometimes you avoid making a stronger statement because it would be impolite. That is sort of an analysis of the way why sort of conventionally things like not great mean really pretty bad. So your paper is not great if you say that to the student. Then that doesn't just mean, well, it's not great, but it's usually not, but it's often So an idea that people have had about this is that, well, normally you would no, maybe this is not the right example. Am I confused? I think this is not the proper one. So the other way around, like if you say to somebody, your paper is not terrible, you might actually imply still that actually it's something, it's really very bad, but just to really call it terrible, would be. So maybe forget this. I mean, I have to think about what I was going to say. Scratch this. But so the idea, just in the abstract, the idea is there could be reasons, other than lack of knowledge, to avoid, conveying some information either as an assertion or as a presupposition, right? And one doesn't really understand why this would be so, but suppose for some reason, the societies could have a convention that it's somehow taboo or impolite, to explicitly acknowledge the fact that a certain person is who you're speaking to. I mean, maybe I guess that the way I would think about this is because if they are so honorable, then I shouldn't really even dare speak to them at all. So I shouldn't, even though I'm doing it actually, of course, obviously in some ways, it's kind of a taboo to be presupposing that they are my addressee, right? For whatever reason. But suppose there's, I mean, this must be, of course, it's not something that spontaneously and productively arises. So it's clear that these politeness forms are are completely conventionalized, and one has to learn them. But still, so the idea is that somehow, what becomes a convention is somehow a taboo against presupposing certain obvious things, and such as the address is included in my reference. And the idea then is, once this for some reason is sort of a conventional taboo, then this is a reason to avoid the form that presupposes this. And then what happens? Well, what's predicted now systematically is you will retreat precisely to the next thing down the scale. So the one that's the speaker, and then this, in this case, since we're talking about second person, because there's only one more thing on the scale, and that's the third. So so this, it's appealing, but just wanted to point out that this actually is not dependent on what Sauerland specifically says about the second person. Right? It's only dependent on what he says about the third, and about the plural. So that's not affected by. And so the next thing indeed is what was just already coming from the audience. Could we maybe consider sort of a conservative modification of Sauerland's thing where you stick with most of the ideas, but you allow that you have two sort of elementary features that are not in an entailment relation with respect to each other. And so in other words, instead of having the three speaker, participant, and zero that we had, so where speaker means includes the speaker, participant means includes speaker or addressee, and the zero there's no presuppositions. We now replace it by a system that would have speaker, addressee, and zero. So we have includes speaker, includes addressee, and no presupposition. So still, so this would, unlike the conventional idea and what Neuer does, still we do not have any literally exclusionary features, right? So it's still all the features are persistent or upward monotone in the sense that includes address is also one of these positive ones. So then the three-person system would be characterized as first includes speaker, second means includes address, and third just has no inherent meaning. But then indeed we don't have trouble with each of us, meaning you and I, is responsible. And we don't have the problem that we would now be predicting that this should be expressed in the second person. Because in this case now, the second person, just like the first, would introduce a presupposition that isn't met, namely that every single member of the group us includes the addressee. Right? That's if one of us is the speaker and the other one is the addressee, it's no more warranted to presuppose that every single one includes the addressee than it is to presuppose that every single one includes the speaker. And so this problem would go away, and we could still, avoid talking about feature deletion and still do the case about the third person in the way that Sauerland has in mind here. But the problem is that we no longer now can, and this is in 33, for a second person plural, we no longer have a straightforward explanation for why the second person plural is not to be used when the speaker is included. And, because the picture now is the second, in this, we have these three persons now, right? And so it is the entailment relations now is that it's, as I said, it's a three-shade scale. First person is stronger than third person. So this asymmetrically, the presupposition of this asymmetrically entails the tautology, and also the presupposition of the second asymmetrically entails the tautology presupposed by the third. But these are not in competition with each other, either way, right? So when we use the second person, and so we said you are confused, and we were referring to me and you in doing that, nothing should go wrong, right? The presupposition generated is the address is included in the reference that will be met. And there is no alternative with a stronger presupposition. I mean, there's an alternative with a different presupposition, but none with a stronger presupposition. So, and this presumably, I mean, I suppose, I mean, yeah, it's not said in so many words, and this is evidently the reason why Sauerland gave this somewhat unconventional semantics for the second person as having this kind of destructive meaning. And I don't see an easy solution to that. I mean, I think the only solution that comes to my mind, I mean, it would be still sort of maintain most of the spirit of what Sauerland does, is to actually say that every language has a four-person system. It's just that the languages with the three-person system, which, as I said, are the vast majority, have a superficial neutralization of the distinction between first inclusive and first exclusive. Right? So the idea would be that we really do have an inclusive and an exclusive first person. We just never mark a distinction in the morphology. Right? So this really then in this general setup that Sauerland has, that makes a difference. Because the definition of the alternatives, of course, is not in terms of like what sounds different, right? The definition of the relevant alternatives to a given logical form are these other syntactic representations. So if I posit that contrary to what you can see with the naked eye, English really has two V's, an inclusive and an exclusive one. Then the system would predict that if I use you plural, right? I have to. This competes with. I mean, in principle, right, you have to consider both the inclusive V and the exclusive V. Now, the exclusive V will not be a competitor. So what really happens in the system now is that this scale here, this sort of three-membered nonlinear scale now is completed into a diamond. So we have. This is now really first exclusive, and there is something that has the strongest presuppositions of them all. That is the first inclusive. So I mean, the term exclusive, as I said, don't take it so literally in this setting, right? Because the idea still is exclusivity is never actually part of the literal meaning of anything. So the idea would be that first exclusive, what we call first exclusive, really, as far as the presupposition only says includes the speaker, right? And this one only says includes the addressee, but this one says includes both. And so it's the conjunction of this and this one. This doesn't say anything, right? So we have this this setup of order, of entailments. And so then what happens, so the idea then would be, if I say you plural, and I try to refer with that to you and me, I have to compare it to we inclusive as a potential alternative. And that has a presupposition that entails the presupposition of the second. So if that presupposition is warranted, then I should have used that. Yes? Mm-hmm.
So there is still something to explain with the first inclusive, which is really both first and second, and it's just called first inclusive because it has the same form, but precisely why does it happen that it has all this three-person system, the same phonetical form of the first person rather than second?
Yeah, so exactly. So I mean that's what I say here too. So the question that this raises, which now it becomes here a question about morphology, right? But it's nevertheless it's a puzzle. The question is, I have it here on the top of page 6. Why is it so incredibly common for languages to neutralize the morphological distinction between these two and never between these two? And this is your question, right? And there's so and that of course that kind of question did not arise in the setup that Sauerland has, because so I mean there's some other, I have a little bit at the end here about what extrapolating what the sort of typological picture would be in Sauerland's perspective, and there's some other things here maybe that he doesn't exclude. But so here now indeed we would have to say that the fact that this, so it's sort of disappointing, the fact that these are so often not distinguished on the surface, it's not something that somehow falls out of the semantics. I mean, it's something about morphology.
So, just clarification. The neutralization gets in the singular or in the plural form?
Well, the thing is, okay, so if you put this together with number, right, what will happen, and this is a fact, of course, in general, also about the overt four-person systems, that singular is simply incompatible with first-person inclusive. I mean, you necessarily generate a contradiction when you make the first-person inclusive singular. So that means, even though in principle, right, you have all these possible combinations. So you have first-person inclusive singular. You have first-person inclusive plural. You have first-person exclusive singular and first-person whatever. I mean, first-person exclusive plural. This combination here just will never arise because it's a contradiction. Right? So effectively, indeed, so in a way the question about whether it's neutralized in the singular doesn't arise because the singular just must be this to begin with. You cannot require of something that include the speaker and include the addressee and include only one person. That's just impossible to begin with. So I mean, this is the interesting. I mean, I read in the context of, but so again, if you read Neuer in particular, there is a lot of interesting stuff about number systems, and there seem to be actually two types of number systems that are common in the world's languages. One of them is such that there is a singular, and a plural. And the singular, indeed, if those languages also have a four-person system, they really have a gap in the paradigm where you'd expect of the singular first-person inclusive, right? And the idea being, well, that's just a semantically incoherent combination, and therefore it's not there. There are other languages that where you sort of look just at the morphology, you seem to have a regular paradigm where the first-person inclusive dual, morphologically looks a lot like the singular forms of the second person, the first person exclusive, and the third person. Right? So you have if you just sort of look at do morphological analysis, you find like there seems to be something that the first person inclusive dual fits in the slot where you'd expect a singular. And then if you mark the first person inclusive in the way that you'd expect a plural to be marked, it actually has a meaning of meaning three or more, even though it shouldn't. So Neuer proposes, in fact, that those kinds of languages have a number system that doesn't have singular and plural, but an opposition that he calls non-augmented and augmented. And so the semantics of augmented, so the semantics of singular and plural is relatively simple. Like singular means one and plural means more than one. And augmented in a way means something, vaguely speaking, means something like more than necessary given the other features. So the idea is you look at the person features first. And if you, for example, have an augmented first person exclusive, right, then this will always have to denote a plurality consisting of the speaker and some non-participant, right? So because it's first person exclusive, it can't have the addressee in it, but because it's augmented, it has to have something more than the person features require. Therefore, something in addition to the speaker. So whereas and then if you get so if you get an augmented first person inclusive, again that will mean includes the speaker, includes the addressee, and includes some third person. So you get, this very funny system, where, the same, whatever ending or, morphology, that in everything other than the first person inclusive just means at least two, suddenly means at least three when it's put there, right? And so it's, so this, interesting, so both Rolf Neuer and then later also Daniel Harbour, have worked on this phenomenon. It's sort of made sort of a proposal for the meaning of this augmented. It's kind of like, in a way, like a non-intersective adjective, right? It's something that you can't just characterize as a predicate of things. You can say in absolute term how many augmented is, right? And so the intuition that you have to implement this augmented means something like more than you would have to have just to satisfy the requirements of the number feature. So the way it's actually formalized by Neuer is that, if something has the feature augmented, it has to have a proper subset, and a proper subplurality that also fits the other features. So anyway, this is sort of a digression, right? But indeed, some, as I said in the beginning, right? It's actually sort of, when people that do this work really talking about many different languages and sort of trying to come up with what is in the end this very simple generalization that there's only really two number systems, the 3-person and two-person systems, the 3-person and the 4-person. You have to do a lot of rather non-trivial work, is sorting out the contributions of number and this funny number system from those of person. Right? And so this is a very sort of distilled down conclusion. Okay, so but as I said, this was a digression. Was there another question that I was holding and two more?
I just wanted to say something to Benjamin. It's called first inclusive and first exclusive because even in languages that have both, a lot of the time they have the same verb form or they are morphologically clearly related. One is an augment of the other. So it's not just that in our systems they seem to fall together, but there is a reason to think that they are somehow family.
So this is. Thank you.
The second augmented, for example.
So indeed, Neuer indeed thinks of these things more in terms of really like facts about morphology and what's likely to syncretize, and he does indeed talk not just about sort of the pronominal systems of languages in terms of like how many distinctions they make altogether, right? But also like within a language, which things get grouped together naturally, often, if not always, right? And things that in the end it's of the same general tendencies that are at work in both, and this is what he's saying points to that. So that might make it in a way more palatable. You see, because the idea would be okay. So we sort of said that we lost what might have been a much more principled explanation for why there's never this category, right? That in the Sauerland system. But if there's more to explain, namely that even in languages that have these four, well, I don't know. It depends on, these two go together for many more purposes, than these two would, then perhaps that changes the picture. I don't know exactly how.
I just wanted to make a comment that there might be one domain where the first person inclusive behaves the same as the second person, and that's the imperatives.
So you mean just the fact that there are imperatives, for only a small subset of the
second person
of the persons, and these are among them. I don't remember being addressed. But so okay. Not so much on. So I will then, next week, I will start talking about numbers. So I will just first relatively briefly. I will just review what Sauerland says about number, which is analogous to what he says about person. But then I will look in some detail at another short paper by Hotzio Rühlmann that is up on the website, which is something like plural pronouns and the semantics of number, or something like that. That has a very interesting proposal to the effect that we shouldn't actually try to give a semantics for plural, that's neutral as Sauerland does, and nor should we worry that we have to delete the plural feature in all these cases that I talked about, like the boys each in their homework. So he proposes that really the real semantics, a real substantive semantics for the plural can be made to work in all these cases. And so we look at that proposal in a bit of detail, because it might be interesting in light of trying to maybe argue in the end that the cases I sort of all threw together in one bag is showing that the features on bound variables can sometimes be deleted, perhaps should be attacked by a divide and conquer strategy after all. So I mean, what I have here at the end of the handout is only, I just had a little bit of speculation about what Sauerland would say about four-person systems and about the more general question of what possible systems there are. And it seems to me, so apart from, as I said, there is this problem with this treatment of the second person, right? And this is kind of ignoring that again. But if it weren't for that, the obvious feature to add for him to characterize a four-person system to the three that he has. So forget this new sort of non-linear scale. So if the linear scale that he had includes speaker, includes a participant, and semantically 0. That was his scale with this strength ordering. What one would want to add then here at the top, and something that then wouldn't be made use of, for example, in a language like English with a three-person system, would be something that includes speaker and address. Right? So the way I wasn't able to think of a good notation, but I just sort of used P for participant again, but kind of distinguished them by adding these signs for conjunction and disjunction, right? So to reflect the idea, so maybe I could have used little existential and universal quantifiers, but the idea is, this will mean includes all participants, or both participants, and this will mean includes at least one participant. So this is his original feature for the second person, and this would be the new addition to the system. So this is in the spirit of what he does, maintains a completely linear scale, and then you would just say that for some reason, so the languages either use all four of these, right? Then the semantics of the four persons here, then this is first person inclusive, this is first person exclusive, so-called, right? But the exclusivity being pragmatic inferences is second person and this is third, right? And if this one just isn't used at all, then we get the three-person system, right? So this would be quite straightforward, and it would predict. I don't know if anybody has kind of, well, I guess no. I mean that's sort of obvious on the descriptions. I mean predicts it as that the so-called first-person exclusive can't be used when the address is included, right? But evidently that's why it's called first-person exclusive. Right? So that the idea then would be that each of these is stronger than the previous one, and you have to you can use this only when the speaker is not included, and you can use this only when the address is not included. So that this, but then of course again you might ask, right? And so when just as I asked about, with Neuer, and Neuer asks, when the larger, the set of the primitives is the more kind of you expect that languages might be sort of pick and choose from these and have more systems. So when we only have the three that Sauerland actually has, there's perhaps not sort of a big question about, what systems exist, right? Because so suppose the only way, again, like we would assume that you have to have a system where you always have a linear scale, and of course you have to have room for referring to all kinds of possible references. Then the only alternatives from the three features that he has that you could construct would be really rather impoverished systems that really only make a two-way distinction. distinction, right? Yeah, and maybe there's just something about that just for some independent reason, person systems are never that impoverished. But when you have in principle these four, right, and you have a situation where a system has lots of languages that are not using this one, right? You might expect that there could also be languages that are just not using one of the other ones. And that way you get sort of, again, a number of sort of impossible three-person systems. Not as many as actually Neue. For Neue there were like three additional natural, apparently natural, three-person systems in addition to the one that one finds, right? Here then, if you just assumed you can leave one off, you couldn't ever leave this one out, because if you didn't have this possibility, then you really couldn't refer to anybody that isn't a participant. But you should be able, in principle, to not just leave this off, but leave this off, or leave this off, and still have a system that's no more impoverished in general than the actual third-person system. And these are, also these are systems that really don't seem to exist. So one of them is the same as one of the ones that Neue predicted. One of them is in some sense even stranger. So I have them in 38. So if you left off the speaker feature, so if you just didn't use that at all, you would have a language that effectively it has a first-person inclusive, and then it collapses first person exclusive and second. So and then it has a third person. So this does not exist, and it's also in Neue's setup would not have been a natural class business. But here you might expect this. So but as I said, Neue also in the end there has to be a stipulation that language is just speaker is something that they really always specify, and if you added that here, then the system is out. Still, there's another one that's also funny, which is one of the same ones here. So and that's indeed. So if you the last one here would have a first person inclusive, and then it would have So then it has a first person exclusive, and then it collapses second and third, and this also never happens.
But in these two systems, in the singular, we have only two persons, right? Because the P and
okay.
So you could maybe argue that this is allowed because you want to have three.
That's a good idea. So the idea would be that you. So I'm saying it maybe that's some general minimal complexity that's required. That in general rules out systems that they really just have just two persons. Right? But what Benjamin is saying, maybe this requirement is not just global, but the system has to be such that both in the singular and in the plural you're able to make at least three distinctions. And what he's saying, I haven't checked it now, but I'm sure he's right, is that both of these other systems here would have the property that when we disregard plurals, we could only have two distinctions. Yes, indeed. So because the first person inclusive is out, and we left with the other two. So I guess it would still, I guess it would sort of predict that if the language also happened to be one of those that have this funny number system with the plus minus augmented, then again it shouldn't mind. And who knows? I mean, nobody certainly has investigated the data with this question in mind. But,
I think there's some dialects of Spanish that don't have a second person plural at all. So those would be only making two-person distinctions.
Well, okay, I mean, of course, these I suppose, are dialects where a politeness form has just become total complete use, which is the same as English, actually, I understand. I mean, in English, you used to be only plural, right? And though, whatever, how you said that was the singular. And so it was, and then we just ended up being polite to everybody, and so, So anyway, this, of course, when you have this, So yeah, so indeed, effectively then, you collapse second and third person in the, or how is it actually going on in Spanish? I mean, the polite. Yeah, the polite, yeah, it's something completely different, but the agreement is third person singular, right? This is the, but you use whether polite or not, you use the third person plural to refer to a plurality of addresses. So, I mean, in anything but.
Plural, the plural second is ustedes, whereas the plural third is ellos.
Right. Yeah, so it's the pronominal system still has more distinctions. It's the agreement system that's impoverished. So again, because this is sort of to some extent an independent, because English again being a striking example of there being considerably more impoverishment in the global agreement than there is in the pronominal system. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm confused about whether this is a generalization, is a typology of person systems or pronoun systems.
Yeah.
Because if you talk about pronouns, it seems the third person pronoun is the easiest one to do without. There's so many ways of referring to non-speakers, not here, right? All sorts of noun phrases, okay? And lots of languages, at least some languages, don't seem to have a third person.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah. So, indeed, I mean, also like Harley and Rita talk about this fact. So, the way they classify, they specifically explicitly say this is about pronouns, right? And then they do have, they list languages that have a two-person system in the pronouns, and they are all, what they say about all of them is there are no third-person pronouns, so they always say demonstratives are used instead or something like this, some other form. So of course, in that respect, I mean, indeed, one has to distinguish the question about whether this is about just what persons the language in general distinguishes somewhere, and what persons it actually distinguishes in the pronoun system. I was actually, what I couldn't determine, and maybe you can answer this, when these languages that Harley and Rita listed as not having third-person pronouns, I was wondering whether that just meant no overt third-person pronoun or not even like a pro-drop third-person, which I would be surprised that, so if the languages that are not pro-drop, and don't have, third-person pronouns, then they would really only have full EPs, but I couldn't figure out whether that was the claim. Presumably, I mean, again, a different question, even when we stick to pronouns, might be overt pronouns as opposed to the whole range, including zero pronominal forms. So these are all different, but I think I was sort of throughout here kind of assuming that we would be primarily talking about the person distinctions altogether, that the language can make anywhere, either in its verbal agreement system or nouns of any kind, not necessarily pronouns.
Say that no noun phrases, no man, or something like that.
So then, of course, it's obvious that it will have to have a third person in that sense, right? When it's, that is also, I was assuming, we take for granted that somehow, in every language, you're going to be able to refer to things that are not the speaker.
Just to come back on Benjamin's point, so in 38, the first tentative system you did is still three persons.
But not,
I think so, right?
not in the singular.
No, because in the singular, well, the first feature would be the first person pronoun, and the second disjunctive would then be.
The first is just contradictory in the first person.
Oh, okay.
It's an interesting suggestion that it's sort of a reason why this is the one that's, in some sense easiest to admit is precisely this top one, because that doesn't impoverish the distinctions in the singular. As I said, then the expectation would be that you box differently in these plus minus segmented languages. Okay, so we'll talk more about number, and as I said, I will then try to come back to maybe cast some doubt or at least reconsider again the conclusions I drew in the last lectures. So today I'll talk a little bit about the analysis of number features. So there will be two parts. First, I will review briefly what Sauerland says, which is in many ways analogous to what I reported from his paper about person features. Right? So again, his idea is that the two features, I mean, in this case, there are only these two possibilities, singular and plural, are arranged in a scale where one of them has a stronger meaning than the other, and then there's this pragmatic mechanism that regulates the choice. And then, in the second part, I will talk about this paper by Hotzio Rühlmann, which interestingly argues, I mean, it starts with a discussion of these examples where I've said that the plural feature needs to be deleted or at any rate not semantically interpreted in order to get a coherent meaning. And what Rühlmann actually says is, no, that's not what's happening. We always interpret the plural feature, but the semantics is such that, in the end, it's effectively, it can talk about singularities, and we'll also see in what ways that is different, and again, also not so different from other things. Okay, so Sauerland, the idea is that the singular really has some substantive meaning. So again, I'm formulating this in this presuppositional way. So if you add a singular feature to a variable, then you're actually introducing the presupposition that the value of this variable is an atom. So the idea is here in the ontology we have a division into singular individuals, atoms and pluralities. I mean, that's somehow given. So if we use a singular, then we are presupposing that all the values for this variable are atoms. So if it's a referential pronoun, it means we are presupposing that what we are referring to is an atom. If it's a bound variable pronoun, in the usual way, I'll have examples, we will see that all the values for the bound variable have to be atoms. Whereas for the plural, effectively, I mean, this has no semantic content or sort of a trivial presupposition that would never fail to be met. So it doesn't filter out anything. So the value for a plural pronoun in principle could be either an atom or a plurality. Nothing, the semantics per se does not regulate this. Okay. So again, so first, there's some considerations that show that at least sometimes this kind of vacuous nature of the plural becomes manifest in the fact that plural things seem to be able to refer to singular individuals under special circumstances, and that is of the motivation for giving this non-semantics to the plural. And then of course what we need to deal with are the facts that suggest, that lead people to normally not think this is right, and that some facts that mean that you can't always use a plural to refer to a singular. In fact, normally you cannot. It needs special circumstances. Okay, but so first the cases where one does seem to have a plural morphology and singular reference. So again, like in the case of person systems that I talked about last time, and therefore I won't spend much time on it here. Sauerland has of the interesting point that polite forms, are a phenomenon, where in some sense of the real semantics, of the features comes out. So as in the person system we observed last time, the polite ways of addressing people, if they're not second person, they're always third person. And the idea is that could be seen to be an effect of the fact that the third person actually does not mean is not the addressee, does not include the addressee. So in the same way, again, if a polite way to refer to a single addressee is not actually singular, then it's plural, right? Whereas the other way around seems to not exist. Just like there's no polite way of addressing people that uses the first person, there is also no polite way of addressing groups of people that uses singulars. At least, that's the claim. So the shift, in the politeness forms is always, in Sauerland's terms, towards the semantically unmarked, towards the one that has less meaning. And so the story is roughly like this. I'm just analogous to the story about person that I talked about last time. So the idea is, so that this presupposes, that normally, right? Normally the reason why we can't use a plural to refer to a single individual is that there's this principle that says you should make the strongest presupposition that you can, given what you want to say. So if you've decided you want to refer to a single individual, then you are in a position to presuppose that your referent is an atom, and therefore you have to do that, and you have to choose the singular. Right? So that's of the normal story about why you can't say, they are nice and mean Mary by they, right? So the idea is now there could be various ways in which, this principle that you should choose the strongest possible presupposition can be blocked or overridden. And the idea here with the politeness form is that for some way, some sort of reason that we don't need to understand maybe in detail, there could be a taboo about presupposing certain things, about your addressee. Like, as I said for the person feature last time, could be a taboo of actually sort of manifestly presupposing that you're addressing that person. And there could also be a taboo somehow about manifestly presupposing that your addressee is an atom, right? It's not easy to explain why we would have these kinds of conventions, but that's of a different chapter now. It's just, what's important here for the purpose now, if there is some reason, having to do with whatever, that it's somehow not allowed, to presuppose certain things, then this principle that says you should make the strongest presupposition you can, it will be overridden by that. And in that case, that means you can use the non-presupposing form. But as we said, also this, of course, these things have to not just be sort of a matter of obvious pragmatics. Right? There has to be some conventionalized aspect of this. Okay, so that's sort of one way in which you can see the unmarkedness of the plural emerging. Then another very interesting phenomenon that both Sauerland and Rühlmann talk about is the so-called singular they in English, meaning a use of plural pronouns with usually quantified antecedents that are singular, morphologically evidently. So examples, so you would say something like someone forgot their umbrella, even in contexts where, it's very clear you think there's just one person who forgot his or her umbrella, but so these are very common, especially sort of in colloquial English, people use these forms all the time, right? Again, it's kind of, at least superficially suggestive, because here we have some, supposedly the quantifier someone ranges over singular individuals, nevertheless we have this bound variable pronoun there here, which is in the plural, right? So it's kind of useful to have a semantics for the plural that doesn't exclude the possibility that the value here could be a single individual, for some instance, of this quantifier. what is the story here? So again, I mean, so what Sauerland sketches here, again, the idea is that in this case, I mean, and this is sort of a common thing that people say about this, that people use there in this case, because if they wanted to use a singular, they would have to know the gender of the individual. And so this is a situation that's more complicated when if we don't just look at the choice between the values for a particular feature, singular and plural, but we kind of look at the inventory of the pronouns we have. And so it so happens, right, that in English, in the third person, you have a choice between plural forms that are unmarked for gender and singular forms that are always marked for masculine or feminine. So in a way, you might be in a position here that you can't really endorse the presuppositions of the singular pronoun, right? Not because you don't know that you're referring to a singularity, but because you don't know that you're referring to a woman or that you're referring to a man. And so I guess to the extent that I understood it, this could be also a reason to be allowed to avoid the singular pronoun. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I would have thought that someone would have said that masculine is in fact vacuum.
Yeah, I mean, right. I mean, I think it doesn't address this. And there's discussion about this also in Philippe's various papers. And it seems to me, this is a situation where one actually might just say different things about different languages. So it seems like, from the discussion of French, for example, in Philippe's papers, it seems to be the case that masculine is the unmarked, right? So and also, you also, I mean, it's easier to see in various ways because you have the gender distinction also in the plural, right? But there's this observation here that if you refer to a plurality, also I'm told, right, by Philippe, if the plurality contains as much as one guy and could be any number of women in addition, you use the masculine plural pronoun to refer to this plurality, and you use the feminine plural pronoun only if it's all women, right? So they say. Now, for English, okay, it's also, of course, it probably was like that, and maybe still is for some people, but there is, many. I think it's a bit different, right? I mean, people really do, at least many people, maybe partly by conscious decision, and partly because they learned it that way from their parents. But people do think that a masculine pronoun is not an appropriate way to refer to somebody that might be female, right? So I think one might want to say that at least in one version of English, there's actually no unmarked gender. They're both equally marked, and that means so they you could express this, of course, in the system. I mean, it could be that there's for some features that there isn't this hierarchy. There's the feminine presupposes female, and the masculine presupposes male, and there just isn't anything, and the things the neuter presupposes not human, right? So that's not a choice either, right? And, So or maybe at least not a full-fledged person. I mean, So there's some, So babies, without insult apparently can be, but. There's somehow, I mean, it is definitely not a choice to refer to an adult, of either gender. I mean, that never is a possibility.
20 years of conscious policy, they really have changed.
No, I don't know, but I mean, I think, if you ask people, okay, so I mean, we'll see, Ruhlmann actually discusses this question about whether ignorance of gender really is what drives the use of these plural pronouns, like in someone forgot the umbrella. And he said he did a little, I mean, he's not a native speaker of English either, but he did a survey among his undergraduates, and he used examples. I guess this might require some explanation here. The example in 3, okay, so this is, a jockstrap is a piece of clothing that only men wear. So you could make this thing, maybe, but I mean, at least this could be a very clear assumption in the context. So you could have, someone left their bra in the locker room, right? So, so there could be a context where it's both very clear that, there's a single person is involved, right? And that there's no question about what the gender of this, we don't know, whose jockstrap this is, but it's got to be a guy, right? I mean, this could be as clear as things can possibly be in a context. Nevertheless, so according to Ruhlmann's informants, his undergraduates in Calgary or wherever this was, it's perfectly fine to talk, that way, to use there. So he kind of calls into question, that this is empirically the right generalization, and I mean, another fact is, I mean, so it's like I used to think myself, that this use of there was kind of a feminist invention, but it's not at all true. I mean, it's a very old thing in the language, and it used to apparently coexist, at least in certain registers, with the singular, even when people did not have any compunctions about using the masculine as the unmarked form either. You maybe know more about this.
Perfect memories of the history of English. There was a period when in some dialects there was a confusion in the pronunciation of there and her. That might have something to do with it. Sometimes you see a form H-I-R there. So I don't know, did he say how far back this goes?
No, I mean, I forgot. I mean, I haven't read Sauerland. I mean, this is just a very short paper, but and Ruhlmann also does not talk about the history. I just remember being told this because indeed, I mean, when I first moved to America, I thought, well, feminism is a lot more advanced here than it is back in Europe because we would never talk the way well. I mean, the thing is, it's not something that was invented somehow. Although, indeed, of course, given that it's an option and it was around, I guess, it probably came into more common usage, due to the fact that people really wanted to avoid the gender. I mean, that is probably true, that it's used in a broader range of registers, including where it wouldn't have been used perhaps before, because people do want to avoid the he. But the difficulty is indeed, so both there is a stage, clearly there seems to have been a stage of English where wanting to avoid gender had clearly nothing to do with this, and even according to Ruhlmann's survey here today, people do it when the issue of avoiding gender really does not. Is not relevant. I don't know who you want to say.
Just a short comment. I think this kind of use of there can be found in Jane Austen. And there, Jane Austen. And I think it's honorific there.
I see.
In the sense that this is the polite way of referring to what's superiors.
I see.
Oxford English Dictionary puts it back to middle.
Right. So I mean, if it had something to do with politeness originally, of course, this would be another story, that one could tell in Sauerland. I mean, your general outline here, because I mean, the idea is just some reason, right? So if there's some reason to not want to express the presuppositions of the singular variant, then and these could be different reasons, for the same form at different stages of the language, or even coexisting.
It's a data question. Can we have it there when the antecedent is not a quantifier? So this individual thinks of that in case you don't.
There's a brief discussion in Ruhlmann also about this, and what he says, so clearly, nobody ever would say, John forgot the umbrella, right? Where you have a name and then but he constructs an example where people are sort of listening to. Say, you have an experiment about aphasics or something. You tape people, and you listen to the speech samples, and you just give these people sort of, I mean, you don't name them. You just call them like subject A, subject B, subject C, and so on. And he said again, according to his undergraduates, that would be a natural situation in which you might, after listening to one of these tapes, you might say something like subject A has a lot of pauses in their speech sample. So he says that would be a good example. And so he ends up leaving it quite open and just sort of makes this kind of informal generalization that it has something to do with not knowing who in particular you're referring to. But I mean, it can't be just, if you just said, as long as it's a bound variable pronoun, you can use the plural, then it's a bit hard to explain why they shouldn't also, even like in John, forgot the umbrella possibility of analyzing this as a bound variable and thereby have the plural. So that doesn't ever seem to work, right? So I mean, I'm not in a position here to add to to this description of the data. Yeah, but when that's what I learned from these things. Yeah.
Would it be possible to use that with an indefinite pronoun like one for their umbrella?
Well,
that would be interesting.
Again, I mean, yeah, but yeah, so that I mean. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the one has to be kind of generic, right? Yeah, and I don't know if, I mean, you'd have to ask again a native speaker whether the register in which you use one, which is kind of like not the most colloquial generic. I mean, the second person is a much more colloquial way of expressing genericity. I don't know if that ever coexists, because there are, then if you have one, you also have, you can use one to be as a bound pronoun and oneself, you have the reflexive form oneself. So you have sort of a whole series of kind of forms that go with this fourth person, whatever it is, right? I don't know if it coexists, with the use of there. So I mean, it's that you would have to put it in a sort of generic context and then try. So something like what Aura said would be the kind of, if one forgets their umbrella, one should, come back for it quickly. I don't know if one says that. I mean, it sounds a bit, it will compete with, if one forgets one's umbrella.
This is stylistic clash because one is formal.
Right, yeah. I mean, that was my suspicion. That there's kind of a stylistic clash here. So, yeah. But yeah, so this seems to, I mean, it's not just someone. It's like a wide range of quantifiers that can be antecedents. Like every student did their homework. People, you get this with pretty much anything. Any sort of singular quantifier. Yeah.
I sort of vaguely remember I might have heard people say one of my friends told me about their marriage.
Yeah, right.
And this is a specific indefinite.
Or even their husband.
Right.
But yeah, still, so indeed, I mean, this sort of idea you don't know who it is. I mean, that you're not referring to anyone in particular. I mean, that would need to be made more precise. I'm not quite sure how to cash that out. So I mean, another kind of important thing that Rühlmann also notes, right, is that again, the story can't be just simply pragmatics. I mean, just like with these politeness forms, like it's not it can't be quite so automatic, because this really is also a language particular thing. I mean, as I said, in English, this has been around since whenever, but languages that are otherwise similar, like German or Dutch, as Rühlmann cites, there's just no way you would talk like that, and no feminists either. I mean, it's just not in the language, right? So again, there has to, and so if you say, well, what do you guys do, if you want to avoid gender? Well, too bad, you gotta say he or she. I mean, there's other ways of doing it, right? So it again, there has to be something here that's just part in a way of the conventions of the language that allows this, right? And then, but still, so it's like the consideration of the politeness form. Still, if the point is you find phenomena like this, in languages, where something that's plural is somehow used without indicating multiplicity, but you don't find the other way around. If that is true, right? Then that is indirectly still maybe a reason for this kind of asymmetrical semantics. Okay. So another so there's two more points that Sauerland makes that motivate kind of this vacuous semantics for the plural. One is I don't again know how clear the intuitions are, but if you here, this is not about plural on the pronoun, right? So this is on the plural on this embedded definite, her children, like on the second page here. Every woman brought her children. So the judgment here reports if you talk about a group of women, some of which have one child, others have two, maybe others have three. Even if you know this, right? You know that some of them have only one and some have several. You could say something like every woman brought her children. So as opposed to, I mean, if you said, Jane brought her children, you're talking about a particular woman, then if you knew that, she has several, that would be odd, right? So this kind of comes out because again, what we have to look at when we decide whether we can use a plural or we must use a singular, is to compare the presuppositions for the whole sentence in a way that you would get from the singular choice with those that you get from the plural choice. Yeah, so yeah, the idea here would be that every woman brought her children and every woman brought her child. Yeah, are the two competitors. And every woman brought her children. By assumption, does not presuppose anything about the number of children for each woman, one way or the other. Whereas every woman brought her child would presuppose that each woman has just one child, right? So unless you can make that presupposition, that every single woman in your domain has just one child, your only choice is the plural, right? Yeah. So again, it's this asymmetry. If the domain is a mixed one of singular and plural, then the plural is the form that you use. Yeah. Okay. So, and the last point, this is a bit more complicated, but something that people often, there's a lot of literature because on the plural. One reason it's come up many times about wanting to say that the plural in some sense is semantically unmarked has to do with the truth conditions of negative or negative indefinite sentences. So if you say something like no students attended, people often have observed that is falsified even if a single student attended, right? So if you had a very simple-minded semantics where already the common noun students is something that's only true of pluralities of students, and you apply to that the negative existential quantifier, then 7 would end up meaning something like there is no plurality of students that attended, right? If it meant that, then it should be compatible, with one particular, one single student attending, right? So if John attended and nobody else did, then no plurality of students will have attended. Nevertheless, the intuitions are very clear that the sentence is false in this case. In fact, the intuitions are also that, at least as far as truth conditions go, no student singular attended and no students plural attended are really true and false in the same circumstances. So how does one get this? So again, so Sauerland actually assumes quite generally, and this is part of his point in the paper, that the only location where the plural and singular, where number features, and also the other features ever interpreted is really on phrases that denote are variables for individuals. Right? So there's no, so unlike in much of the literature, there's no plural, for example, that's a pluralizer for a predicate. Right? There's no such thing as when you're taking student and then adding a plural and having a plural predicate. Right? So plurality is always only interpreted on referring things or on traces and things like that range over individuals. So the idea here is in something like no students attended or Kai didn't find any eggs. The location of the plural in the logical form of the sentence is actually on the trace of these quantifiers. Right? That's the only, it's kind of left behind there, whereas the phrase itself is kind of numberless. So it's no students, no any eggs. It's just the morphology shows up in English actually in these cases solely on the noun, not also on the determiner, but the idea is that's just by agreement, and it's really on the whole DP and it's left behind on the variable. Right? So the meanings for the common nouns like egg or student or eggs or student, it's that as said number is not interpreted there, and the meanings for the common nouns are again neutral, or they have, as I say here, mixed extensions. So the noun egg is just true of both individual eggs and pluralities of eggs, and the noun student is true of both individual students and pluralities of students. And as I said, the number is not interpreted there. So that part, then already, that's fine then. So the semantics here for have here only the analysis of Kai didn't find any eggs. You have a negation and you have this existential any egg here. This is the meaning is going to start out. It's not the case that there is something in the extension of egg, and that means it's not the case that there is either some single egg or some plurality of eggs that has the following property, and the property then is being found by Kai. So that it's partly having this semantics for the common nouns that makes sure that this sentence gets the kind of truth condition that it needs to have in order to be falsified by a single egg found. But then in the scheme that Sauerland has, moreover, because one has to make sure that the plural feature here on the trace of this, does not somehow interfere, with this actually ranging over both individual eggs and pluralities of eggs. And that's where the assumption comes in that the plural is per se, semantically vacuous, right? So just adding the plural feature here on the trace does not constrain, the range of this quantifier in any way to pluralities of eggs. It just doesn't do anything. And again, so the question is that then again we have to kind of check, whether this, whether the singular somehow would have been a better choice. And in this case, it's the story is a little bit different because the assumption that Sauerland makes is that when you have, so in this case, is that with the plural we don't have any presupposition. If we had a singular in the same place, so like in 8 in this logical form, if we replaced this plural by a singular, then locally we would generate a presupposition that the value of this variable is an atom. Right? And the question is what happens with this then when you put this in the scope of the existential quantifier. And his assumption actually is under existential quantification, the presuppositions actually become part of the truth conditions in a sense. So this is expressed here. So the meaning for an existential quantifier, just you combine it with a predicate, and the whole thing is true if there is something that satisfies both the presuppositions and of the predicate and the truth conditions of the predicate. So it's just all wrapped together and becomes part of the truth condition. So if you actually had a singular there, then then the sentence would mean there isn't any individual egg that Kai found. That would be the other. But these truth conditions, of course, are equivalent. Right? At least you're given a distributive predicate like find. So if you find an individual, if you find a plurality of eggs, you also find each egg in the plurality. So you can't find a plurality of eggs without also finding a single egg. And so therefore, the number neutral meaning that the plural gets, there's no egg or plurality of eggs that Kai found, and the meaning you would get from the singular, which is that there is no egg that he found, end up being exactly the same truth condition. And so this is actually a situation where, presuppositions, none are generated in either case because they're filtered out in this way by the existential quantification anyway. The truth conditions are completely equivalent. So the prediction here is neither the principle that you should maximize the presupposition nor that you should maximize the information of your assertion gives you any way of choosing between these two. So they are predicted as far as this goes to be completely in free variation and have the same meaning. Yes.
I'm wondering whether could it be conceivable to do things the other way around, in stipulating that number features do not contribute at all to presuppositions, but the assertion. But when they're embedded under when they are on a pronoun, which is itself presuppositional in some sense, if you analyze it as a kind of definite description, then you actually get the presupposition you want. I'm wondering, for instance, when John took his horse. I mean, what if we analyze this as it presupposes John has a horse, and it asserts that John is an atom and took his horse? What harm would it do?
So the idea is that the content of the features is always it's sort of a predicate. So this is an atom. And then it's depending on. So if it's in a pronoun, then the idea would be that it gets to be part of a covert definite description. So it means like the thing that has these properties, and that's why it ends up being a presupposition. So I guess you could do it either way, but I think one difference is from how he does it here. I think this particular story that he has about the existential quantifiers kind of making the presuppositions as if they had been part of the assertion. It's particular, I think he wants it to be particular to the existential quantifiers, not all quantifiers. So, for example, Well, actually, I don't know if I have the relevant examples, because indeed in the other cases they're always on pronouns. Yeah. Yeah, because this is indeed, I mean, the way it's analyzed here, the feature is on the trace, right? Yeah. So, but given that it's on the trace, I don't actually know exactly how you would do it if you didn't have it as a presupposition at first. I mean, you know, because unless this trace is also analyzed as a definite description. Yeah, right. Yeah. Perhaps, yeah. So I haven't thought this through. If one could do this in general, and I guess then even for the person features, that the basic meaning is always a predicative one, and the fact that it contributes to presuppositions and not to the assertion is kind of an indirect effect of it being inside an expression that's independently definite, right? That's the suggestion. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
But just to avoid the stipulation.
Yeah. Yeah. So I have to think through, you know, how this goes in general, so, but here, yeah, I guess I don't know if this is though consistent, yeah, with assuming that the plural really is only interpreted on these expressions that are of type E, right? I mean, I think that, yeah, I mean, in general, these features, I mean, if they're by their basic meaning predicative, then you expect that the most natural place for them to be interpreted is as modifiers, right? As intersective modifiers on another predicate. And yeah, this would make the analysis of this a bit different, but perhaps more straightforward. Yeah, and I don't know. Yeah. So this, yeah, right now I can't think of anything that rules out that as an alternative.
I'm wondering, how does he rule out something like every student?
Okay, so there, I guess, yeah, let me see if I could answer this. So I think, yeah, so the idea would be, yeah, we have a quantifier and you have the number feature on this somehow, so it would have to come from the DP, and you would end up getting a structure where you have the plural left behind on the trace, right? So again, it would, you know, somehow there would be a trace bound by this, and this would be plural. Yeah. So the question then is, okay, so what's why is that not possible? And I guess, okay, so I guess in this case you could say, I mean, so the semantics of every student would be such that it does quantify over atoms, right? So this would be a property of every. Yeah. So and then I suppose, I mean, you could just say, given that, you could have used the singular here. I mean, because this will say every atom in my domain of students has this property. So indeed, I mean, if you had a plural here, this would be a property that doesn't mind being applied to atoms because it's neutral. But if you had the singular, you would have a property that can only be applied to atoms. But since, you know, if the domain of this is sort of independently restricted to atoms, then you could have used the singular, and therefore you would have had to use it. It might be more complicated, but this is like the answer I think that one could give here now. And yeah, this of course means, right? So if you then, you know, and we'll get to this, you know, Rühlmann talks about this in much more detail. If you have like minimal pairs in a way between quantifiers that are sort of plural and those that are singular, like every student and all the students, you know, on this view, there really would have to be a difference in the semantics, you know, not just, you know, somehow, you know, I mean, it wouldn't be in the spirit of this to just say, well, you know, you just stipulate that this agrees with a singular and this agrees with a plural. Rather, you know, in both cases, in principle, you would have to consider both these options, but, you know, in the case of every student, this would be viable semantically, you know, because this, you know, distributes down to atoms, and the semantics of all the students wouldn't do that. Yeah, so you'll see. I mean, actually, Yeah, so Ruhlmann works out a few cases like that where you see that this is precisely the idea that it's in the nature of these various kinds of quantifiers to tell you whether you're supposed to have a predicate of atoms or a predicate of pluralities afterwards. Yeah. So Sauerland in this particular short paper, I think, doesn't directly address this question, but maybe he does. Maybe I should look it up. Yeah.
I want to ask you about the example, Mary didn't find any husbands.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like an odd way to say that she never got married.
Yeah.
And so that suggests that there is a presupposition.
Yeah.
That you expect that plurality would be normal or possible,
Yeah.
something like that. So if I didn't find any eggs, you could expect him to find any eggs.
Right, so I had, I had a very interesting discussion with Benjamin Spector just a few days ago about this, because he also made this point, and indeed, I mean, there are a number of cases where the plural is very strange. So, Benjamin's example was, John has no fathers, plural, and then an example that I have used sometimes, like that, if you're an atheist in our culture, you would probably say there's no God and not there are no gods, but and so there's some difference, right? And so even though and I think it's right, of course, in as these people say that maybe you do want to acknowledge that on the purely truth conditional level they coincide, right? But there's something else, right? And so the suggestion, I mean, Benjamin actually has ideas that this is a more general phenomenon, that there's some mechanism that generates kind of a presupposition that it's at least would have been possible, for it to be more than one, and it's very weak, it's just a possibility, right? It's not, so it's not the kind of presupposition that, that it is more than one, but it's just the possibility, and I think, I mean, so Benjamin's idea is that this is actually a more general phenomenon that you can also find with other kind of scalar items, but indeed, this is not accounted for here at all. I mean, that's really, so the story, as I told it here, really ends with saying the two are completely interchangeable in all these cases, and so that's missing that part, Any other? Okay. So, right. So this is just so a sketch of this. So to sum up, I mean, these were sort of various ways at least where it's part of the story is this unmarked presupposition, less semantics for the plural, and then other assumptions in each of these examples are needed to actually explain the facts. Right? Okay, so that's the question that, of course, I asked myself because of the things I've been talking about last week. So does Sauerland's way of looking things sort of throw any light on these examples where I argued that we really should have deletion of the plural feature, right? I mean, so when I was making this argument, like when I talked about this case, like the boys were each doing their homework, and I said, each ranges over these individuals, and so why is this plural? I said we need to delete the plural feature, but of course I was making the assumption at the time that the plural feature really means, is a plurality, it's not an atom, right? So that, now one has the hope, of course, once you take that away, if the plural feature really has this, neutral semantics, then it should no longer be necessary, to delete a feature here. But unfortunately, it's not so simple, right? Because indeed, so Sauerland's system predicts that the boys are each doing their homework is perfectly coherent semantically, even with the plural feature sitting there undeleted, right? Because that doesn't have an interpretation. However, he also predicts, and this is actually like the answer to Aura's question, the same here. He also predicts that the boys are each doing his homework should also be okay, right? And given, at least, given that he predicts that, the logic of the system is so that he actually ends up predicting that 12 with the plural, after all, isn't good, right? Because since the competition with the singular is also okay, and that has the presupposition that each boy is an atom, which is an unobjectionable presupposition, you should be choosing that. So even though one might think, as I said, taking the content out of the plural morpheme helps with these examples, it doesn't by itself fix, make it unnecessary to delete the feature. So, as this story goes, in the end, the prediction is the same. So either you have a mechanism that allows you to delete this feature, and then the idea would be that if there's no feature at all, then there's also no competition. There's no alternative with a singular. So that would be one way of doing it, or something else would have to be changed. But it does not by itself, solve this problem. So in a way, so I said here in the end, and so in a sense, both what I was sort of tentatively proposing last Wednesday and what Sauerland does. In the end, there's some kind of competition here between the singular and the plural version, right? But then I had this in a very superficial morphological preference principle that just said in so many words, if both are possible, you got to use the plural, right? And he has a competition that in the end decides the matter in the opposite way. But because for these particular facts, the plural is what we do get and not the singular. Yes?
I was wondering, still with respect to the example about no fathers, doesn't it also work in the opposite direction? Like saying one has no arm? It's kind of odd.
Or she didn't find any headlights.
What
She didn't find any headlights because you expect to find a lot of them. You find one. So you wouldn't say she didn't find any headlights.
Yeah, I mean, this can be, I guess, this can perhaps be more easily made more natural, but I don't know what to say either about the facts or about what one conclude. So this part about where there are differences, so that needs of another level of analysis, and as I said, I mean, Benjamin has some interesting ideas for that, but I don't know of any other attempts to.
John doesn't have any arm with any error, or?
I mean, if you sort of introduce, if you already the possibilities under discussion, include, having 1, 2, or none, then you certainly for, or if he uses them one by one, so last year he still had one, but now he has no arm anymore. Then I think it's a lot better, right?
What if you introduce the possibility that a child can have two fathers?
Well, I mean, sure. Once we get to that being, I think then that would change the judgment. If that is, and indeed, I mean, then as in these other examples discussed, I mean, the meaning of she has no fathers would be that she doesn't even have one. And that the two conditions. But so it's as I said, if the possibility of having several is somehow a life possibility, then the plural becomes fine. So I don't know. I mean, so that's an open issue. Okay, so Rühlmann's paper. As I said, so the interesting thing is that he starts by announcing that indeed he's looking precisely at these examples where, as he says, people have drawn the plausible conclusion that a plural feature needs to be deleted or ignored in the semantics. But he's arguing that that's at least not the only possible analysis, that you could have an analysis where it's interpreted. So as you'll see now, in some ways, one might say, it's a more artificial approach. Because basically what he exploits is, and he says that singulars and plurals really are different, and both have a substantive meaning. So singular means is an individual, and plural means is a set, right? But crucially, among the sets are singleton sets. So there's, even though a plural can never refer to the same kind of thing that a singular can. I mean, unlike in Sauerland's picture where plural, the value of a plural variable could literally be, the same thing, as the value of a singular variable. In Rühlmann's, they're never the same, but they can be, in some sense, very similar. In that, the singular variable might pick out, John, and the plural variable could pick out the singleton, consisting, having John as its only member. And given the way that the semantics of predicates work, then if you predicate some ordinary property, of the singleton or of John, it will come to the same thing truth conditionally. So if you effectively any predicate like be tired, be a student, and so on, will have a semantics that when it's predicated of a singleton, then that just means the same thing as when it's predicated of the sole member of that singleton, right? So as I said, when the idea is there's really sort of a strict complementarity between the kinds of entities that singulars and plurals can refer to, but in practice, there's something that looks like overlap, because among the things that plurals can refer to are these singletons. Okay, but we'll see. I mean, that's artificial, though in some sense it may be. I mean, it gives us a way of taking a somewhat different line on some of these examples. Okay, so the point will be that indeed in examples like all the candidates thought they would win, or the candidates each thought they would win. The plural, even though it's not empty, is going to be interpretable, without these examples, not being able to have the truth conditions that they do. Right? Yeah. And we'll see how this goes. Okay, so the idea again is, I mean, like in a way in Sauerland's, at least, it's not so clear in Rühlmann's paper actually, but I'm implementing it here in a way that's very similar, so that again, the only place where I'm assuming that these singular and plural features are interpreted are on variables, or on other things of type E, not, for example, on predicates. Right? So the predicates again. The number marking on the predicates is sort of, comes there indirectly by morphological agreement, both on the nouns and on verbs. It's really the DPs that carry, the number marking. And the meanings of the predicates, again, they have this, what I call mixed extensions. So a predicate is true both of individuals and of sets, right? So in this picture now, I'm not using the term pluralities and atoms. I'm talking like Rühlmann in terms of individuals and sets of individuals. Right? Because if you talk about pluralities and atoms, that's usually sort of the mereological way of looking at the domain. The whole system is set up so that there is no such thing as a singleton in a way. There's no such thing as a plurality that has just one. That just is by definition then an atom, right? Whereas if you have this sort of set theoretic setup, there is technically a distinction between John and the singleton consisting of John, and that's precisely what's being exploited here. So the idea is here the domain E, of type E, contains individuals and sets of individuals. But among the sets, so the empty set is not a possibility, but singleton sets are in there, and then any sort of non-trivial sets of two or more. So all of these count as entities of type E, but I will use the term individual here for the ones that are not sets, except for the others. Right? Okay. And set. So nouns, and other predicates have these mixed extensions. So for example, student, is true of individuals like John and Will. It's true of sets. And both, singleton sets and non-trivial sets of several. So if John and Bill are both students, then so is the singleton of John and the singleton of Bill, and also the set John that contains John and Bill. So all of these are in the extension of this sort of unmarked for number noun student. But that's the general idea. And so, in fact, quite generally, for all predicates, a singleton will be in the extension of a predicate if and only if the corresponding individual is in there. That never makes any difference. Yeah. Okay. So now, what about quantifiers, right? And so things like all the students. So just as I said in answer to Ora's questions about Uli Sauerland's system already, something like all the students will be interpreted in a way that's crucially different from every student. And so every student, I don't have it here, will be something that wants as its scope a predicate of individuals. Right? But all the students want as its scope a predicate of sets. And that's just written into its meaning. So the way I formalized it here in 19, it takes some predicate of type et, but then it says in so many words the domain of this predicate has to be the sets. So these D with the subscript singular and D with the subscript plural, these are sort of the subdomains of the domain E that are either the non-sets or the sets. Right? So that's just worked into the meaning of all the students, and then so once we give it a predicate of sets, then the meaning is, and it's also a little bit roundabout, the meaning is every student, so individual student here has the property that there is some set that he's in that the predicate is true of. Right? So in a simple example, like if you just say all the students left, right? The way the truth conditions actually get computed is it's going to mean something like every student is a member of some set of individuals who left. Right? But that amounts to the same thing as every student left.
So in order to put that also for each verb, for instance, you have to have several lexical entries. So you would, for instance, for the verb to sing, it would be the verb that only applies to.
No, I mean the predicates are all have these mixed extensions. They're not sub-specified, I think. So what's crucial here indeed is so as I said, I'm not quite sure this is exactly how Riemann has it in mind, but the way I reconstructed it, then you kind of exploit the fact that you never really combine the quantifier directly with the predicate. You always have some movement. So what you have you have the quantifier here, and then it binds a trace, and then maybe you have the predicate. So even so the thing is, this indeed, the verb itself and whatever, this has this mixed extension, right? Applying to individuals and sets. But this trace will always end up with some, depending on what this is morphologically, right? This is either a plural or a singular trace. It's one of these possibilities. And that means that by the time you get this abstracted predicate that the quantifier really combines with, you actually will in a way always have a specialized predicate. So if this was plural, this is now, because again the way the presuppositions induce partiality of this function, if you have a plural trace here, this is now effectively the predicate thing restricted to sets. And if you have a singular variable, it's the predicate thing restricted to individuals. And then your quantifier may or may not like this. Right? This depends then on the inherent semantics for the quantifier. So then again, the way it's done is that the quantifier, every student likes predicates that only apply to individuals, and the quantifier, all the students likes predicates that only apply to sets. Right? And that's written into the meanings. And that's so I say the one question is raises is like what forces why couldn't you directly combine this ever? Well, you could say maybe because indeed you wouldn't then have the kind of specialized predicate that the quantifier likes, and maybe this is a way to actually force the movement of the quantifiers independently of type considerations.
Sorry, very naive question.
How can set sing if the verb is sing, say?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just defined that way, right? So indeed, I mean, the only things that really sing, you and me, not sets, and yeah. But yeah, the idea is just that by definition, if X sings and Y sings, then the set consisting of X, Y. I mean, so the principles are simply, if X sings, then the singleton of X sings for any X. Moreover, if two sets each sing, the union sings. Right? Yeah, this is just a stipulation about. So you kind of define the predicate first, for at least for these distributive predicates. Then you define it for individuals, and then you just stipulate that the actual extension of the national language predicate is like the closure on the singleton formation and union of this extension. Right? This assumption is quite common now. I mean, people, in general, in the semantics, in the plural literature, often, and also, things to do with aspect and so on. It's kind of many people make this assumption that sort of on the sort of content vocabulary level, the lexical items, everything has this sort of meaning that's really like a mass noun in a sense. So it's sort of other things in the structure that in the end give us this illusion. So in a way the idea would be, well, you're not in a position really to have an intuition about. Well, you have an intuition about who sings, who can sing and who can't sing, but you don't really thereby have an intuition about what the bare lexical meaning of the predicate sing is. Right? That's for the theorists to tell you. And this is what she says. Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm probably missing something. This is not a story about verbal pluralism, right? For example.
Well, I think in this story, I mean, at least it's compatible with what Sauerland says also. The story about marking of plurality on verbs is in the end quite similar to the one marking it on nouns. It's like, so I mean, as Uli talks about, Sauerland about this explicitly, and Rühlmann, this is not his topic in this paper, but I think, that part isn't something where they explicitly differ. So the picture I get from Sauerland's paper is indeed that the only places where the sort of features, the really interpretable features are, right, are on DPs, right? And then even there, they are only happy if the DP happens to be of type E, right? Denote an individual. If the DP is some kind of quantifier, then effectively the feature gets stranded on its trace. And that's so. And then morphologically, the features spread all over the place, right? So from the DP, in principle they go to the D and to the N, and depending on the language you see them here, there. And so in English, for the most part, you see them on the N, the number features. In other languages, it's quite clear that you see them on the D, on the adjectives, if any, and on the N. So in principle, it sort of spreads through the entire DP. And then also, by agreement, it's if the DP is the subject, in a language that has subject agreement, it goes to whatever the inflection, and then from there might end up on the verb morphologically. And that again, I mean, that's if the language has both subject and object agreement, then you get other stuff there going on. But that's also, this is all like, these are all in a way descendants, so to speak, of the feature that's the interpretable feature that's generated on the DP. So it percolates down, it sort of spreads sideways in a sense by agreement, and all of this is of course stuff that syntacticians are in the business of talking about in detail. But the claim here is the place where it really makes its semantic contribution is always on something that's either referring to an individual or a variable for individuals.
But then if I understand correctly, the feature deletion theory is preferable because it has one mechanism for all features.
Well, I mean, the feature deletion theory, in addition to this particular feature deletion on the bound variables, also, the way I had it needed the assumption that these features, that get percolated up and down, also are not real, right? So it's already got this assumption also that there's, you know, a lot of uninterpretable features around besides, you know, the ones that specifically, you know, are noteworthy on these one variables. And so I'm not sure that there's much difference, yeah. Okay, so right. So Ruhlmann's idea is, yeah, so it's really so that, yeah, so if you have something like all the students, yeah, it gets the semantics, yeah, so that it combines with the predicate of sets, but it will say then, that at least, I mean, you know, for this distributive predicates like students, that each student is, you know, in one of the sets that make the predicate true. Yeah. Okay. So as I say in a footnote, yeah, I am leaving out something that's actually important for this to work correctly for things like all the students met, yeah, and things with collective predicates. So in Ruhlmann's paper, it takes that into account also, you know, based on something from Winter. The way it is here, this doesn't quite come out right, but I think that's sort of in a way a different topic, yeah, and it isn't so important here. Yeah. Okay, so now what we can see in a way quite easily is, so you know, suppose we have the sentence all the candidates thought they had won, right? And yeah, so the original observation always would be that could be true even when each candidate just thinks I won and the others lost, of course. So when you assume there's an election where only one person can win, right? Yeah, then clearly each of them will not only think I won, they will also not think so and so won, rather will think the opposite for any other individual. Yeah. So the point is, you know, they're really only individuals, you know, singular individuals that make true the condition X thought that X won. Right? There isn't a plurality that thinks, you know, that a plurality won. You know, there's no, you know, nobody thinks that any pluralities won. Right? You know, everybody just thinks that a certain individual won. So that's what, you know, so the intuition behind thinking, you know, that we shouldn't interpret the plural feature there on the day, because that would have to mean, you know, that somehow somebody thinks that a plurality won. Okay, so, you know, in Ruhlmann's thing now is because, you know, I mean, strictly speaking, you know, so, you know, the sentence will have in it sort of the condition, you know, the set X thought that the set X won, right? Yeah, for sets, right? But set doesn't mean plurality, right? You know, set could mean singleton or, you know, it's any set. So in particular, so the assumption is, you know, if John thinks that John won, you know, then it will also be true that the singleton consisting of John thinks that the singleton consisting of John won, right? Yeah, because the singleton one is truth conditionally the same as John won, yeah, therefore, he, you know, if he thinks one, he's got to think the other, and yeah, and again for the verb think, you know, since, you know, by assumption, if John thinks something, then the singleton thinks the same thing, right? Yeah, so there will in a way be sets that make this schema, you know, X thinks X1 true. Yeah, even in a situation where, in the scenario where each person only thinks about himself, you know, that they won and does not think that anybody else won, yeah, all the singletons of the people, yeah, of these people will make this true. So if you assign to this variable, you know, the singleton consisting of John, then this is true, and if you assign the singleton consisting of Bill, this is also true, and so on. So if you just combine this, then, yeah, with, you know, all the candidates, yeah, and so the sentence would be represented as in 22 here. Then again, by the same schema, yeah, so the truth conditions mean something like, yeah, for each candidate, he's got to be in a set that is a set of individuals who think that every member of that same set won, right? I mean, that's the truth condition. But that's verified just by the existence of the singleton, you know, containing each of these people, right? For each person, you can find a set yeah, that in which all the individuals thought that all the individuals in it want, namely the singleton, right? It's kind of, yeah, this trivial way of making it true. So, so you can get the sentence here to be true, right? Yeah, despite the plural here, despite the way that the plural here is interpreted in the same way as always, it's requiring that this variable range over sets, yeah, it gets the right truth conditions, and in particular can be true in the scenario where no pluralities are thought to have won by anyone. Right? So that's straightforward. Now, yeah, interesting. So for things like all the students, because it's kind of independently in a way we have evidence that we need them to sometimes quantify over pluralities, because you can't say things like, you know, all the candidates met here, you know, with collective predicates. Right? But yeah, this system, you know, allows you to also have, you know, quantifiers that, technically speaking, you know, want predicates of sets, you know, even though in terms of what they actually mean, you know, they never true of real sets, you know, they are really only true of singletons. And that's Ruhlmann's idea about what things like the floating quantifiers do, right? Yeah, so the story that that I had was, you know, that if you have like a floating quantifier each, because it's sort of kind of a junction structure that just inherits the plural feature of the definite it attaches to, and, you know, otherwise there's nothing, you know, plural about it. Here the idea is that semantically, in a way, the candidates each of the candidates are really different, right? Yeah, they're both, you know, sort of, you know, quantifiers, universal quantifiers of some sort, and in fact, yeah, the meanings are such that truth conditionally it never is going to make a difference which one you use, but they're still technically different, yeah, because that each of the candidates will be the kind of quantifier that wants to apply to a predicate of individuals. But the candidates each wants to apply to a predicate of pluralities. However, you know, unlike something like all, they can say, you want to account for the fact that you can't say things like, you know, the candidates each, you know, look alike, or, you know, met in the collective sense here. So, you know, it has to be effectively, you know, that real sets are not the sorts of things, you know, that play a role in the semantics, but that can be said in this. You know, so the meaning for the floating each is here, it's given in 25. I mean, so you've just put together each and something that denotes a plurality, like the candidates. This one, he says, you know, for a true sentence, yeah, I want here now a predicate of pluralities, and it has to be the case that everything in, you know, every member of the plurality that each attaches to it, like every candidate, has to be such that his singleton makes this predicate true, right? You know, that's just the way, you know, this, you know, floating quantifier is interpreted. You know, so you know, you take each candidate and you make sure that the predicate that's coming after the candidates each is true of the singleton consisting of that candidate. That's part of the semantics. And so I said, yeah, I should, you know, here, just for a minimal difference, write the semantics not of the floated each, but in the each of, yeah, which would say, yeah, so each of the students, yeah, would say, give me a predicate of individuals, and then I just, you know, have to be true of each of those. Right? Yeah, so whereas here it says, give me a predicate of pluralities, and I should be true of the singletons of each of the things in the domain. Right? So this is a minimal difference. So given that, then again, if you interpret, you know, the candidates each thought they want, you can actually, you know, you can set it up, you know, like in the representation in 24, where you have plurals both, you know, on the trace and on the pronoun, the one on the pronoun you see. So you have here, you know, this predicate here, you know, lambda 3 trace 3 thought they 3 1, yeah, that will be a predicate that you can only apply to sets, right? Yeah. And again, it will be, you know, it's sort of true of a set if all the individuals in that set thought that all the individuals in that same set won. Yeah. But then when it's combined, yeah, with the candidates each, the truth conditions of the whole just say, you know, for each candidate it's the case that his singleton is such that all the individuals in it thought that all the individuals won. And then, of course, that works out in the scenario that we have. Right? Okay. So here, so it's in a sense that it's similar, to the Sauerland story, in that the plural is given in a very weak semantics. Right? It's given a semantics that doesn't directly encode the intuition that the values have to be pluralities. Right? Yeah, so it's sort of like it has a substantive meaning here, but it just only says the values have to be sets. But since the sets includes the singles, that doesn't correspond to really being two pluralities. Okay, but it makes sort of a different. What's really different now is if we sort of consider the competition between the singular and the plural, and why in these cases. Like the candidates each thought they won, you not only can but must use the plural. That story now is different. Right? So instead, Sauerland's picture had a difficulty with that because it couldn't really explain why you couldn't have the singular there. Therefore, it couldn't explain why you could have the plural either, because once you can have the singular, that should have been the preferred form. Here, the two are in a sense not really ever in direct competition like that. Because so if you try to put a singular there, so I put so these sentences in 27 because all candidates thought he won, or the candidates each thought he won. I mean, these are fine sentences on some other readings, but you can't have this bound reading, right? You can't have readings equivalent to the bound readings that we considered for the plurals. And so we can sort of think now what the representation would have to be, right? So here we clearly have a visible singular on the pronoun, so that has to be somewhere in the representation. What we don't, directly see maybe is what the feature of the trace is. So we assume that all candidates and the candidates each. There's a plural there that gets left behind on the trace, then we get a situation where the logical form we would try to co-index a trace and a pronoun where one is plural and the other is singular. Right? So that's what I try to do here in 28. So, I mean, in a system like Sauerland's where the plural doesn't have any meaning, right? That in principle should be okay. Right? It wouldn't generate conflicting presuppositions because only the singular would contribute a presupposition, the plural just would be neutral, and so shouldn't be a problem. In this system, however, so each, I'm doing it again in terms of presuppositions, and each feature imposes a condition on the nature of the value of the variable, and these conditions are really mutually exclusive in this case. Right? So the plural feature on the trace says this is a set. Would be a singleton, but it's got to be a set. Right? And the singular on the he co-index would say, that same value of the variable 3 is not a set, it's an individual. So you effectively, if you do it this way, you get a function here that just simply cannot be applied to anything at all. Right? Has the empty domain, and so the sentence is really uninterpretable. Right? But even if you tried and sort of tried making the trace also singular, it still doesn't work. And so you don't even have to stipulate syntactically that somehow the trace has to be plural. So if you try to make both the pronoun and the trace singular, like I did in 29, again I'm just representing the predicate here, then you get in a way a fine predicate meaning. And it's something that's a predicate that can only be applied to individuals, not to sets, and that says, it's true of individuals that thought they won and false of those that didn't. That would be fine, but now the assumption is that these quantifiers, the candidates each or all the candidates, unlike each of the candidates or every candidate, these quantifiers are not applicable to predicates of individuals. They need predicates of sets. So again, it doesn't work. I mean, even though you have a well-defined predicate here with a non-empty domain, it's not the kind of thing that can be an argument for these quantifiers. So, as I said, so the singular, the choice of the singular is simply ruled out independently of somehow comparing it to the plural, and so only the plural can be used here, and there's nothing else to say. but no feature deletion is needed. Now, I mean, it's of course, one needs to note, that this does not is not of any help, about with feature deletion regarding person feature. So it's not just because this is not any about these examples like only I did my homework, but even the same kind of example, just switching to a different person, shows. So like if you said we each thought we had one, right? There, by the reasoning we have, the plural feature on the bound we can leave it right there, interpret it like any other plural. But the first person feature still would somehow have to be ignored, right? Because so this the trick for the plural to be fine is because effectively we're going to be arranging over these singletons here, but of course these singletons for the most part, except for one, will not contain the speaker, right? So if the first person had the obvious interpretation, it should not be applicable to most of the values here. So so still, it's not like a substitute for feature deletion in general, and it's in particular, it's not even a substitute for feature deletion in these examples involving floated quantifiers, right? As opposed to the ones involving only. But it would, I mean, so if this is right, then as far as the number feature goes, we seem to have no cases where that needs to be deleted. We can always leave that here. So, but so in that respect, it's really different from Sauerland's, also the other story. So no competition here between the singular plural is somehow invoked one way or the other, right? And it's just each of them have, their own turf, and you can only use one or the other. Right? I mean, I guess one could imagine that there could be quantifiers. I mean, you could define quantifiers here that wouldn't care, what sort of predicate they apply to. And it's kind of something that is in need of explanation here, why this seems not to exist. Because indeed it doesn't seem to. So and it really correlates with the morphological number on the quantifiers. The ones that show up as plural either because the heads, the determinants are plural, or because they have the structure with the adjunction of the floated thing. They also all have a semantics that requires pluralities, and then the ones that show up as singular don't. So I guess a story one might tell is that is because these features get to be on the whole DP only if somewhere in the structure they are interpreted, and that would have to be here on the trace, right? So if the only way the morphology can be plural on all the candidates or on the candidates each is because there is a plural feature on the trace, then and if everything if there is no such thing as something that's unmarked for number in the morphology, then it would follow that even though the semantics would make it easier for you to have quantifiers that are neutral as to whether they combine with predicates of sets of individuals, you couldn't really have those things.
Couldn't you argue that the examples from the beginning with someone left that they have just
So I'll tell you what Ruhlmann says about those. Right? But indeed, one could say one way of doing. He doesn't do it that way. So, but indeed, one possibility might be that these are quantifiers that really don't mind one way or the other. Actually, difficult is though. I mean, the thing is with these, someone left the umbrellas, because there is clear evidence that the agreement with the quantifier itself is singular, right? So it's like, I mean, you don't see it in left, but you say, someone, is whatever. Someone was. I can't think of an example, but so you get someone is about to forget the umbrella, whatever. I mean, I'm just trying to put something in here where you can clearly see what the number is. Right? So yeah, so it wouldn't be quite so simple, because you do seem to have the kind of structure where here you have a singular trace, and here you have a plural pronoun, and somehow these two want to be co-indexed. But as we see, in this system that isn't really possible. Right? If you had that configuration, with these two really being co-indexed, then it would lead to semantic anomaly, for the reasons we already went through. So there has to be a different analysis, and I'll get to that. So there's actually, in a way, a special mechanism that English has that will allow this, and it's not fiddling with this. So because indeed, if one, I think the way I'm seeing it now, if one just said, this one doesn't care one way or the other, then you would expect not only that here you can have either singular plural pronoun, but also that here you could have singular plural agreement, and that isn't the way it works.
I'm wondering about the incompatibility of all candidates with singular traces and thought one, etc. Because it's not like all is morphologically specified to only combine with plurals. You can do things like all the water.
Right. Right. So that shouldn't. I don't know. I haven't here gotten at all into this internal build-up of all candidates, and so the generalization is generally that when determiners are specialized, very often at least, the division that they make is between singular count nouns and the rest, which is plural count nouns and mass nouns, and not with things that are morphologically singular and morphologically plural. I can't answer that question, but it's a good one. So I don't know. So Rühlmann bases much of this on work by Joad Winter, and I don't know to what extent this is the more details addressed there. Actually haven't gone to the source. Okay. So, but one. Okay, so we've ruled out the singular pronoun. We can't. So one question that arises, however, because so since singletons are, in the domain of what variables can range over and so on, and since predicates are by their nature, so that whether you predicate something of a singleton or of the thing itself is truth conditionally completely equivalent, it's actually it's not completely obvious, why we couldn't use a plural pronoun, for example, to refer to a contextually salient person, right? So here, like in 31, like if I said they won, right? And I'm pointing at Mary, right? That presumably you can do that, right? Why not, right? So, all it would take, in this setup is that the contextually salient variable assignment maps, the index of this pronoun to the singleton, not to Mary, but to the singleton. Why not, right? So if that is a possibility, then you would be, you should be able to just use plural pronouns to refer to things that are known to be single entities. So that has to be constrained somehow. One could say, just I guess at this point one could say that bound variables can range over singletons, but that free pronouns, free variables, singletons somehow are not among the possible reference for the contextually given assignment. But why is not exactly obvious. Right? It's not. So in this, it's not. It doesn't fit with the nature of this approach to tell some story like Sauerland. That it has to do with wanting to make a stronger presupposition. I think these things are not ordered in this way. So that has to be excluded somehow. Right? So in, in this context, because so there's a discussion of the cases where you do seem to have they, when you have a singular, like, so here's the example with patient A has a lot of pauses in the speech sample where it's arguably this could even, it's not bound by a quantifier anyway. I mean, in this example, it could still be a bound pronoun if you analyze this patient A as binding, it could be. But I suppose, I mean, they were extrapolating on this piece of data. I suppose in a situation where this is the scenario where you're listening to these tapes, right? I presume even if you didn't have an antecedent in the sentence, you could still say they. I mean, I don't know if it's a fact, like, so in the same situation in which people are listening to this tape and saying, patient A has a lot of pauses in the speech sample, you might also just, you listen to this statement and say, they have a lot of pauses in the speech sample, right? I presume, right? That wouldn't be any different. So even, so there clearly you have a referential pronoun. Right? I mean, it's because it's the sort of situation, I mean, as Rillman notes, where in a certain sense, you don't know who you're referring to, right? But it's still, it's still a referring pronoun. You refer to whoever, was taped here, right? Whoever that may be. So, in those situations, it seems to be okay, right? So, we could describe this situation as being one where, indeed, here for some reason it is allowed for the contextually salient assignment to map a variable to a singleton, or, and this is what Rillman says, he doesn't assume that that's what's ever happening. So rather what he assumes is that there's a representation for some of these sentences where actually you don't just have an index on the pronoun, you have like a kind of funny thing in addition which you have a variable for individuals, but you have something in the representation that tells you to map the value of this variable to the singleton. Right? So this is, I call this here, this is a kind of type shifter, or rather sort shifter is the right word because it's not a type distinction. So it's kind of, you can add a little annotation to the index of a pronoun that, monomically notate this little set brackets around it, that has the meaning, so the index itself, will pick out an individual here, but with those set brackets around it, the value of the entire expression there is the singleton, right? And so the idea is, you can regulate to some extent conventionally in a language, under what conditions you're allowed to have this kind of representation for a plural pronoun. Right? So, the advantage of that is not only, because then not only does it cover the cases where you do seem to have a referential pronoun they, even though you're referring to an individual person, like in this scenario with the tapes, but also you can give now a well-formed representation, well-formed and interpretable representation for these umbrella sentences. So that does justice to the fact that the singular agreement with the quantifier itself, but in a sense co-indexing with the plural pronoun. So the co-indexing then, so it will not be direct. So you have the trace here, and that is singular. And then you have forgot their umbrella. And here, so this is plural, no question, we hear that, right? So it has a representation like that. It's not just plural and then pronoun indexed one, because then you get the contradictory presupposition. Rather, it's plural and then the pronoun indexed with this special device, that, for example, he says in Dutch or German, you just don't have that at all, ever. But in English you have it under certain circumstances. So this means, so the idea here is the plural, of course, applies, so imposes a presupposition on the referent of this whole thing. And this whole thing is the variable plus the sort shifter that turns it into the singleton, right? So So once we have the singleton, of course, the plural is okay because it only says it's a set, right? But the variable that's actually co-indexed here is ranges over individuals, right? So the presuppositions then we generate for this derived predicate, there's two presuppositions, but you'll see that this one is kind of harmless. This will generate a presupposition that says the value of this variable is really an individual, so it's in this part of the ontology of the non-sets. On this side, then we generate an additional presupposition that says the value of this, and that's the singleton of this same thing, that is a set. But as I said, I mean that's granted, right? Yeah, because that's what this sort shifter did. It gave us a set. So between the two of them, these really don't say anything more than just this part. Right? So we get here, we do get here. So we don't. So someone is still gonna only apply to predicates that are true of individuals. It's not taking any predicates that are true of sets at all. But because of this funny annotation here, we effectively can sort of turn this into the singleton here and justify the presuppositions of the plural. And it's interesting. I mean, if you sort of think of the additional possibilities, it's still So it predicts precisely that you could have a plural pronoun with a singular antecedent like this. Because what you do is that you kind of change the type of the pronoun here with this sort shifter. But even if you could put the sort shifter anywhere on index things, including variables, you can't do you can't really get the opposite kind of case. So the examples before, so we want to make sure we still rule out this other kind of mismatch, like all the candidates thought he won, for example, or the candidates were each thinking that he won. We still want to rule those out. That still is ruled out. So even so here the singular, the singular is the singular on the pronoun. There's no choices there. On the plural side, where the trace is, we could now in addition have a representation where we use the sort shifter, so we could co-index the two meaningfully. So I have this in 36 here. But still, that whole thing turns out to be a predicate of individuals. Even though it's kind of referring to the singleton of one of them in there somewhere. So it's still not a good input for the candidates, each or all the candidates. It just isn't liked as an argument by that quantifier. So I mean, one thing one could of course observe is why is it that there exists this kind of sort shifter that turns an individual into a singleton, and not kind of the inverse thing that would apply to a singleton and give you its only member. Because I mean that would have to be a kind of a partial function here, because if you just apply to an arbitrary set, then it wouldn't be able to give you the member, because many sets have many members. But it could still be, sort of a partial function here that when the set happens to be a singleton returns so you could define something just like these curly brackets, I guess to find some notation here, that you could also add to an index, in this case on a singular pronoun, and then the variable could be for sets, and the thing would find you the only member. So it's in a sense a stipulation that doesn't exist. Right, so what was kind of appealing in Sauerland's thing is there was sort of a principled reason why you would have this phenomenon of plural morphology going without a semantics of plurality, but not the other way around. I mean, here I don't think this is principled, as far as I can see.
Doesn't that also predict that we could just as well say some lady is about to forget their umbrella? That seems to me that would be less natural than some candidate is about to forget their umbrella. In other words, you seem to need a stipulation that if you know it's a female.
So I mean, you do have the intuition that ignorance of gender, or wanting to leave the gender unspecified, is one of the reasons. So Yeah, so this is sort of a case where it's the predicate in the, in the noun, yeah, that already fixes the gender. So the other case that Riemann explicitly addresses is where you have a verb phrase, yeah, the example with the jockstrap, yeah, where there, yeah, you get the gender specified, and it's of course more indirect. So, yeah, so again, I mean, none of these authors here proclaim really to have, in the end, a sort of deep understanding of what really the conditions are. Yeah, I mean, it's an observation that it seems right is that part of it has to be, there has to be something special that's language specific, and that English has and other languages don't have. But beyond that, then one has to constrain this. I mean, Riemann also ends by saying, well, with this, when I have this shifting device, then I can get these examples, but of course I am in danger of over-generating. Right? So, in fact, even just going back now to the very simple case where you try to just refer to a present person, with a plural pronoun, which we still want to rule out. Okay, so even if you say that there's never a way that the contextually salient assignment will directly map to singletons, will map an index to singletons, it's still now, with this additional device, why if you had a representation, of they are nice, where you again use this, then even if the contextually given assignment maps this just plain to the individual with this annotation, then this whole thing will be the singleton and the plural will be justified. Right? So in a way we have to, there's two things we have to rule out in order to sort of capture the phenomenon, that you can't use they are nice when you know you're referring to sort of an individual that's present, and that's a single person. Two ways we have to rule this out. First, we have to make sure that we can't directly assign the singleton to a simple index, and second, we have to make sure that we can use this fancy index that's being exploited in the, someone forgot their umbrella sentences, and both of these are just stipulations at this point. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. So then Riemann also talks about how to integrate into the picture in the examples with the split antecedents and the partial binding, but there's really nothing different there, from what we already said. It works just the same way, and the only thing that's in a sense sort of a slight technical complication is that, since there is this subtle distinction, we have sets and individuals. Before I assumed that when you have a pronoun with one of these complex indices like 1 plus 2, right? That's the way I wrote it. Then the plus really just corresponds to the operation that makes a bigger individual out of two smaller ones. And that was sort of in a setup, in a sort of merological setup where it didn't matter, if the original individuals were atoms or already pluralities. Right? So putting two atoms together by the sum formation gives you a non-atomic thing, but also they could, if you already had one or the other being a non-atom, then you just get another non-atom. Here in this picture now that Riemann has, there's kind of could be the situation that this is, so this say has a singular antecedent, a singular quantifier as antecedent. So this really ranges over individuals, and this other variable here might actually range over sets, because it has a plural quantifier as its antecedent. And any combination, they might both range over individuals, and you have to make sure that whatever the original two things are, once you put it together by the plus, you get a set. Right? And so it's a little bit more complicated to define that, but I mean, you can either just have the kind of disjunctive definition that he has, or you could also say that in this case you also always just make use of the sort shifter. So the plus really means union, you could say always, right? But when in the context of the plus, you can just adorn these like that, and then you can always be union. I mean, that's one or the other way. But I said, I don't think actually these examples, I mean, he uses the examples as an argument against sort of a kind of strawman idea where number is always just by agreement with an antecedent. Right? Yeah, and indeed, I mean, what examples like, every man told his girlfriend that they should get married shows is that even for bound pronouns, that it's sometimes the plural, is not a matter of agreeing with an antecedent. That the plural is in some obvious sense because you're constructing a plurality. But that wasn't really a story that I entertained either. Right? I mean, so I this other story that I had, there were cases where the plural indeed was deleted at logical form and therefore in a sense only there by agreement on the surface, but the claim was not that that's the case always for all bound variables. Right? It was rather, precisely the claim was, if it so happens that you are in the configuration where you can delete a plural feature, then you can do that, but if you're not in that configuration, you're going to interpret your plural feature. So as I said, I mean, that's why why the split antecedent examples are in this paper by Ruhlmann, but given what I said, they don't really add anything one way or the other. That's why I just mentioned it briefly. Okay, so just to sum up, okay, so I think, I was looking at this with an interest in maybe really, having a real alternative to this feature deletion stuff, but it's relatively limited in essence. It doesn't really help us get rid of feature deletion for person. And to the extent that it does for the number, still, right? I mean, there's a number of things that are maybe somewhat stipulative, right? Yeah, I mean, so you said there could have been a shifter in the other direction, the reasons why you have this preference for the singular over the plural when you make reference to individuals. These are not like in Sauerland, so are not grounded in any way in the meanings of things, right? Yeah, it's you have to really stipulate in addition that certain ways of referring to things are just not used and certain representations are constrained. So the thing about the sort shifter, there's some sense in which it is only used when you need to use it, but except why do you need to use it in the case of the umbrella? That brings us back in a way to the same questions that for Sauerland arising, like what are the conditions under which you are licensed in avoiding the singular. Okay, so that's that concludes. So this is sort of my discussion here about the content of number features. So last lecture I talked a bit about the content of person features. So for the remaining two lectures now, I will talk about pronouns in attitude contexts. So I'll start with the discussion of controlled pro and the say readings of pronouns, and then you'll see the reason why this is connected here. This is another domain where it has struck some people that the superficial morphology of the pronouns really does not directly reflect the interpretation. I mean, other people also have attempted to see this differently, and so that's why this fits into this. So I will kind of introduce the background for that and then talk about whether these cases could also be seen as feature deletion under semantic binding and what the consequences of this are. So that will be for the remaining two lectures tomorrow and on Thursday. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I will talk a little bit in these last two lectures about pronouns in complements to verbs of thinking and saying. So the way this is organized, I will start, it's kind of sort of somewhat historical in terms of the literature. Yeah, so I will start with some observations about controlled pro that I think, at least for the linguistic literature, these were first in a CLS paper by Morgan in 70. And then I will talk at some length about an analysis that Gennaro Chiarchia gave of these facts. And then I will sort of elaborate and extend this analysis of Chiarchia's to some other phenomena that have been discussed more recently. And and then I will sort of propose something that's, criticize Chiarchia's analysis in some ways and propose an alternative. Okay, so the observation here so this paper by Morgan really was about the identity criterion for a rule that was at that time called equi-NP deletion, deletion of identical NPs in what's nowadays called control, right? So this was an analysis of John wants to leave, where you had an underlying structure, John wants John to leave, and you were allowed to delete this under identity. And so what Morgan was talking about is that in a sort of interesting sense, just identity of reference, it seemed not to be sufficient for the form with the infinitive and the pro to be felicitous. So he made up these somewhat funny scenarios that also, as he didn't know, people had independently talked about in the philosophical literature, where people are in some sense sort of confused about their own identity. So the simplest kind of case is always, David Kaplan, the philosophical literature has made very famous an example of a man who is standing in front of a mirror, and he sees somebody in the mirror whose pants are on fire, and then, of course, as you might imagine, just a little bit later, he gets a bit warm around the feet, and he realizes that this person that he was looking at is he himself, right? So the point is, for a little while, he's standing there in front of this mirror, but maybe he doesn't realize it's a mirror. He thinks it's a glass window, and he's looking at somebody on the other side or something like that. So anyway, so the point about the example is that, as Kaplan points out, because it makes a big difference, to the cognitive state of this guy, whether he looks at this and says, his pants are on fire, or whether he looks at the same scene and says, oh my God, my pants are on fire, right? So whether he thinks about, has a thought about himself, or if he has a thought about the guy that he's looking at. But the interesting thing is, because in a sense, the guy that he's looking at is himself. So there's a sense in which either way he has a thought about himself, right? But this, the point of this kind of example is there's two different kinds of thoughts about oneself that one can have. Ones that are really, that one might, people have later called I thoughts, that you would express in the first person, and ones that happen to be about yourself, but you may not know that they're about yourself, right? So you could say that guy's pants are on fire, and it's, you're saying something effectively about yourself, but you don't know it's yourself, right? Okay, so the point that Morgan was making in this paper is that, if you took a sentence like, so we can't in this, the case with the pants on fire doesn't lend itself very well to a minimal pair of control and not. So I'll sort of, imagine the same kind of scenario, but I'm talking about two sentences. Like, one is John expects that he will get help, and John expects to get help. So, where you have a control structure in one and not in the other. So the observation really is that John expects to get help, is something that isn't true. If John just, says that guy there is going to get help, right? So it's only true if he thinks I will get help. So in a way it differs minimally from at least a possible reading that you could have for John expects that he will get help, or John expects that John will get help, right? So actually Morgan didn't really discuss the cases with the pronouns much. He sort of contrasted cases with control with cases where you have a repetition of the full name, right? Okay, but as people later observed, yeah, if you have a pronoun there, you know, because if you said that normally the preferred understanding of a sentence like John expects that he will get help would also be that he, you know, he has the I thought, he thinks, yeah, I will get help. But you can, you can read this sentence as being true in a situation where, you know, only the speaker of the sentence knows that these are the same person, but John actually doesn't, right? Whereas, you know, for the John expects to get help, it's really just false, you know, in a situation where, you know, he hasn't realized that it's he himself that's involved. Yeah. Okay. So, so this is an observation. Now, you know, an important point also to make here is that it's not enough to say, you know, sometimes people say, oh, this just means, you know, that pro has to be a bound variable. It can't be just a referential pronoun. But, you know, as several people have pointed out, I mean, this is certainly in print, I think, you know, probably in Kierkegaard's paper, also in more or less contemporaneous work by Higginbotham and by Tanya Reinhardt, they made the point that this is not quite the point, you know, that it has to be a bound variable. Right? Yeah. So, so you can, in a way, still, even if you sort of have, if you, you know, makes the scenario even a bit more outlandish, if you sort of make it a situation where you have a quantificational subject, yeah, so you have like 3 men that are all in the same situation, yeah, and you talk about all of them by universally quantifying. So you might say, you know, every man, you know, thought, you know, every man saw that his pants were on fire without realizing, you know, that it was he himself. So there you have a bound pronoun, but still you would not have the kind of reading where the men are having I thoughts, right? Yeah. So again, yeah, the claims, yeah, if you contrast sort of minimal pairs, yeah, with a pronoun and a controlled pro, still, yeah, so each man expects to get help really is only true, you know, when each of these men have I thoughts, right, saying, you know, I'll get help, yeah. Whereas each man expected that he would get help, you know, and you flesh out the story to make it clear that you're not attributing to them any I thoughts can still be true. And the point is here that he will be a bound variable pronoun, its antecedent is this quantifier each man. Nevertheless, you know, there's a reading there for the pronoun, you know, that isn't there for the pro, right? So the point then is, it's, this is not just, something that you can account for by making a distinction between referential and bound variable pronouns. It's really something more special about these controlled pros, that they have to have a special kind of reading. So this reading has later then, in the wake of a very influential paper by David Lewis, come to be called a so-called they say reading. So they say of the self, right? It's a reading where it's that, I mean, the sort of intuitive way to talk about it is to say it's a reading where you're reporting an I thought. A thought that the person would be expressing in the first person, right? And so the point is, so pro requires a they say reading. Pronouns, anaphoric pronouns tend to certainly have, it seems to be the preferred understanding is as a they say reading, but you can kind of force them to have readings that are not they say in this way. And these readings then are often by contrast called they ray readings. So these are readings where, so you say that John has a thought which is effectively about himself, but it's not in the they say manner. It's not in the I presentation, right? So this, so the general claim is, for anaphoric items in general, including these ordinary pronouns, both in a way they say and the array readings are possible in these kinds of constructions, but when you switch to the controlled pro, only the they say reading is possible. And so similar kinds of examples. So in Philip Schlenker's work, which I'm drawing on here at many points, and I review some of the same material and literature. There are also examples making this point, and as I said, others have talked about it, like Higginbotham in some papers and so on. Okay. So the first person then to give sort of a formal semantics analysis of this observation by Morgan was Gennaro Chiarchia in a paper, I guess in 1990 or something like that. 87, a while ago. Cited here. Chiarchia was strongly influenced in his thinking about the subject matter by this paper I just mentioned by David Lewis called Attitudes de Dicto and D'Essai. So David Lewis's paper is not a paper about semantics. Right? It's not a paper about the semantics of attitude reports of any kind, about control, about the difference between pro and, and a pronoun. He couldn't care less. He's a philosopher. Right? So, so what David Lewis's paper is about really is, what we should consider to be the content of an attitude like belief. What type of thing this is. So how do you individuate contents of belief? And the point he's making with many examples that they are kind of similar in nature to the one I just mentioned here is that the most general characterization that discriminates between different belief states in the right ways, if you think of the contents of people's beliefs as being properties that they ascribe to themselves rather than propositions, as is normally thought. So the idea is, if you just sort of think in terms of, so I mean, Lewis's picture is this. So I mean, if you have a belief like you believe that it's that Paris is in France or something like that, then you're effectively you're locating yourself in a possible world of a certain kind, right? So you think, I mean, if you sort of had a slideshow of all kinds of possible worlds presented to you, and you were asked, like, which one is yours? You would sort of pick out the worlds where Paris is in France, and say, this could be my world, and the ones where Paris is not in France, you would say no. So in a way, so he says you could sort of think of all belief as sort of a matter of locating yourself in a certain kind of world, as opposed to another kind of world. So in this case, worlds. But his point is that also, some beliefs. The point is not just that you locate yourself in a world of a certain kind. It's that you locate yourself somewhere in that world, as one of the particular individuals there. So in this kind of situation, where somebody, say this guy that looks at the reflection of the burning pants, and again, you imagine you showed this guy sort of in a way slides of possible worlds. So in some possible worlds there would be one guy looking in a mirror with pants on fire, and in some other pictures of a possible world there would be two guys. The one looking, and on the other side of the glass, one whose pants are on fire. And if you sort of ask this guy, like, which situation do you think is the one that obtains that? I mean, the point's not so much that he would, so he wants to say, like, which guy he is, right? So in the world where there are these two guys, the one in front of the mirror and the one with the burning pants, he would say, well, as far as I can, if he's ignorant, right, that's himself, he would say, as far as I can tell, I could be that one here, the one that's watching, not the one that's, I don't think I'm that one over there with the pants on fire, right? Whereas afterwards, of course, when he's caught on, then he will say, well, I'm that one that, So, if you believe that your own pants are on fire, in an I thought kind of way, then not only do you think you're in a certain kind of world where some guy's pants are on fire, right? But you moreover think you are located in a particular point in that world, namely there, right there, at this point where the fire is. So to characterize the full content of this belief or realization or whatever that this guy has at one point and not at another, it's at least useful, maybe not the only possible way, to think of it as attributed to himself a certain property, namely, so he's attributing to himself the property of being a guy with pants on fire, and not just the property of being somehow in the world where there are guys with pants on fire. Right? That's a big difference, or the property of looking at a guy with pants on fire. Those are all very different properties to attribute to oneself, and this is sort of the difference between the different mental states that this guy is going through in the course of this little story, right? Okay, so Kierkegaard sort of taking it from there and says, okay, so Lewis has at least shown a good way of characterizing the readings that we're talking about in terms of what properties people self-ascribe in each of these cases. And so it's kind of natural to look for a semantics for the actual sentences, like John expects to get help, these kinds of sentences with the controlled prose, that directly cashes out this idea of Lewis's that what you're talking about here is you're saying that this guy ascribes to himself a certain property. Right? And of course, if you actually look at the shape of the sentence, like, John expects to get help, it is very easy, to see in this sentence kind of the structure of the description of the situation that Lewis gives. Right? All you need to sort of assume is that, as people for independent reasons, and Kierkegaard also have wanted to assume sometimes, is that this so-called pro is really, it's nothing, right? This infinitive just expresses a property. So you have this, to get help on the surface, you just see what seems to be a predicate, right? To get help. And so that expresses the property of getting help, let's say getting help in the future here or something like that. If you say John expects to get help, you're attributing, you're saying about John that he ascribes to himself the property of being one who will get help, right? So this property that's expressed in this infinitival clause. So the most straightforward way to sort of talk here then about this controlled pro is that semantically it's actually vacuous, just like it's also phonologically inaudible. So all there is to the structure to the interpretation of one of these controlled infinitive sentences is that we have the complement expresses a property, and the whole thing somehow means that the subject ascribes that property to themselves. So the hard part, also the substance, is then in giving a meaning to the embedding verb. I have expect here, and that encodes this, right? And so I have that a little lower down in the second page. I have some stuff here just introducing the general framework. But so the idea is that the verb expect here will be treated as a relation basically as a relation between a property and an individual. And that relation will hold if that individual self-ascribes this property in the sense that Lewis explicated. Okay, so how implementing is giving sort of an implementation here that's, I think, I have to admit it's been a while since I actually looked at Kierkegaard's paper, so I don't remember how much of this is his and his mind. But the way I'm thinking, so we need to, of course, unlike what we did in this course so far, it's crucial here to have an intentional semantics, where you quantify over different possible words and the different technical frameworks for doing that. The one I'm choosing here without discussion is one where in the syntactic representation you actually have sort of explicit variables for possible worlds, and you can bind them, right? So to construct sort of an ordinary proposition, a set of words, you bind a world variable to construct a property of the kind that we need here. You bind both a world variable and maybe an individual variable, or you have something that's just is unsaturated in the individual argument. Okay, so so on page 2, just I have some very simple examples. So first, forgetting about the attitude reports first, just sort of the very simple sentences. So the idea is every predicate has arguments for possible worlds along with the arguments for its various arguments. So for example, an intransitive verb like drink, if it's treated here as intransitive, would be, so you wouldn't just write lambda x drinks, but it's like, depends on the world. Somebody drinks in one world and not in the other. So it's, relates an individual to a world, and so the relation holds, if that individual drinks, is a drinker in that world, right? So as I said, the logical form then for the verb drink really wants two arguments, right? It wants of a world argument and an individual argument. And I'm thinking, so in sort of simple cases, like when you just assert John drinks, right, the idea is, of course, well, what world are we talking about there? We're talking about the world in which the utterance is made, right? So, in these unembedded sentences, I assume that the world slots of all the predicates are really always filled by something that means this world here. Right? It's a kind of indexical, but it's an abstract thing. It's not realized. So this at sign here is my symbol for that. So I have, so in 10 here, the definition is that depends on the context of utterance for for its evaluation, and it picks out the world of the utterance context, right? Yeah. So the idea is simply, if I say John drinks, what I'm really saying, John drinks in this world here, in which I'm making the utterance. Yeah. Okay. So that's very straightforward. So then we get a truth value when we fill in these two, right? So, but the point now is, when you have embedded sentences, embedded under intentional verbs of any kind, but in particular verbs of thought and desire and speech and so on, that you're going to abstract over these world arguments. You have you construct depending on what kind of construction you have, either sets of worlds or properties which are functions from worlds and individuals to truth values, and so that so these embedding verbs take these things where the world arguments are bound, right? Yeah. So here in 14, I have a logical form in this scheme for the sentence. John expects to get help. Right? Yeah. So you see the following things here. So first of all, on the matrix level, it's not so different from John drinks, except of course expect takes one more argument, which is the complement clause, right? So we have expected 3 arguments. John, the actual world, because the whole claim is one again about what's the matter with John's expectations in this world here, right? And then the complement clause, right? Which is corresponds to the infinitive, to get help. And now in the complement clause, I have sort of indicated the idea that the pro is not really doing anything semantically by crossing it out. I mean, so the strikeout here will mean throughout this handout that this item is semantically vacuous. Right? This is, as I said, an item that also is phonetically vacuous. And this whole discussion, in fact, that Kierkegaard started this discussion in the context of a story where you might say, well, if this thing is semantically vacuous and phonologically vacuous, why don't we abolish it altogether? But this is a different project, and in fact sort of not consistent with the way that I will elaborate on this here, because the point in a little while will be there are items that semantically behave just like this, but don't happen to be phonetically vacuous. Yes? Mm-hmm.
It seems to me that there's at least one verb that takes an infinitival complement that is not an attitude verb anywhere. Something like these are.
Yeah, there are many verbs that take infinitives, I guess, that are not attitude verbs, right? Yeah. So I mean, for example, also a verb like force. Like I forced him to leave, right? I mean, it has nothing to do with attitudes. Right? It just, I could, if I force somebody to do something, I might just, grab them and push them out the door or something. So deserve. So they possibly. I mean, some of them. The many verbs that. This lexical semantics is actually quite complicated because they have maybe a component that has to do with attitudes and then another component that has to do with other things. Like, so a much discussed example is try, right? So if you say somebody tried to leave, so if you think about what that means, there's some combination of what this guy's attitudes, having to do with what he wanted or intended, but the truth of a sentence, like John tried to leave, is not solely dependent on what goes on in John's head. I mean, to try to leave, you have to not only have an intention, but you have to do something with this intention. So there's all kinds of things. So it's, I mean, in the nature of Kierkegaard's project, because I'll get to this point a little bit, although not really address the type of work that you just brought up. For Kierkegaard, it's just fine that infinitives with pros are not particularly restricted to attitude context, right? Because if the point really is that when you have a pro there, what you semantically have is a property. Right? The general expectation would be that this kind of clause, this infinitival clause with a pro, is a fine thing to put in contexts where a property is appropriate. Now, there are many contexts in compositional semantics where a property is a good thing to have, like as a modifier to a noun, lots of contexts, right? So in a way, if that's all you say, you expect that there should be, infinitives with pro subjects in lots and lots of contexts. And this would be just one special case, that there happen to be, according to this analysis, some, verbs that want a property as a complement and have this kind of semantics to do with people self-ascribing something. But there could also be other verbs that want properties as complements that have nothing to do with anybody self-ascribing anything. Right? So in general, indeed, I mean, this project of Kierkegaard's, which is embedded, or a spin-off of a much larger project about infinitives and pro, it was just fine and expected for him, that there would be nothing particularly, it would be not right, for example, to say about pro in general, it forces a they say reading, right? Because this whole notion of a they say reading, having an I thought, it only makes sense, in the context of, of talking about people's speech and thoughts, and, in the vast majority of constructions where you have infinitival clauses of this type, this is just beside the point, right? Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But 9 on the word index report, why not simply say that it's a variable in any case, it can be one variable or 3 variable, and say that in simple sentences it's the 3-word variable, which gets this interpretation maybe as the default interpretation.
It could be, yeah. I mean, nothing much will depend on it here. So, it's sort of, you then have maybe a different story about like what fictional discourse is, because you might say, this is just a default, and there could be, an understanding of sentences where you're not actually talking about this word. So, I mean, this is not important here. I just want some, as you'll see later, it will be quite useful for me to have something there that I can manipulate, that's syntactically overt, but what particular thing this is there's a certain range of possibilities. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I was wondering, when you say property, what kind of a property is that?
Well, property.
The same thing as an adjective.
It could be what an adjective expresses. If it's the kind of adjective that one might say. It's really more a question about adjectives maybe than about properties. So property here really, it just has this, this meaning that it generally has in formal semantics, in the possible words type. It's just, some function that maps pairs of a world and an individual to a truth value, right? So reconstructing the idea that properties are the things that an individual has contingently, or doesn't have, and so that's, it's a very general and abstract notion of property, and indeed, depending on what these clauses here inside look like, if you had something like John wants to be nice, or that maybe all you have there is really the property expressed by the adjective. Right? There are many issues about whether adjectives are born as denoting properties or whether but that's, I think, a different story. Mm-hmm.
When you talk about they say, it's not necessarily I thoughts, right? It can also be you thoughts.
No, here I'm talking about I thoughts. I'll get to you thoughts, in a while, right? Yeah. So, but here, so it's in fact it's not so obvious, right? How to incorporate, the second person things, into this framework, and I'll say something about that. But so for the moment, as I said, so this picture in Lewis's paper is just, as I said, it's not about communication. It's about just people's the contents of their beliefs. So normally, a you isn't even involved, and in a way, just thinking of them as I thought, it's kind of just a heuristic. That's just to help you catch on to what property I mean, that this person is self-ascribing as, how would they express to themselves what they believe, right? But in a way, this doesn't enter directly into the analysis. So, okay, what I should highlight a bit is like, the meaning, as I said, the action is all in the meaning for the verb expect, right? And so, for these sentences, the idea is expect takes, a property in an individual, And then, of course, like everything else, it also takes a word argument. That's right. Technically here it has 3 arguments in 13. And the way I'm expressing this, I'm using an abbreviation here that also sort of, very closely, reminiscent of the way that Lewis likes to talk about these things. So it sort of uses this notion of somebody's doxastic alternatives. Yeah, so so the idea is, again, if you have a certain belief, then that means, for all you know, you might be one of these individuals in those worlds and not one of these others there in those worlds or other worlds, right? Yeah. So in a way, every belief you have kind of like discriminates between the possible people you might be, right? Yeah, according to what you know, right? Yeah. And so the idea is the totality of what you believe kind of narrows down what this is technical, what your doxastic alternatives are. So the doxastic alternatives are in a way the possible people that, for all you know, you might be. Right? Yeah. So again, I mean, I find it most helpful to think about this as it's just a metaphor. But if you wanted to sort of probe somebody's beliefs, by showing them, slides, of possible worlds, with arrows pointing to particular people there, and you just ask them, to single out the ones, yes, this could be me, this could be me, that could be me in that other picture. No, I'm definitely not this one there, because I know that much, right? Yeah. So you just sort of, divide all the possible people in all these possible worlds into the ones that, for all you know, might be you, and the ones that you can exclude as candidates for yourself, right? And so the ones that are in the running as far as your beliefs go, those are your doxastic alternatives. A way of talking that Lewis has often is, for example, if John expects to get help, that means all of John's doxastic alternatives get help. And if John believes it's raining, that means all of John's doxastic alternatives are in worlds in which it's raining. Right? And you can sort of paraphrase all these things in these ways, and that's sort of in a way it's expressed here. So I mean, a locution that's common in the semantics literature is, people would say something like, for every world and every individual, if you just talk about worlds, people usually say something like every world that's compatible with what John believes in this world, right? Yeah. But actually, this notion of a world being compatible with what somebody believes also requires explication. Yeah? You have to sort of teach people what that's supposed to mean. Yeah. And again, the only way I know how to teach them that is, those are the worlds that, as far as they know, they might be in. Right, those are the worlds that are compatible with their beliefs. So that those are we call these the doxastic alternatives. And then when you generalize these to, like which individual they might be in this world, the locution, the pairs of individuals and worlds, so this pair is compatible with what so and so believes in this world, really is not something that anybody untutored can understand at all. So that's why I prefer to, if you want to. I mean, it's not sufficient really to teach somebody what this means either, but I think it's a bit more self-explanatory to say, for all, so the way I say it here, so for all that this individual in this world, where the actual individual in the world where he's having the attitude, like as far as that person can tell, he or she might be that other individual in that other world. If that's the case, then that pair of that individual in that world is one of the doxastic alternatives. That's the idea. Okay, so the semantics of John expects to get help is very straightforward. The pro is ignored. We have the property of getting help, and this semantics for the verb expects, says that this person is self-ascribing this property in the relevant sense. He's in a mental state that makes it so that all of his doxastic alternatives have that property. Right. Okay?
I was wondering, my intuition was one of the reasons for introducing pro to begin with was to have the same semantics for expect with infinitival complements and with finite
complements. Right.
Do I understand correctly?
And so no, this doesn't, and this is indeed my next point here. So we've now really zeroed in on the infinitival complement taking expect, right? So John expects to get help. There was this other sentence, right? That John expects that he will get help, which we sort of used here to contrast it with the pro sentence, to say that it has the same, it can be understood as meaning the same thing, but it can also, if you work on it, be understood with a somewhat different meaning. But anyway, I mean, this more generally, of course, there's expect taking these infinitives and there's expect taking that clause. That's why I chose that particular verb, because it happens to take both, and arguably with otherwise not an ambiguity. I mean, depending on the language, I guess if I were talking about German or French here, I might have taken all our favorite attitude verb believe, because that does take pro-infinitives as well as that clauses in German, and I believe in French, but it doesn't in English. It's a pain, and so you can't say John believes to be a hero. That's not grammatical. So this is partly, but so I mean this is just for there's another part there where you say which verbs take which kinds of complements, and we don't there's much to say about to what extent that's predictable from the semantics or not. But anyway, just for expository reasons, again, I did choose something that's where you can make these minimal pairs. But that also, of course, brings up precisely the question that Ora raised. What about if expect has a lexical entry that we just wrote, where it takes a property, then how can it take a that clause? So here's what Kjerke actually says about this. He says that all these verbs really are ambiguous, in a systematic way. I mean, you can kind of define one of the meanings in terms of the other, but still they are ambiguous in type. So there's expect taking a property and there's expect taking a proposition. That's what Kjerke says. I will say something different in a little while. And when it takes a proposition, it's still the semantics, and this is like following Lewis, is in the end described in a way that's a derivative on the semantics where it takes a property in a sense. So the idea is here, like for example, if you expect that it'll rain, right? That will mean again that you self-ascribe a certain property, but it's sort of it's the property of being in a world in which it rains, right? So it's a property of the kind, that, as Lewis points out, there's some properties that don't discriminate between world mates. There's some properties that if one person in a given world has that property, all the other people in that world have it too, right? And properties like being in a world in which it rains and being in a world in which Paris is in France and so on are that kind of property. But his idea is that's just a special case, right? Then there are other properties that in the same world some people have and others don't, and those could also be the kinds of things that we self-ascribe, right? So it's in the end, I mean, the explication of the meaning here for the that clause taking expect is also in terms of the doxastic alternatives of the person. But if you actually look closely at how it's done here, so the entry for the that clause taking expect is in 16, you see that what's in the end said about the doxastic alternatives here doesn't really depend on which x you take here. At the end it only talks about the world of the pair, right? So this sort of expresses the idea, if you combine a verb like that with a proposition, just a set of words, then the meaning will be the subject thinks he's in a world where this proposition is true, right? But so it's a different type, it's a different semantic type, and therefore they have to be listed separately. So as I said, I mean, I don't say this here, but you can kind of distill out from this fairly easy way of defining one in terms of the other, right? But still they are different types. So so that's Kjerke's idea that indeed these verbs are systematically ambiguous. When they take a that clause, that's one way, and then when they take an infinitive, it's another way. And actually, I forget if he sort of leaves this open or. So in general, so if we have it taking a that clause that doesn't even contain any pronouns, I mean any anaphoric pronouns like thinks that it's raining, thinks that Mary is a nice person or whatever, then very clear, then it's definitely we have a proposition here, and we have this kind of semantics where it just means he considers himself to be in a world where such and such is the case, right? When in the special case where we have like a tense complement like that he will get help, right? We could, in principle, we could allow two different ways of analyzing this. So there could be maybe an analysis of that where the he really is like a pro, in that it's not interpreted, and where, what the clause, even though it's syntactically a that clause, this could be interpreted as just a property also, if you just disregard the he. So that could be one reading. But there are other possibilities. So the point originally, of course, has been that we want to be able to also predict that there's a sense in which John expects he will get help is true, even when John does not self-ascribe the property of getting help, right? So that's the kind of situation where he says, this guy over there will get help, and we know that's him, but he doesn't know it. So how is that analyzed? Well, that's analyzed by saying that here we have a pronoun in the that clause, which may be either co-referential with John, or it could even be a bound variable pronoun bound by John. But still, it's like if it's a bound variable pronoun bound by John, still the semantics it reduces to the same thing as if it was just a co-referential term. And so there the that clause picks out the proposition that that person gets help. And we say that is John thinks he's in a world where that proposition is true. Right? Now there's more to say there about and there's lots of literature and philosophy just exactly what it means to under what conditions one can say that, that John, the content of John's belief is that proposition, the proposition that John will get help. But the idea is that somehow or other, that there's a proposition here, that John will get help, but that's, that could, so John could believe he's in a world where John gets help, and that's possible, without him having any idea that it's him, that he's thinking about. Right? So there are these two analyses, and so we can leave it completely open at this point, whether the case where where John expects he will get help is understood in the same way as the infinitive should be analyzed as really having the he also vacuous like the pro, or it's really also the sentence just says he thinks he's in a possible world where John gets help, and that among other different ways in which it could be true is also true when he happens to have the I thought. So there are these two different possibilities, and I believe that Kierke actually left this point open in that paper. Okay, so but anyway, so that's so there's a question here about whether it's nice to have these two types, two meanings for each of these attitude verbs that participate in this alternation. And we'll get back to that, but this is the way it's done. Okay, so this is in a way this is sort of like what Kierke has in the paper. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the claim is that the desiree somehow entails.
So I mean, so maybe, right? So if you don't allow the he to be also vacuous, you better say that. So you better say that the other reading really doesn't, in a way imply in any way that John doesn't know it's him. So if he thinks he's in a world where John gets help, that could be in addition to thinking that he is that guy that he's looking about, but it doesn't have to be. So he could say that, and you, but if I mean. And as I said, I'm totally glossing over here, as does Kierke, what it actually means to have this relation to a proposition of a particular kind. Mm-hmm.
You could imagine a situation where you have the I thought they will get help, but you're mistaken about who you are. Mm-hmm. And so John believes he is Peter, and he expects to get help. Wouldn't mean the same, actually.
I mean, one might still say, right? I mean, this is the kind of situation where you might say that the two senses, the two ways in which John thinks about himself, right? He thinks of himself as I, and he thinks of himself, that guy with such and such properties, I mean, just like about other people, we can also sometimes we have two descriptions of a third person, that might be even mutually contradictory, like in the famous examples that Quine discussed about Ralph and Ortgat the spy. So one might say, I mean, it's natural to say that, when you say I and then that's just another way in which you can think about yourself, right? Yeah, so one of many. And if the semantics for this or this proposition taking expect just, it leaves it open which way, John represents John to himself. That's just, not part of the semantics. It's just maybe pragmatics, what you understand in the context. Then indeed you have a situation where, in the situation where John has these I thoughts, this other analysis is never false. It's just the other way around here, that the one that the analysis for the sentence with the pro really is false in the situation where he doesn't have the I thought. Yeah.
I'm not sure this is relevant, but there's a paper by somebody called, I think, Coquetera, who discusses two ways of looking at oneself, intrinsic as well as extrinsic, but which resembles what you
What's the name?
Coquetera. It's an old paper, it's very old paper.
It's spelled like this?
Yeah. There's a I-E-T-E-R-S.
Like this?
One I extra.
Too many. This I?
No, it's the next one.
This one is wrong.
Yeah. And he argues that in fact the choice of the attitude plays a role in the syntax.
I should look at this. Yeah. So thanks for point. I mean, I haven't heard of this, and it sounds like I should know about it. Yeah, give me the reference. Okay. So I mean, as I said, this much is Kierkegaard, right? Okay. So now I'm asking some questions about this analysis, in particular a question. So you might wonder at this point, why am I talking about this week? When what does this have to do with anything that I talked about in the previous 4 lectures? Well, here's a connection here. So if Kierkegaard is right here, there's sort of a question that arises about the features, of these, semantically vacuous pronouns. So even if pro, the one that you also don't hear, is the only semantically vacuous pronoun, nevertheless, there are good reasons, and these are some of the reasons that people have posited the pro in the first place in syntax, is, that you can show, with somewhat more complicated examples, that this pro has features, person, number, gender features, and you see that, in fact, you see that in examples where the pro itself has to be the antecedent to some other pronoun that happens to be a verb. So for example, here, so in 29, I have sort of sentences that just, put predicate in here with a reflexive. So if you can say something like John expects to get himself arrested. And you get third person singular masculine here on the reflexive. And sort of a plausible story is here that, I mean, the syntactic story that people usually tell when they posit pro here is, well, the actual antecedent for himself here is not John, it's pro. So it has to be pro because John is actually in a higher class. So in a way, there's the 3 things there. There's John, there's the pro, there's the himself, right? And each, agrees in features with the previous one. So between John and pro, there's this relation that syntacticians call control, and that goes along with having to have the same features. And then between pro and himself, there's the usual binding relation that reflexives have to obligatorily enter to, and that again means that they have to share the features. So the idea is of on the surface we think himself agrees with John, but really what's happening is that himself agrees with pro, and pro is controlled and therefore agrees with John. And the reason to think of it in this indirect way is, I mean, if you sort of take verbs with subjects and objects, and some of them are so-called subject and some are so-called object control verbs, I mean, these are sort of standard intro syntax kinds of examples. Here, so you talk about John promised Mary to shave, and then you have star herself, okay, himself, and then you change the verb here and you make it John persuaded Mary to shave, and then it has to be herself and not himself. And you point out, to the undergraduates in the syntax class, that if you just said, that, in this case, this is directly bound by the subject here, how you're going to explain that here the subject is not a possible binder. Right? If the binding, you could say the binding theory is such that the edge of the infinitival clause does not block the relevant relation between a reflexive and its antecedent. But the point is, it depends on the verb here, which one can be the antecedent. It's not just anything in the higher class is a fine controller, is a fine antecedent for the reflexive. And if you say, well, independently, never mind, if you just think about the interpretation of John promised Mary to blah, 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 and John persuaded Mary to blah, blah, blah. When you promise something to somebody, and then comes a property, what you're doing is somehow you promise that you will have that property. The promiser will eventually, when the promise is fulfilled, it's the promiser that has the property, right? Whereas when you have persuade, then when the persuasion is successful, it's the subject, it's the object that has the property, right? So quite independently of these facts about what what gender you get here, you want to say that if there's a pro in both of these cases, promise is a subject control verb, so this is bound by this, and persuade is an object control verb, so this is bound by this. And then, what goes on here just, is because now we have something overt and we see that, if this is controlled by John, then it's masculine, and therefore, so the antecedent of the reflexive is always the subject of the local clause. Right? So this is sort of the standard story. And anyway, I mean, all this is about is just to show that pro does have some features, even though they don't show up on it. They don't show up on it because it's a vacuous. I mean, it's a phonetically vacuous item. But if you just go and see what other things it can bind, you can see that you will find. And you can't just throw any old feature you like on this. I mean, you have to choose the right one. Right? So, so the conventional wisdom is, that a pro agrees with its controller in features. Right? But, in the context of this semantic analysis of Kierkegaard, there's something sort of paradoxical about this. Right? Because, normally, when so other cases where something agrees with its antecedent, either they are cases of co-reference, right? And we understand why things have to agree in features, because on referential items we interpret the features as introducing certain presuppositions about what somebody's gender is and whether or not they are the speaker and so on. And obviously, if you refer to the same thing twice, you can't have contradictory presuppositions of this kind about it here and there. That's why you get agreement on co-referential terms. Right? We understand that. We also understand, at least we have said something about why in a bound variable pronoun, we have agreement between the bound variable pronoun and its antecedent. It's more roundabout. I mean, it's ultimately because the bound variable pronoun is the same variable as the trace of the antecedent. And again, there, if you had different features, then you would get a contradiction. Or maybe it's because, in some cases, as I argued, it's because there is this convention here that allows you to delete the features on bound pronouns. But so this enforces agreement there. But here now we have the relation between the controlled pro and its controller, according to Kierkegaard, really is not any of these, right? It's not co-reference, because this clearly this pro doesn't refer. And it's also not, as I said, it's not just this bound variable anaphora. It's not, this pro isn't analyzed as a variable. It's analyzed as zilch. I mean, it's just not there, right? It's a vacuous item. So in some sense, it's a mystery. I mean, you could say, and it doesn't suffice to just say, well, because this item is semantically vacuous, the features on it just don't get interpreted. Because if that's all we said, then we would also predict we could throw any features we please on it, right? And that's not the case. Right? So it seems like in a way one has to say something else, about what, in addition to what we said about features, that specific, like, what you do with the features of vacuous pronouns. And so in a way, how do vacuous pronouns acquire their features? And of course, if there's some things, I mean, so far this was left open, but if there are things like, that are overt pronouns, like maybe in one reading of John expects that he will get help, that are nevertheless also semantically vacuous, right? That are treated in just the way that Pro is, then of course it's even more obvious that we have to have some story about how these things get their features, because they have the features there, and again, if you want a relevant reading, you gotta say he and not she or I or any such thing, right? So again, it somehow effectively, I mean, the descriptive generalization is that the vacuous pronoun, in this property denoting complements, always agrees, with the subject of the attitude, right? I mean, that seems to be the generalization, but the point that I'm making is just that this doesn't come out as just a special case of two co-referential things agreeing, nor as a special case of two, co-bound variables somehow agreeing, right? Yeah, because this new animal, that Kierke introduced here, a semantically vacuous pronoun, is not one of those. It's not a variable, neither a free variable nor a bound variable. So one needs to say something different, and I think, I mean, Kierke doesn't talk about this, and I think, I sort of first became aware of this when I was reading Kierke, and that there's something to be said there, and I just made up some stipulations, for how you get the features onto these things, and so I have a version of that here on the handout in 30. So these are, say, special feature conventions, and you'll see, I say for English, because you will see that I'm going to play with this being not the same, for all languages. Okay. So the first, there's two funny things here. I mean, funny in the sense of new and not needed for anything other than the purpose of analyzing these constructions here. So the first here is that I want to sort of, in a way, establish a relationship here between something and its controller, right? So let's get back to the expect case, but say the controller, because this doesn't mean anything in this here. It's just a descriptive term. So we have, this kind of setup. We have this, and then we have this property that's expressed by this thing with the vacuous pro, and then this takes these two arguments. So I'm just trying to sort of somehow get the feature from here to here, or the other way around, whichever way you want here. So establish some relationship, and the way I'm doing this here is just sort of do it indirectly. Now I say there's a special convention that in a sense makes these attitude verbs, or generally, let's say, control verbs, they inherit in a certain sense the feature of the subject of the attitude. So there's a sense in which, since this is third person masculine, so is this. Right? And then there's a further convention that says, at the vacuous pronouns, at the edge of a clause, agree with the immediately embedding verb. Right? So I sort of break this up into, in a way, the features go from here to here, and then they go from here to here. If you think of it as assigning them, or maybe So somehow all three of these are marked for the features. Right? But if they're interpreted anywhere, they're just interpreted here. Right? This is a vacuous item, and this as a verb also. It's not a locus where you could interpret the feature. So there could be other ways of doing it. Right? Now, I mean, I have here a footnote here to explain. So some people might think, oh, sure, of course this agrees with this. We see that, here, third person singular agreement. One that must not confuse it with this kind of agreement. Right? This is not just subject-verb agreement of the sort that we see in every clause. And so it would be actually useful, to have a different terminology. It just occurred to me recently. So I sort of added this footnote and said we might sort of distinguish between a subject agreement feature on this verb, which is what everybody in syntax knows about and talks about, and it's this, right? something else which I'm inventing here, which to distinguish it from the former, I would like to call maybe a control feature on the verb, and that is, that's sort of in codes. So it's this is a subject control verb, and therefore it agrees its control feature is that of its subject. Right? So it's very the need to distinguish this becomes very clear when we have object control, right? Because still so if John persuades Mary to leave, this the persuades of course agrees with its subject in the sense that we normally talk about subject-verb agreement, but since it's controlled, since it's an object control verb for the purposes here, I would want it to have in a sense the features of the object, because those then will be the ones that the pro gets. So, and also, I mean, another way, and it's a different thing, is I mean, here if I kind of was more precise about agreement, because as syntacticians generally assume the agreement of the verb with the subject is not really between the verb and the subject. It's between the whatever makes the clause finite. It's the inflection, and if you have things auxiliaries and so on, you get that agreement at the top at the auxiliary. Whereas the kind of thing I want to talk about is really a relation between the subject and the verb itself, right? Not somehow the inflectional material. So this, as I said, I mean, if you talk about subject control verbs, then it's kind of easy to confuse them, but it's really a completely different and therefore, in a sense, completely ad hoc new thing that I'm making up here.
I'm wondering about this control feature.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if you put it on the verb, because you also have things like it's foolish of Mary to do something.
Yeah, no, it would be a predicate, right? So a lexical predicate that So I don't know about foolish. Again, I mean, this as Benjamin said, not everything that takes infinitives. It's quite hard to decide whether in the end it has anything to do with attitudes, and I'm not sure about this particular construction. But there's certainly adjectival attitude predicates like. Can I think of one right now that takes an infinitive? I mean, there's certainly one, adjectival attitude predicates that take that clauses like be aware, and be certain and so on. And I guess some of them also take control infinitives. Can't think of one right now, but I'm sure somebody here can. So indeed, verb. I mean, I always say verb here, but really, I mean, somehow, lexical attitude predicate. The syntactic. Nature of it is not really in question, but still, as I said, so this, the kind of subject agreement, or for that matter, object agreement in languages that have that syntacticians always talk about. So this is a different matter, and just sort of by coincidence, so to speak, here coincides.
I'm sorry, but it won't work for saying that it's a predicate either, because you have things like expectation.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, for this the verbal nominalizations, I would have to assume structure where on some level you really have the verb expect.
Right, but then you also expect a syntactic agreement within a word.
No, because as I said, there might be another reason to just completely distinguish this control thing from the.
Well, but then the control thing is not syntactic.
Well, it could still be syntactic. It's just something else. I'll have another story about this in a little while, right? But so I said if you just wanted to a kind of complete Kierkegaard story by sort of fleshing out this detail about how the surface form of these things comes out, you might want to add something like this.
Maybe you answered this already and I didn't get it, but why do you need all this instead of simply saying that the features of the controller must agree with the
Well, what does controller mean, right?
I agree, but you need this too, because in order to know whether the control feature comes from the object or the subject, you anyway need to have a specification of what the.
No, I mean that's what I am saying, right? So I mean, just breaking it up into these two pieces, rather than directly. I mean, I could say, I mean, it's since it's already sort of stipulative, right? I could just say, a vacuous pronoun at the edge of a clause has the same features as the controller of the verb, that's right above it, right? I mean, it's really, I'm just breaking this sentence up into two.
I was wondering, is it just to comply with the kind of constraint that agreement should always be low?
Yeah, I guess maybe there's some idea, but indeed, and since it's so sui generis, you might say, who cares, right? I mean, I agree. I mean, it's not important yet. I mean, you're not supposed to like this, right? You just to see how it works, So something like that. I mean, somehow, as I said, I mean, the point is that you somehow have to, in a way, by way of stipulation, make a connection between these two, and really the important point is just the semantic relation between these two on this analysis is nothing like the semantic relation between any two things in an anaphoric relation that we have ever seen so far. I mean, that is really the main point.
This is an empirical question, I don't know. Is there any verb or other attitude predicate that allows for more than one controller?
Well, I mean, there's lots of discussion always in the literature about, what controls actually can depend on stuff in the subordinate clause. I mean, isn't there all this discussion about, even though promise is normally subject control, you can, I don't know about English, but at least in some languages, if you say, John promised Mary to get examined by the doctor, then it can actually be married. I mean, there's a lot of literature. I know nothing about this, right? So, and I would hope that whatever insight that anybody has about this somehow doesn't interfere with things here. But I mean, it's a huge literature on control, that is potentially relevant to all these things, and I'm making very, very simple-minded assumptions here. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that would be just sort of like a pedantic little fixing it up to complete it, But somewhat more interestingly now, so Kierkegaard, as I said, talked about pro, and he didn't talk about other things. Now, in more recent literature, so in particular, of course, the work of Philipp Schlenker, there's extensive discussion of things that are argued to be related to this stuff about pro, but quite different phenomena sort of linguistically. And so in particular logophoric pronouns in languages that have such a thing, and also so-called shiftable first-person pronouns. I'll tell you what that is in other languages. And that the idea being that this is really, they also have something to do with the say readings and whatever. If we have an analysis for that captures, as Kierkegaard was intended, to the sort of obligatory say reading of the controlled pro, we would like it to generalize to these other things. Yeah. And so here's, as I said, this is not something that Kierkegaard talked about at all. It wasn't much talked about in the semantics literature at the time at all. But in hindsight, one could certainly ask, would Kierkegaard's analysis be able to be generalized? And it's in the context of some of these generalizations that it becomes more obvious that you need assumptions, for example, about the features of these things, because now the things we are generalizing them quite clearly overt items. Right? They're not like pro in English. Okay. So again, I mean, I know very little about the actual data in these languages, and I'm not even having a single real example here. So, like in 31, when I say something like, quote unquote, Ewe, John thinks that Log is a hero, this is supposed to be a distilled version of some example sentence from the African language, Ewe, which may or may not actually exist in exactly this form, right? So don't quote me here for any facts about these languages, but go to the sources, which, so, you go, first you could go to Philipp's papers, and then from there further, if there's a bit, considerably more detail about actual examples there, but even he, urges you that you should read, Heim and Freisinger and whoever these people are that actually have done the field work on these languages, right? Anyway, so, this is very, very abbreviated. But, so from what I understand, yeah, the interesting thing about logophoric, so-called logophoric pronouns. So logophoric pronouns are pronouns that's like a special sort of pronoun or has a special marking on a regular pronoun. And the description is that these are pronouns that are only used, in complements to verbs of saying and thinking. Yeah? And they are pronouns that are anaphoric, to the speaker, whose speech is reported, or the thinker whose thoughts are being reported. And it's very hard to decide, but I mean, people have made some attempt to ascertain this, that the assumption in Schlenker's work, and I'll go along with this here, is that it is the case that when you use these pronouns, not only is this the way to refer back to the subject of the attitude, but it also gives the whole report a meaning that really amounts to what they say you're reading. In other words, you're reporting I thoughts or I claims on the part of the people whose thoughts or speech you're reporting. Now, to test this, one has to make up these funny scenarios of people's confusions about the identity, and it's not so easy to do the relevant field work. Right? But so I'm not adding anything to this. Obviously, I'm just going along with the working hypothesis that indeed that is a feature of the semantics of these things. And an interesting thing that is well documented is that these pronouns, these logophoric pronouns, are really restricted to aptitude complements. I mean, again, the situation is actually much more complicated because depending on the language, I mean, some languages have, the so-called logophoric pronouns also do have other uses. Like I recently heard talk about a language whose name I forget, but the point was that there's a type of pronoun that's used both when it's bound by a topic, by a discourse topic, and as a logophoric pronoun, right? And not in certain other ways. So it's all much, I mean, I'm really sort of assuming a much simplified and highly digested picture of what the sort of gross generalizations are here. Okay. Okay, but so a logophoric pronoun is clearly, so the idea would be now that a logophoric pronoun in a language like Ewe is like pro. So if Kierkegaard writes about pro, what he says should I carry over to that. It's just syntactically a little bit different in ways that are in some sense sort of unsurprising, given that it's an overt element as opposed to the pro, which is is a zero element. Meaning it has a much wider distribution. Right? So pro has to always be in the subject position of a non-tensed clause. It's never an object. And so on. It can also, whatever the generalization, it's not allowed to be in case-marked positions. I mean, there's many generations of stories about just what the point about the distribution of pros. But so these logophoric pronouns, they have none of these syntactic properties. I mean, they are overt forms. They can sit in whatever positions the overt pronouns can be, like being subjects, objects, and presumably oblique objects of various kinds in their clauses. Another difference that also goes along with that is that when you have sort of multiple embeddings, then in the case of a logophoric pronoun, you get more ambiguity than you would if you had a controlled pro. So I mean, a relevant case would be if in English you said something like John expects Bill to expect to get help, right? I mean, this it's quite clear that the most embedded pro here. I mean, it's related to the controller of the immediately dominating verb there, so there's no ambiguity somehow as to whether you can relate it to John or to Bill. But if you had like an analogous sentence, like in a logophoric pronoun language, that sort of looks like John thinks that Bill thinks that he logophoric pronoun something or other, then in principle, and you get, you can sort of understand this logophoric pronoun as connecting back to the subject of the top attitude verb or of the intermediate one, right? So you get many more possibilities, but the idea would be quite naturally, this doesn't really point to any sort of a different semantic nature of the logophoric pronoun. It's just a reflex of the fact that as an overt element and capable of case marking and stuff like that, it just somehow has many more possibilities. but otherwise it could be the same. Okay, so here's sort of a way of implementing this. So suppose we just say, that logophoric pronouns like pro are semantically vacuous. That's what they are. They're just not there in the semantics. So again, so then my notation here is I always cross them out in these logical forms to indicate that they're vacuous. And then the idea would be that because they're vacuous, then when they are in a clause, that clause effectively will denote a property rather than a proposition, because it is one sort of argument place that we didn't feel where that vacuous thing is, and so therefore it remains unsaturated. Now, this is going to work straightforwardly here only in the case when the logophoric pronoun happens to be the subject of this clause, because that's the only case that we needed to consider for the pro. Then if we just so in example 31, John thinks that he, logophoric, is a hero. That sort of corresponds to, John believes to be a hero. I mean, not in English, but in a language where belief can work that way. And could have exactly the same analysis, right, except for the overtness of the thing. So the he here is crossed out, and then it's not interpreted, and so that clause, that he log is a hero, just denotes the property of being a hero. And think can have the same semantics essentially as I gave for the property taking expect here. But if you have if you have sort of any other configuration where the logophoric pronoun is not the subject of the immediately embedded clause, then we'd have to negotiate something here to actually get this to express a property. And here's a way one can do that. So if you had something like, for example, in 32, John thinks that Mary likes him long. Right? If I just disregarded this there in C2, I would get not the right meaning, because then, the missing argument of likes. I mean, you wouldn't. I mean, if you do nothing else, actually, you would predict this to mean that John thinks that he likes Mary. If you just leave out this argument and then apply likes to the subject. So you want to do something else, and I mean,
Why?
Well, I mean, if you just said like, like means lambda x, lambda y likes x, right? So it's the first argument it sees becomes the liked, and the second argument it sees becomes the liker, right? Then if you have a structure where you have I mean, I mean, there could be other ways to stop that, but if you had this kind of structure, right, and you just simply made the semantics not see this, then this would combine with this as if it were the object, right? Because it doesn't, know. It's my first argument. That's the one that gets like that. I mean, this, as I said, there might be ways of stopping that, but still, the question is, how do we get it right? And so, I mean, one way of getting it right, I'm sure there are other ways, right? But one way of getting it right is to assume that these vacuous, semantically vacuous pronouns, in fact, cannot be interpreted in the position where you find them. You see that here, what you have to do is move it. So you have to, create this kind of structure. And then you ignore it, right? So what you're doing here, is basically you construct the property lambda x Mary likes x, by moving this, and then that's it. Then you don't do anything further. I mean, this is, there could be other ways of doing that, right? Of guaranteeing this. I mean, the situation here is very similar to, what you do, with relative clauses, what do you do with relative pronouns? There you have the same situation where you somehow want the whole clause to denote a predicate, and where the hole in the predicate is, it depends on where the relative pronoun is. This is kind of similar in nature, and the same techniques apply. So I'm just doing it like this here, just to have some concrete way. And so the idea would be sort of unlike the pro in English, these logophoric pronouns can move around a bit, and so in particular also not only can they move to the edge of a clause if they aren't already in subject position, but also when you have these multiple embeddings, so again the pseudo Avis sentence, John thinks that Bill thinks that he, logophoric, is a hero, where the fact is supposed to be that this is ambiguous as to whether the he relates to John or to Bill. the analysis would be that, this could be because you could move, this he to the edge of the next higher clause in this case. Right? So, since we have two verbs here that in principle can be, interpreted as taking a property, we can, we have two places where, where we can use a lambda predicate like that, and we could move the logophoric pronoun to the edge of either clause and it'll be fine. I mean, the way this actually then works is that the other clause, depending on the one that you didn't move the logophoric pronoun to the edge of, that will end up being a proposition. It might have a bound it will have a bound variable in it maybe, but it'll still be by type a proposition. So for that, then you need the other version of the verb, right? Yeah. So, and the two readings then, so if you just do it locally, right? Or in that case again, you don't really need to move it at all. You get the equivalent of John thinks that Bill thinks, quote unquote, I'm a hero, which sort of means John thinks that Bill thinks that Bill is a hero, right? And and he has an I thought that Bill has, and if you move it the next higher level up, then you get a meaning where what John thinks he would express to himself is Bill thinks I am a hero. So it's like, and the paraphrase would be John thinks that Bill thinks that John is a hero, but again, with a proviso that from John's perspective, this is an I thought. Bill thinks I'm a hero. So this is a way in which you can generate these readings. And so the idea would be always that these vacuous pronouns, they have to somehow end up being at the edge of a property denoting thing. Like in the case of pro, it always was there already. These things might need to go there by movement, but once they wind up there, then we have the same semantic type. That's just this property thing, and the verbs can apply to that. Okay. So otherwise, then and so these feature conventions, these control feature passing conventions that I made up for English, then they would be just the same here, right? So because again, so you want to capture the fact that so here that somehow he there will somehow agree with John in the features in the relevant reading, and when you have ambiguity, presumably it depends on the reading, which thing it agrees with. That would come out in the same way. So again, once we have these logical forms where this vacuous thing has wound up at the edge of the clause, then we can sort of think in a way. I mean, breaking it down, there's the embedding verb, and its subject, or its controller, is in a way the giver of the features, and then that verb has a complement at the outer edge of which we can again you realize that feature. So it's again it ends up then in the logical form. This relation again is local like that. It's this and then right at the edge, right? So we don't have to go far, and that's what this movement in a way helps do for us. But as I will comment on, I mean, like I might say right now, I mean, so there's some potentially quite dubious syntactic assumptions here, right? So the movement of these pronouns, one would expect, for example, that you get island constraints and so on, and to my knowledge, that is not the case. And so this bind, I mean, the logophoric pronoun in principle can be embedded as much as it wants, in the complement. There aren't constraints of the type that you would expect if this really were movement. So this is kind of a suspect aspect of this analysis, and one that I will also want to get rid of. But it's kind of like so I'm coming from Kierkegaard's thing and just thinking, what would be sort of the minimal way to extend it to this phenomena, and this is how this would go. Right? You just say it's the same thing, it's syntactically a little different, but semantically it's the same thing. Just let me say one more thing. So one thing, as I said, one observation that people always list about the properties of these logophoric pronouns is that you can't have that in a matrix clause, for example, or elsewhere when we are not at all in the scope of an aptitude verb. And that could have sort of a straightforward explanation here. Right? The explanation would simply be that say if you had a logophoric pronoun in a matrix clause, and if that's vacuous, then you would always, for the matrix clause, you'd end up with something of the wrong type, right? The matrix clause has to be a proposition, you're asserting it. If you had a vacuous thing in there, then you'd sort of be missing one argument, and so you'd have a property there. Well, the idea would simply be a property is not the sort of thing that a matrix clause can express. Right? It's not a complete assertion. Yeah. So that would be straightforward. I mean, another question that's not so straightforward and actually problematic is, as we already hinted at, why couldn't these logophoric pronouns show up in other places where for some reason the external context might like a property and that isn't anything to do with attitudes. And that indeed is not predicted. Yeah, I'll say again a little bit later. Okay, so yeah.
Just a short question. Can you say something like that we can expect with logophoric pronouns to get more readings than with pro because they're over?
Yeah.
And can you just explain a bit?
No, I mean this. So the idea. I mean, this needs spelling also, but the idea would be that generally, zero elements because have rather severe restrictions on their distribution. Right? Syntacticians like to speak of licensing, empty elements. So you have to be empty now. You have to live up to higher requirements than just your run-of-the-mill word thing. I mean, very vaguely, right? So instead in the syntactic literature, because there's been a long, especially in government binding theory, there was always Provus, very famous, because there was this sort of long, complicated deduction of its distribution, so something that made it restricted to just the subjects of these tenseless clauses and nowhere else. And but it was a story, and that was just about this empty item, right? Yeah, and so I mean, it's the same thing. It's natural, if you think in these terms, that something else could be semantically very similar, right, or identical, but have a much wider distribution simply because it's an overt element. I mean, so I mean, what would be another kind of minimal pair like that? I mean, just also if you think about pro-drop languages, okay, so I mean, there are those that drop pronouns in subject positions, and not in object positions, whereas the overt pronouns don't mind whether they're here or there, right? So that's another example, where you see that being empty, you have a more restricted distribution. I mean, not every, because the claim is not that some empty elements might have a distribution no more restricted. Than well, another example, perhaps. I mean, again, this is not clear whether it's a real analogy, but sometimes people sort of make a minimal contrast between traces of movement and resumptive pronouns, and they're in idea semantically they're the same, but a gap has to be local with respect to island constraints with respect to its antecedent, whereas if you have islands in between, then you can express the same meaning by putting a resumptive pronoun. So again, there would be another kind of case where you say semantically same thing, but distributionally somehow different, and it's the empty thing that has the narrower distribution. I mean, this is doesn't have to be taken too seriously. It's just to make it not obviously objectionable. I mean, there's a tendency sometimes for people to just think, I mean, if you, I mean, these claims, that this means the same as that, right? Always they're very abstract claims, it's sort of in the context of a theory that is also combined with a syntax and so on, that then explains the differences, and often people are surprised, right? That these kind of identify things in. I mean, even when you teach students a reflexive pronoun and a non-reflexive pronoun, same meaning, it's just a variable, right? The difference is really now a syntactic, this variable has to be bound locally, that variable doesn't get bound locally, but people are surprised at first, because they sort of look at the facts as a whole, and they see that, you can imagine examples where just substituting one for the other, you get a difference in meaning, and they immediately think, that must mean, it means something different, right? But of course, in the context of a much more complex story, there could be, an indirect effect of a minimal pair, having a different meaning that doesn't mean, that it's the substituted item that where the difference really is. It's sort of, yeah. So I mean that's just the general picture here, but yeah, and nobody needs to be persuaded that this is right. I mean, just it's not entirely impossible as an account. Right? Okay, so another thing that we could also generalize Kierkegaard stuff too, and another thing that he didn't talk about any more than he talked about logophoric pronouns here are again phenomena. I only learned about this stuff from Philippe's work, but again it's just in another literature discussed more. So there are languages, and Amharic is the example chosen here, but Philippe mentioned some others, where what seems to be the first person pronoun, or at least it's it translates the first person pronoun in those cases where that's what we're translating. In an embedded context, seems to allow readings that in English you never get. So a so-called shifted reading. So so the pseudo-Amharic sentence here is John thinks I am a hero, right? And the point is, I mean, this can mean what the English sentence means. So John thinks of me, the speaker, that I am a hero. But it can also mean that John thinks of himself that he's a hero. And again, presumably, specifically mean that John has an I thought of the form I am a hero. Right? So again, I'm glossing the readings just to make it easy to describe, to identify them by saying one reading is John thinks that I'm a hero. Okay, so the way you understand the English sentence, and the other one is John thinks, quote unquote, I am a hero. Right? So because that sort of comes close in meaning there, and so these phenomena, like for Amharic, and I guess Navajo has something similar, and a number of other languages, often they have been described as really involving quotation, right? So because that's what you might think at first. I mean, maybe Amharic isn't really different from English here. It's just that they left the field worker left out the quotation marks. And the more interesting point then could be that unlike in English, the verb think, what corresponds to it, in Amharic, just can only be constructed with a direct quotation. It just doesn't have an indirect discourse option. So, I mean, that is sort of an obvious take on it. And in fact, that is, like, for example, I remember Ken Hale many years ago just, mentioning something about Navajo and saying, so somebody asked him, like, how do you say, I want to go to Tucson, and he said, they use direct discourse with verbs like want, right? I mean, so that was the description, and so again, I mean, the fact seems to be what you say is something that involves the pronoun I in the complement to want, But and I don't have this here on the hand, and I also won't go through it, and it's maybe still to some extent an open question, but Philippe spends considerable effort and time to argue that an analysis in terms of quotation is not right, or at least runs into a number of serious difficulties. So he has examples where you don't see it in a simple example like that, but you have examples where stuff has been extracted out of this clause, and other reasons to doubt that this is really a quoted clause, right? And so I have nothing to add to this, right? And as I said, I mean, again, there are not that many data in this domain, and I've had a student that has discussed similar facts in Hindi and has kind of reopened the question of whether maybe it is really quotation. So it's not totally off the table that it's some complicated kind of quotation, but here again, I'm going along here with Philippe's conclusion that it's not quotation, right? Otherwise the story sort of ends.
There's one English verb of saying thing that only allows direct quotation in colloquial speech. And they go like
So that exists, right? But so one wouldn't be surprised maybe to find that so this. They have some verb of saying that just only allows quotation. But as I said, so Philippe argues that that doesn't quite make sense of the full range of examples where this phenomenon occurs, and I will take it from him.
Could you say very often the issue of
Well, I'm saying that I'm just making one of my typical agnostic remarks because I'm never really convinced by anything. Yeah. So I'm just saying that if you think, I don't want to convey the impression that the claim that it is quotation has been so thoroughly refuted that you should just scratch it and never entertain the possibility. Right? I mean, I know very little about this whole domain, but just from both what I heard from Philippe and also additional things that other people have told me about other languages, it's actually it's a complicated question, and it might after all end up that somebody argues for an analysis in terms of quotation that's better. But at this point, that hasn't happened. That's all I can say. Okay, so so we're still in a way like just doing everything in the Kierkegaard way, just extending it from what he did. And it's sort of at this, well, it's actually not so obvious how it goes here, right? So for the logophoric pronouns, it was pretty obvious what an extended Kierkegaard does. We just say same thing as pro, right? And then there were just these few glitches about the syntax being a bit more abstract. What would one want to say about the I? Well, I mean, you might think at first, okay, of course, what he'll say is also same thing as pro, except in this case, optionally, same thing as pro, right? So the point being, to get the reading that the sentence shares with the English equivalent, right, where I is really, refers back to the speaker, maybe one wants to say, well, that in that case, the I is like English I, but to get the reading where it means that John thinks that he is a hero, we treat the I like a pro, right? That's what you might think one wants to say, right? But somewhat surprisingly, if you think about that, it's not so clear what that would mean and how that would work. Right? So what would it mean to say the Amharic I is ambiguously either like an English I or like an English pro? Right? What would that mean? Well, what you probably think that would mean is it's optionally vacuous or not vacuous. Right? So if it's not vacuous, then and has first-person features, it behaves like English I, and if it's treated as vacuous, then it'll be like a pro. Anyway, so this is like you have to see as the first hypothesis as to how in a sort of Kierkegaard approach you would characterize Amharic. So you would just say Amharic I is optionally vacuous, and so the difference between Amharic and English then would be English I is never vacuous. I mean, in English you need to have something else like a he or a pro here, if you want to express the relevant reading. But in Amharic, you can just optionally treat it as vacuous. So what I'm showing now is actually just making this the difference between the languages actually doesn't work. I mean, so first you can show that that couldn't possibly be the only difference between the languages. So even if you said that, you'd have to stipulate a second difference between English and Amharic. And then I'm showing if you stipulate that second difference, you might as well just stipulate that second difference and not make this assumption at all. So here's how this goes. And so the thing is, okay, suppose we just said, so the interesting reading, I mean, what we call the shifted reading of I, that the English sentence doesn't have and the Amharic sentence does have. So where John thinks I'm a hero means that John thinks he's a hero. That would be the reading where, by assumption now, the Amharic I is treated as vacuous. Right? So it would look like in 36 here on page 5. So we have think, and then I just crossed out the I, right? And then indeed that has the semantics we want for that, right? Because so we would take a property taking think, right? We have after we've crossed out the I here the embedded sentence denotes the property being a hero, right? And we relate John to that property by think, so that means he self-ascribes the property of being a hero. That is the meaning. Right? So that seems right. But the point that comes up now is that given, so what I said about how the features are determined, why is this actually possible in Amharic and not in English? Because the feature here of this deleted I shouldn't be first person, right? Yeah, so, because here we have think, it's this control verb, right? Yeah, that's controlled by something. This is both for Ewe and for English. We made this assumption that the attitude subject imposes the features on the vacuous pronoun. So this shouldn't really be possible. So it should be John thinks he is a hero, right? But because of the feature convention. Not, so as I said, the logical form here has the right meaning, but by the assumptions we've made so far, it shouldn't have this surface form. It shouldn't, the morphology shouldn't be this. There should be agreement. So we would say, okay, so in addition now, we say something about morphology that's different between English and Amharic. Namely, we say, what do we say? Well, I guess we say, and this is where this, maybe it's kind of useful to have broken down this agreement relation between controller and controllee in the way I did. What we say is that, so in English, a control verb inherits the features of its subject. The subject control verb, right? That's its control feature. The Amharic verb in question actually has a different property, namely it's inherently first person. So brings its own features. So the idea would be the English control verbs, they are all in a sense sort of dependent for these 5 features on the controller. So this will be marked whatever this was. But the Amharic verb, doesn't, so the Amharic thing here, you put that in the same context, and that would just bring its own feature, and that happens to be first person. It's just a stipulation about this one. So if we said that in addition, right, then indeed, this logical form in 36 would not just be a right representation of the intended meaning, but also would, be expected to sound the way, this sentence does, right? Because now what's happening is, so, if this were English, right, John, think, and the crossed out pronoun all would have to have the same features, namely, since the overt one is translated, would all have to be third person masculine. But since this is Amharic, think, so still, think and I, in a way, agree, but think is inherently first person. And John is neither here nor there. It's irrelevant, right? So it's his features, don't come through in this case. Okay, so it looks like, at this point, okay, so we first said in order to get it, to represent this interesting shifted reading, we have to be able to treat the I as vacuous, and moreover, we have to say it doesn't agree in features on the controller the way the other vacuous pronouns did. But once, the point is now, once we said that second thing, we might as well just say that. We might say just the only difference between Amharic and English is that the Amharic verb think, or say, whatever it actually is inherently first person and does not inherit the features of the controller. Everything else is completely the same. In particular, both, as far as we know, we have no reason to assume otherwise, both English and Amharic I can be vacuous all at once. So, so why is this not harmful? Why? So why doesn't, it doesn't predict, that John thinks I'm a hero in English could mean that John thinks he's a hero, right? Because even though the I in English now by assumption could also be vacuous, it couldn't disagree in features, with the controller here. It only predicts that if you say, for example, I think I'm a hero, right? That there you could treat the English I as vacuous. But, for all we know, we have no evidence that that isn't so. That only means, that I think I am a hero in English, if we exercise this option of treating this as vacuous, and then, in a sense, we are lucky, right? Because it does agree with the controller. So these 3 would agree by the conventions for English. Then this gets at the say reading where the sentence is saying that I self-ascribe the property of being a hero, right? But we certainly don't have evidence that this is not a reading for this sentence. So it's in fact, the thing is, it's it's the preferred way of understanding that sentence anyway, right? Yeah, that if I said that, you would think that in fact, I mean, if I said that, you would have to assume, that I was having an I thought. Yeah, it couldn't be any other way even. But yeah, I mean, certainly it's consistent with the evidence. That so the point here is just stipulating that the Amharic I can be vacuous as opposed to the English one isn't sufficient. Under the assumptions that we have, to explain how John thinks I am a hero gets this funny reading in Amharic. And, we need to, in addition, stipulate that somehow the Amharic control relation here is released from the agreement requirement. It's a way of stipulating that by saying that sometimes a verb can have an inherent person feature. But once we say that, it turns out that is all we need to say to describe the difference between the languages as far as we know. So I'm saying that, by Occam's razor, right, if one difference gives you the fact as opposed to two between the languages, go for the one, right? So this is so here the second hypothesis here is indeed that there is actually no difference regarding these items, the pronouns themselves. So Amharic I and English I are not different at all. What's different is only that in Amharic there's a different convention for regulating the superficial features of vacuous pronouns, and particularly the way I localize it here is actually the part that's the same in the two languages is always that the vacuous pronoun agrees in features with the immediately embedding verb. I'm making that the same in the two languages, but I'm making different the story about how that verb gets its features. So in English, it inherits the features of its controller, and in Amharic, it's born first person. Right? So a prediction of this actually is, I talk here something, also later in the handout, it's like a parameter, like the languages, but it's actually not really a sort of property of languages. It's a property of lexical items. So the expectation would be that there could be in the same language attitude verbs that exhibit this phenomenon of allowing an I in the complement to have the shifted readings and others that don't. And actually, from what I understand, that is the way it is. So there's a footnote or some other remarks in Philippe's paper. I found a particular reference here to page 70, footnote 39 in his Linguistics and Philosophy paper, where he says that there's really only one verb in Amharic that does this. Now, it isn't clear to me from the footnote whether there just aren't any other verbs for expressing attitudes that you would even expect to do that, or whether there are such other verbs, but they don't show this phenomenon. But if it's the latter in particular, then it would be good, as this comes out here, that you make this a property of the verb. So it's not something that you say somehow, Amharic has a funny I, a funny first person pronoun. Right? What I'm saying here, it has a funny attitude verb. Funny, I don't know, but that's what's different, right? That's what's special. And so that is consistent with it being restricted to, and again, so I don't know, furthermore, so other languages that have this phenomenon, whether one can argue that it's actually not necessarily a property of verbs of thinking and saying across the board, but possibly a property of particular ones. And that needs to be investigated more. But as far as I can see, it's consistent with the evidence that it's.
In principle, you could also imagine that non-attitude verbs embedding complements could have this. And also, you could also imagine that in principle, that some verb would trigger second person.
So I'll get to the second person. Right? I'll get to the second person. So indeed, here, one thing that is sort of, kind of artificially is like, okay, why first person? Right? So, because again, the strange thing about this is not in any way now connected to the meaning of first person. Right? Just saying that, this is this feature on this verb. This verb is first person. There's nothing, there's no way that in this analysis, we're connecting this in any way to this being the speaker in some sense, in any sense, right? It's really just treated as a completely formal feature, and that part of it is strange and probably not good, right? Because certainly an intuition that one has approaching this, that it's the reason, it's first person, I mean, so the other way of characterizing what's going on is just that, first person, in this language can mean, the real speaker or the speaker whose speech you're reporting, right? And if you characterize it in this way, you're kind of really doing justice to an intuition that it always has something to do with speaker somehow, right? Whereas this approach here in some sense is completely syntacticist, in that it's just this speaker, it's got nothing to do with speaker in any sense, it's just this verb that's first person. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you know what anybody was trying to see what happens when the subject NP is quantified?
Yeah, I don't think, I mean, so Philippe did a little bit more field work on this, with a speaker from Herrick, and I could check, whether he actually has more examples. The prediction would be that, that should be okay also, right? I don't remember seeing anything like that. Okay, so I think this is actually a time to stop for today, and then I'll go on tomorrow. So basically what I'm done with now is sort of the elaboration of the Kierkegaard story and extension to all these other phenomena. And then, so the next thing is we already mentioned in passing various dubious features of this proposal, and I have a summary then evaluating this, and then I'm trying to kind of target some particular, at least subset of the potentially undesirable features, and so try to propose something that improves a bit on it, maybe. And so we should, you should bring this handout tomorrow also, and then I think I will add something a little bit more, probably not much more, it's probably just about enough for the last. So this will be the last lecture, which is at a different time in a different place. The time is the same as last Thursday, but the place is different even from that. Okay, so to summarize from yesterday, I started with Kierkegaard's idea about the treatment of infinitival complements to attitude verbs, right? And so the idea was that to account for the obligatorily they say reading, so the fact that you needed to report an I thought, the idea was, the sentences really just meant that the subject is attributing to themselves a property, right? And the idea was that the property is transparently expressed by this infinitive with a pro subject, where we just ignore the pro, so we have something that's obviously property denoting, and we have a semantics for the embedding verb that relates an individual to a property. So then I extended this to phenomena in other languages, namely particularly sort of logophoric pronouns. In so my fictitious example language was the African language Ewe, which is not fictitious, but the examples were, and then to the so-called shifted indexical in Amharic. So the idea was simply to say about all of those things that, like Kierkegaard's pro, these are vacuous pronouns, so they fail to fill an argument slot in the predicate that they're combined with, and therefore you end up with a property. So there were some complications then because of the much wider syntactic distribution of those logophoric pronouns and shifted first persons, and they were dealt with in the system just by forcing in all cases, but when they already happen to be subjects, forcing these things to move, and so you created a property expression by the semantics of movement, and then you had this empty thing and this vacuous thing at the edge of the class, and you just got a property. Right? So, and what I especially drew attention to is, in order for this to really work right, you also have to make some provisions for the morphology to come out right. And so, of course, this is especially clear for the overt versions of these things, like the logophoric pronouns and shifted eyes. I mean, these have some visible person, number, gender, whatever morphology pronouns have in their relevant languages. And in order to do that, we needed something sort of stipulative, which was, so I had a convention that for English and also for Ewe, the attitude verb inherited what I was calling a control feature, from its subject, or whatever the controller was, and that then and then there was so that was one stipulation. The other stipulation was that the vacuous pronouns at the edge of a complement had to agree in their features, with the embedding verb. Right. And so one trick that we did, to account for the so-called shifted indexicals in Amharic was to say that the only difference between Amharic and English really is the conventions about the morphology. So everything is the same, except that in Amharic, this vacuous pronoun at the edge of the clause is released from agreeing in features with the subject of the attitude, and instead is forced to be first person. And so the way I implemented this is to say that in this case the verb doesn't get a control feature from its argument, but rather the verb is somehow inherently marked as first person. Okay, so this is sort of where we stood. So on page 6 here, I think, 6, I have a sort of summary of some things that we already noted as we went along, as properties of the system that potentially are not so nice. Yeah. So first, this what I just mentioned last. These assumptions about the features percolating and perhaps are. We would like, if we could reduce this to something else, of course, we would like to do that. Another thing that I inherited from Kierkegaard was that basically attitude verbs are always ambiguous, because in those cases where they embed sentences that do not contain any vacuous pronouns, they actually take propositions. So we had sort of 2 entries for each of these verbs, and the way I always notated this in the here when I put a plus next to the verb, that was the proposition taking variant, and the one without was the property taking variant. So so there's sort of a systematic ambiguity in attitude verbs, which again it's a you can define one meaning in terms of the other, but we would still, of course, everything else being equal, prefer an account where we wouldn't have to posit this ambiguity. Then also, there's lots of ambiguity in pronouns. In fact, about lots of pronouns here, the assumption is made that they are ambiguously either vacuous or not vacuous. And this, again, if we could actually avoid this, that might also not be bad. Then, one somewhat questionable feature is that in the case of the logophoric pronouns, also some of the readings of the shifted Amharic I had to move these things to the edge of the class, and to my knowledge, though I'm not actually sure that this has really been investigated, but to my knowledge, there's no evidence of, say, for example, island constraints on the relation or other diagnostics of movement.
As far as I know, some movement out of the subject position is also not so clear.
Yeah, right. So if you move from the embedded subject position, this should violate all kinds of things. Right? Okay, a last point, and this is elaborate a bit more here. So, this was something that Kierkegaard found desirable, because he was thinking, well, we have, pro-infinitives in many contexts, nothing to do with attitudes, right? So, but the prediction generally is, because all of these things that are just, because of the vacuity of some pronoun end up being predicates, should in principle, have a distribution that's much wider, and they should occur wherever a predicate might occur, right? So just to make a concrete example of what we might expect is that relative clauses, right? So restrictive relative clauses are standardly analyzed as predicates, that then are combined with the meaning of the noun by intersection or something. And they are also, they are predicates that syntactically are clauses, right? So this would be quite similar in a way to the case we're looking at here, something that syntactically looks like a clause, but is a predicate in terms of where it's used in the compositional semantics. And indeed, actually, the analysis of relative clauses, for example, in the Heim and Kratzer textbook is very similar to what I did here for these property denoting things with the vacuous pronouns. So in fact, there the idea also is that relative pronouns are a kind of vacuous item. And it moves to the edge of the clause. We get lambda abstraction because of the movement, and we ignore the thing, and we have a predicate, and then we can use this predicate to modify a noun. So in a way, you'd expect that these other things that are treated as predicates should also have uses, for example, as noun modifiers. Now, in the case of the English Pro, that is at least superficially a good prediction. So I have here, the things that sometimes in English people call reduced relatives or, infinitival relatives. So, just two examples here on page 7. The man leaving tomorrow, is often analyzed. This is not an infinitive, but a gerund, but it's also often analyzed as having a pro there as a subject. Or, if you want to stick to infinitives, the constructions like the first man to leave, which means essentially the same thing as the first man who left. So there, there seems to be evidence that at least as far as pro goes, you do have these things, for example, as noun modifiers. So you have these predicates occurring there. But for the logophoric pronouns of these African languages and also as far as I know for the shifted I, and this is also what Philipp Schlenker says, we do not get this kind of wide distribution. So abstracting away from many complications in the data, there seems to be reason to say that really they are, associated with something to do with attitudes more necessarily. Interestingly, this is just a side remark here. There is work on pro in English, so I'm referring here to a dissertation, and there's some paper that I cite here, and also the dissertation was converted into a book later by Idan Landa, who did his thesis in '99, I think, at MIT. And he argues that even in English, there are two pros. There's in a way the vacuous Kierkegaard pro, which he calls the empty operator pro, that just it forms all-purpose predicates. And there's another pro, that really is a covert indexical. And he has a number of interesting differences. Like for example, he talks about the phenomenon of so-called partial control, where this this indexical thing actually would have a meaning more like we rather than I, if you sort of put, converted it into direct discourse. And so this probably one needs to look at this in more detail, to see how whether this does match up, with this. But so it might be that even for English, right, it's kind of simplistic, to think, there's some one thing that forms predicates, and these predicates can happen to be in attitude complements or else used for other purposes. So this is at least questionable. But anyway, it becomes a liability for this more general application to logophoric and shifted indexicals.
So maybe it was not a good idea to try to generalize the Kierkegaard account. Maybe it's okay as an account of infinitive complements by two reports. And then in any case, we have other accounts of these readings in terms of their reading plus something. Or
maybe,
for cases in which we have another pronoun, so maybe we should have two distinct theories.
Maybe, right. Maybe. But indeed, if Landau is right, then even for English, infinitival complements, that other theory should also be, one of the possibilities, at least in some cases. Anyway, so what I will try to do here now, and he says, so if you sort of look at this list of undesirables here that I had here, I will try in a way to eliminate as many as possible, and of course also eliminate as many as possible by one, one move at once. So not everything will be eliminated, but I'm sort of in particular sort of zeroing in the moment at the fact that there are these vacuous pronouns, that these ambiguously vacuous pronouns. So I'm going to get rid of this idea. So the idea will be that there aren't any vacuous pronouns, at least not in this domain. So its pronouns are all variables, including these ones that end up being logophoric in this way, and they're really bound variables, bound by something. Right? And also I want to sort of at the same time, I want to, this sort of feature magic, I want to reduce it as much as possible as I can to what I already thought I needed independently, this idea that bound variables can get their features deleted, under identity with features on the binder. And so in a way, if you sort of take these things together, it suggests that you might want to try to set something up where whenever you have attitude complementation, you have a bound variable already in a way, and then you can co-index a pronoun with that. So the idea is that just like you normally do. So the background here is you do bound variable pronouns by co-indexing a pronoun with a trace of a movement. Right? This is sort of my way of our textbook way of doing every man loves his children. So we move every man, we have a trace, we can co-index the pronoun with a trace, and there we have a bound variable pronoun. So the idea now would be that all these formally vacuous pronouns are really bound variable pronouns, and they are bound variable pronouns as like other variable pronouns in some sense are parasitic on some other binding relation that's already there. So there is sort of a binding relation already, and these just go for their right by being co-indexed with a variable that's already present independently. But this this kind of requires a sort of unconventional idea, namely that in every single complementation structure you have something that introduces variable binding, and in fact I will even sort of implement it here under the assumption that the only way you ever get bound variables into a representation in the first place is by moving something. So really try to make this a case of movement. Okay, so what is it that's moving there? Okay, so this is like so. So in page 7 here, the heading of this section is logophoricity is binding by verbs. Okay, so this term binding by verbs actually was then taken over by Arne von Stecher as the title of a couple of papers where he does something similar. But he got that from me. So okay. So the idea is basically, so this is it's going to be a kind of a crazy syntax. But I don't really know that it harms much. It's just nobody has done it that way before. The syntax of complementation structures will be such that you always have like the higher verb moving out of the lower clause. So the higher verb starts as an argument of the lower verb and moves out and creates a binding relation. So I mean, the result of this is something that is not at all outlandish. I mean, going back to at least the early 80s, people have often sort of claimed there's a binding relation between infl and comp and between the verb. And so this, people sort of have this idea, but it's not normally thought of as resulting from moving something that ends up in the higher clause out of the lower. I mean, at most people move, say, the complementizer, and then there's some intimate relation between the complementizer and the verb that selects it. But I'm making this even more intimate, right? I'm really moving the higher verb out. So that's the idea. And so it's this binding relation that's created by moving the matrix verb out of a slot in the lower verb. That then you can sort of parasitically in a way target to bind something else along with it. So that will be, those will be the say pronouns again. So there might be ways of making this work that are, at least in some aspects, a little less unconventional than what I have here. But maybe for lack of imagination or also my own personal prejudices and tastes, this is of the only kind of streamlined version that I've come up with so far. People can maybe play with this. Okay, so what I need in a sense, I mean, so I want, so as I said, so the target is to get structures where independently of whether the sentence contains a pro or logophoric pronoun or whatever, one of these things, there may or may not be one of those, but independently of that, there's already, so they say here's the lower verb and here's the embedding verb. There's a binding relation, from a trace that's somehow an argument of the verb, that results from moving the higher verb here, right? So this is so that's already there, and then you can co-index these guys, and under certain conditions have to, with this trace, right? And so you get two instances of the same bound variable here. So in order to make this work, so I want this in a way to play the role of the world argument for in the predicate that I already had, right? So I mean, so far already every verb had like a world argument corresponded to the evaluation world, but I also wanted to be sort of literally co-indexable with these guys. So it also in a way has to be an individual, and in some sense I can't have something be both a world and an individual in it, but I can come very close to this by doing everything with individuals, as long as I assume that, given an individual, a world is uniquely determined. Right? And so this leads me to, so I'm using the ontology here that David Lewis is fond of. So the basic picture is, you have individuals, each of which exists in only one world. Right? So once I give you an individual, the notion, the world which this individual inhabits is a well-defined notion. Right? So because by assumption, there's never the same individual in two different worlds. So this, I mean, as I said, maybe there's another way of doing this, but this gives me a way of having, an individual here and here, but when it shows up here, I'm using it only to give me its world, so to speak. Right? Whereas when it shows up here, I'm really, depending on what the verb here means, I'm really using the individual itself. Right? So, for example, so if this were the verb drink, this is a simple intransitive verb. If I have, two co-indexed arguments here, so drink will, as before, now I have two slots. Right? So before I said it had one slot for a world and one slot for an individual. And if I filled in W and X here, this meant X drinks in W. Right? That was the way it was done. Now I'm going to fill in, say for example, the individual X twice. I could be also different individuals, but in a special case might be the same one. And this will now mean, so it just will mean X drinks in the world of X. In its world. Right? So, given that, individuals, exist in only one world and therefore can only drink in one world to begin with, so it's in a sense redundant, to say X drinks in the world of X. Right? But, I might have a verb, for example, rain, that doesn't have an individual slot at all. I, can have only an individual here, and then it just means it rains in X's world. And I also have to make provisions for these two being different. So I have X and Y here. Then, what will this mean? Well, it should mean something like Y drinks in X's world. But actually, Y can't really drink in X's world because unless X and Y are in the same world, Y is not in X's world and therefore can't drink in X's world. So what I have to say in general to interpret something like this for arbitrarily two different individuals, I have to say something like Y's counterpart in X's world drinks there. Right? So Lewis has this ontology where no individual ever exists in two worlds, but he also has to, of course, account for the senses in which the same individual does one thing in one world and another thing in another world. And the way he sort of talks about this as well, so in the plurality of worlds, for example, he discusses, he talks about can Hubert Humphrey, have won the election in some other world. No, he can't, because, he's in our world, he cannot win an election in another world, but he can win an election in another world by proxy. And what does that mean? That means his counterpart wins the election in that other world. So this sort of brings in, of course, it shifts some questions about like what counterpart relations these are, and what does it mean, and I could say something about these things on some other occasion. But so the general idea here will be that it's going to be technically useful to have literal co-indexing here, right? But I need to, in a way, use this individual for two different purposes when I have it in these two slots. Here I'm only interested in its world. Here I'm interested really, in the individual itself. Okay. So that is the sort of background here, and so I'm doing. I mean, now I'm not really referring anywhere to worlds. So far, remember, what I did before was in a matrix clause. If I just had the sentence John drinks, I said John is one argument of drink. The other argument, is the utterance world, right? So there was this actual world indexical in there, that always referred to the utterance world. Well, this one also, I'm making this actual world indexical an actual, really something for an individual now. So this is actually like an I now. It's a person, right? So instead of having world indexical filling the world slots, I have the speaker of the utterance himself filling that slot. And so again, I mean, if the sentence is just it's raining, right? What effectively the verb rain then does, when I plug myself in as an argument, is just it finds the world that I'm in and says it's raining there, right? So that's just part of the lexical semantics of the verb. That if I apply rain to me, it means it's raining in my world, right? Okay. So that's just so generally now we never talk about worlds. I mean, we don't have variables for worlds. We have only one type of variable here, which is for individuals. And so I'm not talking at all here about times, but it's completely easy to generalize this also, I guess, again, in Lewis's thing. Individuals are also temporally fully located, and you can have the time of an individual as a well-defined notion. Yes? Mm-hmm.
So I assume that this will play also the role of context, and instead of having
right. So right. So this is in a way a context. I mean, and as many people, including in particular Philipp Schlenker, you have often noted, if you have these so fully located individuals, that Lewis has, that determine a world and a time, you can sort of for free you can like expand this to a triple always. You have an individual, you can make this the triple of that individual, its time and its world. And this is a standard way of modeling a context, right? I mean, one thing that is a question again is what about the hearer, right? The hearer is not part of this picture. It's very egocentric, and I will say something about second person, of how you would have to do this in this framework in a little while. Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering what would happen if you have more than one E-type argument.
Right. So, well, then, generally there will be different ones, right? So, so if you have, say, a transitive verb, so you have, let's see, hit. Okay, so then, so you have these three slots, But again, it's just, you have to, in a sense, I mean, you have to sort of read then carefully the entries for the verbs. So it's kind of, on the surface it's confusing, because you have these three individuals, X, Y, Z. But if you then write out the entry for the verb, it will mean effective. I mean, roughly it will mean Z hits Y in X's world. But more precisely, it will mean Z's counterpart in X's world hits Y's counterpart in X's world in X's world. So this is, as I said, this is used as the one that gives you the world, and then you have to, get, counterparts of all of the others in that world, and then, you say the usual thing. Right? So
this is the basic fundamental assumption they exist in the world of the actual speaker, right? So
So I mean, so I'm assuming, actually, I don't know really whether you need or not, but if I have a simple unembedded sentence, right, so I say John drinks, right? So if I just write out what this means, it will say here, John's counterpart in my world drinks. Now I will assume, because normally, if I'm referring to a person, that he is my world mate. So John's, so John is already in my world. Therefore, and so one stipulation, the only substantive assumption I'm actually making about the counterpart relation here, which is also one of the things that Louis, you are the expert, assumes that the counterpart of an individual in its own world is, it's always itself, right? So if you and I are world mates, then my counterpart in your world is me, and your counterpart in my world is you. So if we assume, maybe for independent reasons, that the only, proper names, work, only as ways of referring to actual individuals that exist in the world of the utterer, then in this case of the reference to the counterpart is kind of redundant. I just need it in the general case, because every time I quantify into a modal context, I need to be able to take one individual and find its counterparts in the worlds that I'm now talking about. Right? And okay, so this is the setup. As I said, it would be nicer maybe if I could sort of pick it apart a bit more, so that the various kinds of unconventional assumptions, both about the syntax and the semantics, are made more independent of each other. But this is the way I implemented it. Okay, so let me see where we are here. In the handout. Yeah.
It's probably a dumb question. If you have something like the newspaper claimed that, does this mean that there's an effective world associated with the newspaper?
Well, so no, I would say the newspaper claim, just like anybody else claimed, we want to have, this is a funny way of talking, but we need something like the doxastic alternatives of the newspaper, right? So, which of course, so claim anyway, I guess, these verbs of saying are in a way, there's much more to be said, because they're not purely attitudes, right? You have to, in order to have claimed something, there's some speech act that has to be performed, and in a way we're always kind of like just reducing the meanings of all of these things to the content of what's claimed. But if it's the newspaper claimed, in the normal semantics that you would get in a sort of intro semantics course with possible word semantics, you would say something like every possible word that's compatible with what the newspaper claimed, right? So here I'm just as I said, I need some notion that kind of corresponds to the doxastic alternatives of the newspaper, and these are like the counterparts of the newspaper, in the worlds that are as as the newspaper claims, something like that. Right? And so then you talk about those worlds, and So as Benjamin says, you can think of these fully located individuals also as contexts. So, so I think this, since the triple part is kind of extrapolable from the individual, and if you're comfortable with thinking of context as individual world time triples, then think of it as that, right? So in that sense, this is totally like like what Philippe says. We have quantification over context effectively when we have complementation on this. Okay, so as I said, the semantics for simple predicates. Examples are here in 49 on page 8. So always you see now as a variable. So that actually suggests context, right? So these are technically individuals, but they also call them contexts, right? So I see it's a context. This context is the speaker, and the speaker is the context. That's kind of the same thing here. And so this @ sign now picks out the speaker, but you could also say the context, right? So as an argument to rain, it just says it rains in that individual, so that context's world, and if you drink, you need the counterpart relation. That and for an attitude verb, so an attitude verb is exemplified in 52. So again, you have the doxastic alternatives. So for each individual, and then you feed this here now. Again, this one, the outermost argument for, the innermost argument for think is just what used to be the world of evaluation, where the thinking is taking place, but that's, now it's technically a context of an individual. You just pick the world from that, and then comes the attitude holder, that's X, and then comes a property of individuals, right? But you could also say this is now the same as a proposition, and it's a function from context. So there's just no distinction there, and then you say every doxastic alternative of the counterpart of this individual in the evaluation context has this property, right? So this is the previous semantics. Okay, so but now so the syntax, the syntax is in a way crazier than the semantics, and the semantics is only sort of somewhat unusual for linguists, at least. Also philosophers, actually, all philosophers usually don't like David Lewis. He's not a philosopher's philosopher. Always find something wrong with what he says. That is my experience. Linguists are his greatest fans. This always moves when I try to write on it. But okay. No, actually it doesn't anymore. Okay. Okay. So I have actually on the handout on the next page, on page 9. This is the result, right? But it's kind of it also gives you the structure, but it's harder to see. So this is a very simple sentence, like John thinks it's raining, right? So as I said, crazily, it starts out with everything packed into the lower clause. And also, in order to make this work, I need to assume. So there's rain, and it's world argument or context argument. Now, this is underlyingly filled by now all the stuff that ends up in the matrix clause. So that needs to be think and its arguments. Now its arguments are, the context of world argument, which since this is going to end up being the matrix, that's the actual context, and then the subject of the thinking. So that's John. So this whole complex. Starts out in here, in the argument slot of rain. And we then move it out. So that's how we get the illusion that this is the higher verb. And also, so I'm also kind of another thing that one might think about here. So in a first step, then if this moves out, right, then I have a binding relation here. And then now I have what I had before here. So that was think, its world argument, and its subject. And then I suppose this is so the subject now is generated here in a low place with respect to the verb that also doesn't stay there. But that's less unusual. Few people assume that subjects start out where they end up. So this is in the end, it's like here. So this is like the higher VP, and this whole thing is a kind of head movement. So this is coming from here to here. Right. And creating this binding relation. Okay, so what does this mean, right? So it's going to, because of, so this movement here, I might as well undo, right? It's just, but you just move this name from here to here because syntactically that's where it shows up. So let's just put John back in there for the purposes of working out the semantics. So this thing here, so this notion of a verbal quantifier that I use here. So this binding by verbs is really binding by these things that I call verbal quantifier, because if a paraphrase of what this part really means here is all of John's doxastic alternatives. That's what this really means. So the whole thing says all of John's doxastic alternatives, seen from the point of view of my world, are in rain worlds, right? Are such that it rains in their world. This is what's predicated of them. So that's the semantics of John thinks it's raining. So this is sort of the interesting part. So as I said, the idea was to have something that always moves in attitude complementation, and that then you can sort of parasitically co-index other things with that might be here. Yeah. And that's how you get these readings.
So the reason why you want all this machinery is that it's just that you, whenever you have lambda abstraction, you want there
one movement, yeah. So I mean, if you just say, you can just throw in these lambdas for other reasons by other conventions, then you don't need to assume this has moved. And this, this is, if you look at the von Stecher implementation, it's basically the same, except it does that. It sort of says, well, I can just put a lambda here without moving this. So, so I.
But why couldn't you treat, for instance, the complementizer as a kind of empty?
Yeah. Well, I mean, because then again, so see, one thing I want to get in a way for free is that, in terms of features and so on, this counts as the binder set, right? So if I have another thing, so in a way doing the moving like the complementizer, and then still then I have to stipulate that those two, have the same features. So I'm just saving myself that. I mean, yes, I said maybe it's more trouble than it's worth, but this is the way to get it really to be, a completely literal case, of bound variables. So these things are bound variables, bound by verbs, and then the say pronouns co-indexed with them are. Right. Okay, so let's look now at the say case. So if you had like, so think that in English you can't use a pro, but never mind, right? So if we had here, John expects to get help. That example that I had here with the pro. So there I would have had pro get help, and this I guess also this verb here has this argument from which this has moved out. All I'm doing now, so I would say this is co-indexed with this, and then we want to then say that in the case of a pro, this is going to be obligatory. There's no other possibility. This cannot be a free variable. It has to be bound by the verb. So what will this mean? I mean, it just means all of John's stochastic alternatives get help in their own world. Right. Yes.
So how will you get non-DSA readings for bound variables?
Well, I mean, there is different bound variables, right? So if I have some other variable here, so like so I could even have a bound variable bound by John that is not DSA. Here's how I do that, right? So again, for that purpose, then I do need to not abstract away from the fact that this is, or at least can also be moved here, so as I had before. And so if I have, so really I have this structure, right? So if I had some pronoun like now say he, right, which let's assume, so has a choice between being DSA and being DRA. I can, even if I don't make this referential, I mean I can also of course index this 3 and somebody else altogether, but even if it's a bound variable, it could be two different bound variables. It could be this bound variable or this bound variable. So if it's this bound variable, then we get the DSA reading. So this is the property of getting help in one's own world, right? And but if it's this bound variable, then the whole thing, because this is it ends up being equivalent to John thinks that he's in a world where John gets help. So and then this could have been a quantifier, in which case it's so I can so now I mean, as you can already see, there's going to be a lot of sort of syntactic binding theory now. So there are these different kinds of items, pros and overt pronouns, and then in these other languages logophoric pronouns, and they have different properties that now are sort of thought of as syntactic. It's kind of like the way in government binding theory one thought about the difference between a reflexive and a non-reflexive, right? So maybe it's not a coincidence that my formative years, when this was a fashionable way of thinking. We also, I mean, as I mentioned last time, right? You sort of naive intuition sometimes rebels against this and says, the difference between a reflexive and a non-reflexive really should be a semantic difference first and foremost, and the rest. But here's this picture that's really it's syntax. They're the same kind of thing. They just have different requirements on configurations in which they're bound there. So the same thing I say now. So here the way I'm doing this here, this is now in this section logophoricity, right? I'm positing sort of a feature plus log and minus log. And so you should sort of think of this, I mean, if you're old enough to, as like, they had plus and minus anaphoric and plus and minus pronominal in lectures and government and binding. This is that sort of feature, right? Okay, so there's plus, I know these are not sort of, this one is not the negation of the other, because, plus log means must be bound by a verb. Right? And minus log means must not be bound by a verb. So in the good government binding jargon, we would say plus log verb pronouns must be verb bound, and minus log pronouns must be verb free. I can say it that way. Right. Okay. So and then because we just decide in a case by case basis about these things that we find in these various languages what they are. Right. So we say English pro, at least one English pro, right? So as I said before with the relative clause and other, maybe there's another English pro, but there's English logophoric pro, right? And that is plus log, right? And then there's the logophoric pronouns that are plus log, right? Obviously. And then there's like things that are minus log, so these are actually, I mean, things that clearly are minus log. For example, I would think in a language that has logophoric marking, the not logophoric marked things are really minus log. Whereas in English, I want to say that all the overt pronouns are actually unmarked for plus minus log. So in other words, they can be verb bound and they can be verb free. They don't mind one way or the other. That's, And in some sense, this is kind of like the default, maybe. So there's this, and then there's something else also, which is, we also have to distinguish, already, of course, in the previous version, we distinguished, and everybody actually will have to distinguish between pro and an overt logophoric pronoun in some syntactic way, right? So this fact that the pro really can only be bound by the verb that's right above it, whereas the logophoric pronouns can be bound by verbs over a distance. This also has to be said somewhere in a syntactic way. So this is also part of this binding theory. For logophors, so in 60 here I say, and this is vague of course, pro must be bound locally, and we'll define this somehow. Only the immediately governing verb there will count as a local binder. And all other plus log pronouns, they have to be verb bound, but the verb that binds them can be anywhere.
I sort of wonder what happens with the arbitrary pro.
That's a long story. Okay, so there are attempts to reduce arbitrary pros to really controlled pros, controlled by sort of implicit arguments that have some sort of generic meaning. And for some cases, that makes a lot of sense. It's fun to rollerblade. Seems to mean something like it's fun for one in general to rollerblade, and then maybe this. But also, I don't want to really get into the semantics of it's fun, so I don't even know whether this has any attitudinal component, and whether this fits in here or should be done in some different ways. I mean, it's also, from what I know, I mean, there are cases of so-called arbitrary pro where it really makes no sense to think of them as controlled pros with another controller. So where the pro itself seems to be best paraphrased as something like one in general, right? And this has to be something different, right? So this is not, So maybe, I mean, there's some, it's something different, but of course, this might remind you of the fact that there are other things on some people's analysis, indefinites, that sometimes can have a sort of default quantificational force, and sometimes are just like variables. So maybe, you can sort of make sense of it in that way. Or also, actually, the overt sort of generic pronoun one has to have this dual nature in a way that, in a way, when the first occurrence of it is some kind of generic quantifier, that subsequent occurrences can be variables bound by that. Yeah, so this, this, I mean, it's always dangerous to talk about Pro because there's so many things, that this covers, and so, and maybe, as François is saying, I mean, it's not even obvious, that we want to, for English at all, say that there is a logophoric Pro, right? I mean, the evidence is sort of circumstantial for that, and pointed to this work by Landor, but it's consistent with what, Okay, so this is, so this is what they say readings are. It's always the thing is bound by a verb, not necessarily the immediately adjacent one, right? So this is only a special case. So and in the case of Pro, for syntactic reasons, the only possibility. I don't know why I keep throwing this down. All right, so so here I have in the handout also then the tree, but we already had that. So John expects to get help. This is what it looks like. I can have that. Yeah. So John binds you into this argument position of expect, and then there's this binder that's created by the movement of the verbal quantifier, and that binds both the context of world argument of get help and the Pro. It's indexed. Okay, so how about the feature mechanics? Now, so it's not everything now gets reduced to just feature deletion under semantic binding, but that's going to be sort of one half of it. So what I still need to assume is, this convention, with the control feature in a sense, right? So that, so this verbal quantifier now, this chunk here, has person and number and gender features by inheritance from its argument, right? And that's at least the general convention. And then sort of the special case, in the Amharic case, is that it might also be marked as inherently first person. That's the other possibility. So in every case in English, and also in every case in these logophoric pronoun languages like Ewe, this inherits person, number, gender features from here. So this gets the 5 features of this. And therefore, but now that's all we need to say, right? Once they are here, the fact that they are here is just an instance of, a semantic binding, allowing the feature deletion. So so here we won't interpret them, right? This is a bound variable, but it has these features here. Yeah. Okay, so that part is sort of the same, right? And it's the same as in my sort of Kierkegaard implementation. That so here in 64, right? I just restate that here in this remix. So if in English, this complex, this verb with, you have the empty brackets here. This correspond to the context of world argument slot, and then the DP is the argument of the verb. There we percolate these features up. So the idea is, again, somehow, right, and this is sort of like in only I, this is something, this being a verb here is not capable here of contributing its own person, number, gender features, so you just pass them up. Except, in some cases, these things are inherently marked. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Maybe I just don't understand at all, actually, because in that very case, in order to get the same thing, why do you need actually to delete the
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it's not actually important often to delete it. That depends, right? Yeah. So, well, actually, no. I mean, it is going to be important, not at least, okay, if there's a third person feature that has, a substantive semantics, then I better delete that, because, I want it to be like in an unembedded context that I want to somehow or other, like the third person will mean does not include the context, right? Yeah. So, and if I had that here, I would get a contradiction because it's bound by that, right? Yeah, so I need to delete that. Yeah.
Not exclude the speaker of the reported context.
No, because there's no, I mean, there's no such thing as speaker of report. This really, the way. Okay, so I'm not schlepping along here any, several. Yeah, okay, I guess it's not clear that I'm not doing that. Right? So I should state, what the presuppositions generated by the yeah, you're right. I mean, this is not, from what I've said, I'm not actually saying, what the feature would contribute, if it were there. And I could say one or the other two things. But what I have in mind, is that what do I have in mind? An I here. Yeah. So maybe, well, the question is, why do I have to delete the features? Yeah, right, yeah. So it certainly doesn't hurt to delete them. That's obvious. Yeah. But do I have an example that shows that I better delete them or else? Right, yeah. Not until I say something about what the features mean. Right, yeah. So, but so what I had in mind here most is this is actually not maybe so easily stated in terms of deletion rather than filling in, but I want to make sure that they do agree. So maybe actually, I mean, I had this, the previous version of this was more to, one where you actually, not a deletion but a sort of filling in a PF story, right? Yeah, and so perhaps this is more consistent with this. Yeah, so thinking of this starts out without features at LF and then you fill in the ones here. Right, yeah. Yeah, so what's missing here, I should spell this out, is the actual interpretation of the features. Yeah, and so that they have to be sensitive to notice. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I mean, maybe one could sort of consider examples with gender, like of the type that Philippe discusses. So when somebody imagines, being of a different gender, like so a man imagines being a woman or something, then as he observes, you still say, so John wants to be a woman and hopes that he will have a car, right? Where you still use the he in there, even though in the possible worlds, that conform to his desires is not actually male, right? So that I think, again, I have to actually say, but so if the interpretation would be that a variable that's marked for masculine, for example, needs to be a male individual in its own world, right? Then that is one that would have to delete. Okay, I have to, work this part out a bit more. Make myself a note to that effect. Yeah. So here, I mean, I'm a bit. I said I went back and forth, between versions of the type as I attributed, in the first lectures to Kratzer, where you start, with nothing, and then you fill in the features at PF, and the other version that von Stecher is pushing, where you have them and you delete them. And for many purposes, it's equivalent, but I haven't really thought through here, how this looks in the deletion picture. So maybe, so my concern was more to make sure that these features are the ones that match. Right? Never mind what gets interpreted. Okay, so as I said, so if one in a way goes back to this checklist that we had for the Kierkegaard thing, where we could sort of check off a few things, a biased checklist. So and I kind of repeat this here on on page 11. Yeah, so evaluation of this system. So at least a little bit of the feature stuff is now reduced to just the relation between a bound variable and its binder. Right? So the only thing that remains, and it's in a way, in a sense, nice that the one part that remains as a stipulation is also the part that's either parameterized or sort of lexically variable. This thing about how these complex verbs gets their features. Yeah. Then, as I said, I mean, one thing that you might say is a price to pay is whoever moved a matrix verb out of the lower class. But it's not so obvious to me that it does any harm either. Yeah. So now a good thing is we no longer, I mean, unlike Kierkegaard, there's no two meanings for each of the attitude verbs. So even when there isn't a they say pronoun, there was already there was this binding relation. So it's always properties or as you will propositions. I mean the terminology is really kind of doesn't make sense there anymore as a distinction because individuals are contexts, so sets of contexts, so properties are propositions. So that's just one thing.
So it's slightly more legal, let's say, but it's not. I mean,
what?
You said that everything we need or we should prefer an account that doesn't possess such possibilities. Is it so important? I mean, it's more elegant as it were, but it's
right.
Not, I mean,
No huge thing, right? I mean, just everything else being equal, right? But also, so we're no longer now saying that pronouns, are sometimes vacuous and sometimes not, right? All pronouns now are variables, and so because there is now a bigger role for this sort of kind of what I call the binding theory, that says something about which pronouns are bound where, and so the logophoricity is now kind of put in the same bag as things like being a reflexive as opposed to not. It's a sort of feature that regulates how and where you like to be bound. And also a good thing is I think that now there's going to be long distance binding of logophoric pronouns, not pro again, where you don't get this, but the sort of overt logophoric pronouns could be the distance between this and this for a real logophoric pronoun, say in AV could be long, right? This could be way down. So we have cases of long distance binding, but before, in this Kierkegaard version, we had to move these to the edge. We no longer have to do this. We just bind them long distance. No reason why we shouldn't do that, and we don't expect that there's any kind of movement like island effects or something on that. Also, we do now predict that you can't just use these things with logophoric pronouns as all-purpose predicates, right? Because so what would happen? Here sort of kind of try to go through a case where if you try to sort of like use, for example, something with a logophoric pronoun in subject position as a kind of relative clause, right? And you're not in an attitude context. So the man logophoric pronoun drank beer, got sick, right? That's what would happen there. Well, that would just since the logophoric pronoun has to be bound by a verb. It wouldn't work. There's no verb to bind it. And then you could sort of think, well, what if I embed it under yet an attitude context higher up? Then I could bind it. And in fact, I mean, it should be allowed, as far as I know, that a higher verb binds a logophoric pronoun embedded in a relative clause, in principle, right? But what can't happen is, that this part here that contains the logophoric pronoun is a predicate because of the logophoric pronoun, right? If the binding is from higher up, then as far as the type of this goes, it's got all its arguments saturated, so it's not predicative. Right? So I think, so again, there's this issue about whether this is a bad thing maybe for English pro, but it's like what Philippe wanted to have the case, it makes all these things that are marked as logophoric pronouns really restricted to cases where they can get bound by verbs, and that means attitude complements. So in some ways this is better than the previous one.
Okay. Looks fine. One word though. Are you saying that all they say pronouns or they say uses of pronouns are variable bound by verbs? Or are you just saying that whenever we have a pronoun pronoun by verb, we've got the they say reading, which is not quite the same thing. I would think that we should make room for the possibility that pronouns not by verb can get a they say reading out of very normal processes of.
Just as a special case of the dairy,
Because we have other facts which are very similar, and we have a mechanism anyway, so for these other facts, which is cases in which there is some mode of presentation that is sort of understood as being part of what is being the thought being ascribed, even though there is nothing in semantics that should impose it.
Yeah. So I mean, the thing is just it would be hard to. I mean, if you start saying something about the it would be very hard to exclude. This, a special case of the relevant acquaintance relation or whatever you need for the array to be, the relation that people bear to themselves, and therefore in a way you get it for free, right? It's so I'm not in the business of trying to make it impossible. And so, it's kind of an open question. I mean, people have tried to argue, so Philippe tried, and then, Perkins and Sauerland have some roundabout argument, which I can't reconstruct, trying to show, that, there are cases where you really have an unambiguously, they say, reading, but I'm agnostic about this point, and, I would in a way like to, if I could sort of argue that you really need to say that, these overt pronouns can be, they say that, might motivate this some more. So the expectation would be, however, if you have, so I should indeed, you should maybe look at the cases. Never mind. Yeah, so there's going to be multiple analysis, for lots of cases where you could make it there, and it just happens to be understood that way, and do it like this, that we don't really have evidence one way or the other. Okay, yes.
So I think I have two short questions that are related. One is, I remember in Philip's paper, he says that logophoric pronouns are never first person. And he could derive this. So in the case in which you say, I believe I, blah, 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 you must use the normal first person pronoun. And the second thing is, in fact, the relationship between this implementation and this way of talking in terms of a context of reported speech, where in that case the Amharic I would appear as just a normal first person referring to the other reported speech. And is it in fact exactly the same, but put in even though you're representing it?
Yeah, I mean, you could think of it the same. I mean, it's just, it's different from Philippe's implementation because he has pronouns be variables, but then they are actually existentially bound always in this. So here they are really, really bound. Yeah. So in that respect, it's different. Yeah. And so this existential closure that he has, in addition. But indeed, I mean, if you just call, these individuals your contexts, then in some sense that makes it the same.
But my understanding was that you could explain why you get first person in Amharic rather than say.
So I'll say something about this point, and also about, actually about the point that the non-existence of first person logophoric pronouns. And again, I have this only second hand from what Philippe says, and it's rather, the evidence seems to be rather ambiguous. So these people say it's this preferred, but it exists, and so it's very shaky, and so I don't really know how much one can base on it. Also, there's a comment maybe they could make if I prepared it some more about the way that Philippe excludes that, which actually, I discussed this with him, it doesn't really completely exclude it. It's just, there's a special case. But anyway, I'll say something actually about that. So first let me do one thing, which is also like a question that, has a reason about this. What about second person? Right? So the claim is that in Amharic also you have shiftable second person. Right? And this doesn't seem to fit in very easily here at all. And also, if you had object control verbs, so when Philippe argues, for example, that John told Mary to leave, also, it has kind of, in a sense, an obligatorily, they say, reading in that it's not going to be true if John says that Mary should leave, without actually addressing her, so there's something to be done there, right? Yeah, and how could we do that? Yeah, and I think, I mean, at least I believe, here it's sort of a bit different, right? So if you sort of think of contexts, then it's kind of easy to say, okay, let's have a fourth thing there. Yeah, so we have speaker, time, or world. Let's add an address here, right? You know, context can be a quadruple rather than a triple. I mean, here that wouldn't work very well, right? Yeah, because then it's kind of crucial for the way my verb semantics was that it always gets the same argument in all these slots, and it just sometimes, it picks the world, it picks the time, it picks the individual, right? But if there were two individuals, it wouldn't know which one to pick, right? So this doesn't really, at least I don't see how to easily sort of, carry further here the idea that this is just another way of talking about context. Here it really, this comes apart. I mean, if contexts can also have an address, then they are not the same thing as fully located individuals. Yeah. So here is what I'm thinking about, how one might integrate second person and object control. And the idea would be really to decompose the relevant predicates. Yeah. So for example, I mean, just very, very roughly, like think of tell. And John tells Mary that it's raining. Right? The idea would be that tell is really, kind of a sort of causative construction, something, it means something like make, be told, or make know, or make think, or something like that. And then, of course, then there's more to say there exactly what these things mean. And I'm just for concreteness here, I'm sort of pretending here that the higher verb is really sort of a verb of desire, and the lower verb is a verb of thinking, of belief, right? Yeah. So basically, I'm pretending here for the purposes that tell is just, John tells Mary is just John wants Mary to believe, right? Yeah. So I mean, this is crude, but I mean, already, as I said, any verb of saying has to have more in its meaning than just the attitude part, right? And that's because that's not specific here to having it being a triadic verb. Right? Okay. So if I do that, then here the idea then could be that I have in a way a nested structure. So this the want or try to make part that ends up being the highest, but in this perverse scheme starts out lowest, and then there's the think part, which is in the middle, and then there's the complement. So John tells Mary it's raining sort of starts out like here in 73, where you have all this stuff embedded, and you do these two meanings, and you get something like, I mean, so as I said, roughly think of try make is want, and think is believe. You get like every bulletic alternative of John. So those are the possible people that John would like to be. Have counterparts of Mary as world mates whose doxastic alternatives are all in worlds where it's raining. I think this is kind of the meaning. So if you have this, then now you could say. I mean, actually, for English, then again, you don't really have to say anything further. You say, as before, each of these abstract verbs, kind of inherits the features of its subject, right? So the lower, I mean, the embedded belief type verb, the subject of that is Mary, and the higher want type verb, the subject of that is John, right? So if you want to, so you get two kinds of this says, in the complement of tell, so one's bound to the hearer and those bound to the speaker, and it's sort of course, it's kind of analyzed as if you had a triclausal structure and you choose between the immediate or one higher antecedent, and so you can express that. But now, okay, so now in Amharic, we would have to say something, and this now begins to look like we're missing something, right? So you would say, what's the matter with Amharic now? Well, in Amharic, this abstract verb think, that's kind of the lower half of tell, that is inherently second person. And that lower verb, the lower sort of causative or bulletic type verb is inherently first person. And that's how we get this pattern, that if we use a second person, then it's sort of one it's bound by the lower one, and it's yeah. So this can be done, but it's more like, I mean, already I said last time, why first person, right? I mean, if this is just sort of a marking in verbs, like, what does this have to do with anything first person here? And this question becomes more acute here. Yeah. So why isn't, like, there's some other language where the lower verb is first person and the higher verb is second person, while the whole thing meaning exactly the same thing? So I bet that somehow doesn't exist, right? So that is kind of a I think sort of a pretty serious objection to this sort of syntacticist approach. Yeah. So I think in a way to diffuse that, and this is now not in the handout. This is just speculation. To diffuse that, I should in a way be more principled and go all the way and say that first person and second person always are just sort of kind of syntactic features that say something about where something is bound. It's not like somehow we have this dilemma now that on the one hand they're sort of arbitrarily assigned to these verbs, and on the other hand they have this intrinsic meaning having to do with speaker and addressee. But we say forget about the speaker addressee type meaning. It's never part of it. I mean, so first person always means bound in a certain position, and second person means bound in a certain position. And so what this leads to, of course, is that you need to, on the matrix level, right, you need to posit a kind of structure. It's a little bit like a performative hypothesis of the old days of Ross, where you posited something up there that was a deleted version of I tell you that, right? And so all the first persons were bound to the I and the second person. So it's it doesn't have to be literally that, right? But sort of a more abstract version of that, where then the only places where you sort of mention speaker and addresses, in the interpretation of this abstract thing that starts root clauses, right? And then the rest is all binding, right? So all the first persons now, including the ones that are not embedded at all, are really bound by a verb of sorts, including this abstract root verb, and then all the second persons are bound by a verb of sorts, and this it's really sort of a configurational definition of the persons. And so I think to make this kind of make sense, one would have to go in this way, and this is now sort of a version of that. And you can kind of, it's in its own way very principled, but it's kind of the radical opposite of an approach that takes the sort of speech role oriented meanings of these things as basic, and then quantifies over context. Right? Okay, so that's basically the story here. So okay, I wanted to say something about this question about first person logophoric. Right? So if you sort of implement what I just sketched, where you say first person always means all the first person is bound by a verb. It's just that in English, for example, that's always going to be the abstract verb in the root clause. Right? And then in Amharic, it's an arbitrary verb. Then it seems like you actually want to say this feature that I had, logophoric, plus logophoric, is what first person is. It's the same thing. It's just logophoric is first person. And then that in some ways makes immediate sense. I mean, if that is a fact of that, there's no such thing as things being first person logophoric, because it's like, it's kind of the idea then would be a third person logophoric is something that's in a sense both third person and first person. That's what that means. And then a first person logophoric, this would be just a redundant thing. So that might make sense, but as I said, I mean, from the report of how things work out, that I got from Philippe, I'm not so sure that this is so desirable. Right? So we might say, we have these two separate features there still. And also, I'm sorry, another question is about second person logophoric ones, and I just looked again in Philippe's paper, and there's a footnote essentially saying that we don't know very much about that. So So, right, that's a sketch, you know, of this idea. So as I said, it's kind of, you know, the development of the Kierkegaard thing, making it in a way more like Philippe's thing, you know, but retaining the idea that we truly have sort of a binding relation in these cases. So yeah, so one other thing I should maybe remark on, I mean, if you have some, you know, pronouns, say, I suppose in Amharic you could have a shifted we, right? Yeah, so that where these things now necessarily always would have to be analyzed like the partial binding cases, you know, with the split antecedents, you know, that Rühlmann talks about, like, you know, every one of my girlfriends wanted us to get married. Yeah, so, you know, in a case like, yeah, so John said that we were heroes, you know, supposedly in Amharic this could mean he said something like I and you or I and he are heroes. Yeah, I literally have to analyze that as the we having two indices, like one of them bound, you know, in this way by the verb, and the other one maybe free or something else, so depending on that. Yeah, but that's fine, right? I mean, I used to also think that the existence of these plural pronouns made this really difficult because you couldn't say literally that this is bound. But then, you know, as people have stressed, including Philippe, and we really want to take into account these split antecedent and partial binding cases anyway in any sort of, you know, systematic setup of what person and number features mean and what the compositional semantics is. And these things are pretty well worked out now, how this works, I mean, in both Philippe's papers and Rühlmann's papers. So this actually is not a problem for this. You know, you can just assume that there's more cases that are partial binding now than you would have thought. Okay, so, you know, I guess, you know, this, I'm leaving a bit of time here for people to ask questions. Yeah.
Just a remark about the causative treatment of speech adverbs. So if that is right, we would expect ambiguities when we put adverbs in simple sentences using such verbs. The same ambiguities we have with causative verbs like drive the car. So John drives the car slowly can mean either that his way of making it run is slow or that he makes it run slowly. And we would expect the same thing here, which I don't see.
Okay, so what type of what type of adverb would you need? Yeah.
What again? Okay, so John tells what was your example? Told Mario again that it was raining. So can it be ambiguous? Can
I think so.
It is, right?
No, I think that it could be the first time that John tells Mary that, and that she already has been told that by someone else. You know, so she has.
So she used to know, just forgotten it, and then.
Maybe it's not the second time that he tries to make her think, or
I think it's harder.
To try and make her think for the second time.
Maybe not exactly. No, certainly not exactly that. But at least I have the feeling in French. I mean that it.
I think also there's something.
Not this. Maybe we need another decomposition, but something like she was. He acted so that she would be told again that the first time it could be by someone else.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, I mean, if you had something like remind, I get it sort of quite easily. You know, so he reminded her again, so that she used to know it, and now he tells, and she has forgotten it, but he never told her before, and now he reminds her again. I mean, at least in German, I could say that and mean that, but with the verb for tell in German, I find it very hard. I mean, if I compare it with that. So yeah, so these are issues. I mean, I mean,
this decomposition would be exactly the one you would have for convince. Well, not convince.
Convince. So convince has a component of success. Persuade, convince. And then So so there. I mean, this of course, this is in general. I mean, this decompositional analysis that have been argued. I mean, one thing. Okay, I mentioned this here in the footnote also. I mean, one thing that is kind. I mean, I wish I knew more about this, but in the literature on control, people, going back to the earliest work. I mean, this, Rosenbaum on control. There was this idea that one shouldn't have to stipulate in a way what the controller is. So there's this thing called the minimal distance principle that said that it's really the lowest argument of the verb that controls. So like you get object control. And so this is a more modern version of this idea in Larson, where the idea is that the reason why in promise you get subject control and in persuade you get object control, it's really that there's a different structure. And in one case, the object is actually higher than the complement clause. Something like that. So this, fits well with it because here this sort of minimal distance principle for control comes out of this decompositional structure. It's always the one. That's so you don't have to stipulate. Here we have subject control, here we have subject control, here we have object control, right? So there's only one argument that each of these abstract verbs has, and that has to be its controller. Right? That part is so if that has merit, right? Then this is also a kind. Larson has. Larson interesting has something that many people kind of misrepresent as a decompositional analysis of triadic verbs, because he has the structure with two verb phrases, and one embedded in the other. But he, so like for any kind of dyadic verb, he has this idea that is, down there. So you have, a argument 3, argument 2, and the verb starts out here, and then you move the verb here, and then you have yet, okay, so this, you have the subject, the first one is here, so you have the verb going from here to here, so you have this sort of embedded structure, and many people think, that is supposed to mean something like this causes, this to have some relation to that. Right? But Larson is very, very explicit, actually, he does not want this to be semantically decomposed. He really thinks of this as a 3-argument thing. He doesn't want anything to do with the semantically decompositional things. But other than, so he has this hierarchical structure, but without the associate semantics. I really here would need that semantics to make sense of the whole thing. You can't just have the structural decomposition into 2 layers of verb phrase. Yes.
Do I understand correctly that this predicts that they cannot be two logophoric pronoun, logophoric to the first one?
Why would it predict that? So if you have like a structure, with nesting, several verbs, right, then, you could in the lowest clause, if you get a choice now that each logophoric pronoun can be bound by any one of these things, you get ambiguity and also in principle the possibility of having in the same clause, right, logophoric pronouns bound at different levels. And now, one would expect these kinds of structures to suffer from a kind of ambiguity that makes them not often used. Right? But this is just the same situation as like when you have two he's in a sentence and they're supposed to refer to different people. You got to work on it a bit. But in principle, yes. Right? In principle, yes. And I assume that is true, that in principle, you get this situation. And in fact, so in the case of the Amharic, of course, because of the features, then it's not ambiguous, right? So you have this nesting and the U and the I, since they have different features. And then there you do expect, in fact, you're forced to, things bound at different heights.
I'm just wondering about cases where you would have a pro that is an adjunct pro.
No, the pros, the pros I'm assuming are bound very locally, so there's no ambiguity and no freedom of, and you can fit two pros in the same sentence in the first place.
Well, that's what I said. What happens if you have adjunct pros?
Well, again, so first we'd have to sort of discuss whether pros in adjunct at all have anything to do with logophoricity, or this is just another way of...
What prevents you from putting a logophoric pro in an adjunct if there is this binding relation that you need is established by independent means?
Well, it depends on how the adjunct needs to be fitted into the structure that it's an adjunct to, like what semantics you have then, what type you require there, right? And So you can either have a semantics where the adjunct needs to denote a proposition, in which case you expect, yes, I mean, there could be a logophoric thing in there bound higher up, if that's not too far away, right? I mean, if I say, a pro can only be bound by an immediately governing verb, then there's once in the adjuncts are out of luck. Right?
There's a similar question. So, did you eliminate the fact that 44 is a different pro, or you maintain that?
I would want to say that those are different pros, right? Yeah. So yes, and as I said, I should be able to tell you more of what he actually says. But this stuff by Dan Landau points in that direction, that you really want that. There's two different pros in English. Yeah.
So you have two different pros, but they are different from the other two.
Yeah, well, one of them, I mean, one of them is a bit like Kierkegaard's, even though it's not used in the places. I mean, not in it's not used there in where Kierkegaard used it according to the stuff I talked about. It's precisely, but because Kierkegaard, as I said, is also he had a bigger project in his thesis to talk about lots of different pros, and so I would say the others, the other pros that he talked about, they still work more like he said. Not exactly, maybe, but I mean more similar. Right? Yeah. And then there are those pros. Yeah, and this is, as Aura reminded us, there are also the arbitrary pros. I mean, there's maybe lots of pros, right? Yeah, more than anybody could cover in just one thing.
I was just remembering that there are some contexts where pro can be replaced by an overt pronoun, like without.
Right. So sometimes. And so actually without is a good example. It seems to be in a way without is a completely extension of semantics. It just means and not, right? Yeah. So there's nothing attitude-ish or even intentional in the least. So John left without taking his coat really basically just means he left and didn't take his coat. I mean, maybe some stuff about temporal relations between the events, but so there, I mean, I don't know what kind of semantics you want to give for that, but there's nothing either logophoric or it's not particularly, since it does alternate with the overt pronoun, there's no benefit to making it vacuous either. It seems to be just an ordinary bound variable.
I was just wondering, it would seem to me that it would not be impossible to, if you have something like Mary thought that John left without saying goodbye, then the pro without saying goodbye could have been bound by Mary.
I think not, right? I mean, I think in fact it can't. And then I would say, okay, so this is how did I say it here? Bound locally by a structurally adjacent verb, right? That is not satisfied in this situation. That doesn't count. If it's down there in an adjunct, it's not a structurally adjacent verb. So that's what I would say. I mean, it's just adjuncts are never.
I'm not sure what notion of structural adjacency what the notion of structural adjacency would give you here, because the structure is such that it's not clear which one of the two verbs is eventually adjacent to the adjunct.
I don't know. I mean, so what was the example? John thought that Mary left without saying goodbye. I mean, well, I mean, of course, it's ambiguous in a sort of irrelevant way, I suppose, right? I mean, the without thing could modify the higher or the lower clause. I mean, so the implausible reading is that John had a thought of such and such a content, and he did not say goodbye, right? I mean, we're not talking about that reading, no, right? Yeah. So we are talking about the reading where the without out clause modifies the lower clause, and in that case, wherever you put it, it's not structurally adjacent to the verb think. I mean, not, So I mean, by structurally adjacent, I really mean you need a configuration, like you need really this configuration. You have the verb, and then the only thing that's in between is the binder. But then you gotta be here, right? So if you're joined here, this is not good, and anything joined in there is not good. It's only here, right? So Yeah, no, I think, I mean, but I suppose also, I mean, everybody would have to, anybody sort of in the control literature would have to say something about that there's no choices in these cases, and it's just, going back all the way to like the minimal distance principle, we'd want to make sure that this pro doesn't get wrongly controlled by yes, yeah. I mean, I don't really, I haven't thought at all about adding this. And there's other pros in these contexts.
I was wondering, how do you actually force only attitude verbs to be possible binders?
Yeah. Okay. So the question is, do we have verbs that take clausal complements, right? Yeah, and that are not attitude verbs. So what would be an example? Yeah. So okay. So I guess one thing that I haven't addressed, right, but that's sort of a natural thing to play with, is that verbs that don't actually even have an individual argument might be unavailable binders, because I mean, everything will have that worldly argument here, but there's the one that corresponds to the attitude holder, which is the one that's imposing the feature. So if you had something like, it happened that, it's the case that maybe it's for lack of that, that it's not going to qualify. I mean, how exactly this comes out again, I think depends. It makes me think also again that maybe I do want to go back to thinking of the features as sort of inserted at PF rather than deleted at LF, because that makes it easier to tell a story about how things could go bad if there are no features there. Yeah, but that's less obvious, right? So if you indeed, I mean, anything that, if you're not in a complement to a verb, I mean, as we said before, verb is not also really the right term, right? If there's attitude, adjectives, and so on, that should not make a difference. But if you're not so complementation structures that are not attitude predicates, it's less obvious how you exclude it than things that are trying to be modifiers and so on. So, and also, so I don't actually know what the facts are, but things like, as I mentioned, the verb force, for example, which has nothing to do with attitudes. I mean, it would be interesting to really know. I mean, like, so these claims, that logophoric pronouns are restricted to attitude contexts. I mean, the examples that I used to illustrate that, also, they don't actually, make sort of minimal contrast, say, between persuade and force or something like that, right? I mean, they always like things of a completely different nature that doesn't have this type of verb. But also, I don't really know what the facts are.
There is deserve also.
Yeah, deserve, right? Yeah, deserve. Yeah, so right, deserve is a good one. Yeah, that also has nothing to do with attitudes. Yeah, and I don't know anything about the facts about whether if you talk about what somebody deserves in AV or so, if that also does not take logophoric pronouns. I have no idea. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I suppose, I mean, so what do other people say about it? Like Philippe, I mean, you just can, play with what these things quantify over, right? Some things quantify over contexts and others quantify over other things. Yeah, so I don't really know what deserve quantifies over, but let's say not over contexts. Yeah, and it's harder here, for example, I mean, in this system, I really cannot easily, I mean, I cannot make a distinction, say, between things that quantify over context and those that just quantify over possible worlds, okay, because those are the same thing, and this might be a liability, yeah. Because that's a distinction that I think Philippe does exploit, yeah. Yeah. Paul.
Philosopher's question.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
It's basically about your typing system.
Mm.
I'm wondering how much you can just do with only those two types, ET with this generalized notion of an E-type, independently of the problems you're dealing with here.
I haven't thought about that, yeah, I mean, maybe I guess, I mean, it could be that down the line, yeah, this conflation, yeah, of these types is really not such a good thing. I'm a bit worried about it, but yeah, I mean, it's sort of, yeah, you can see, yeah, it's left yet then to the predicates to pick out the relevant aspect of it, yeah, unless this probably make some predictions that I haven't thought through. I mean, if you just have, you know, fewer types, but, you know, sortal distinctions instead, I think this makes little difference. Right? You know, if you say, you know, worlds and times are a sort of individual, like, as far as I can tell, and you can say all the same things, yeah. But this is different, right? Because I'm not even, yeah.
I think in principle you could predict that a quantifier like every student could be used as meaning in all the worlds corresponding to in all the world. I don't know exactly what the counterparts of actual students are. I don't know exactly. I mean, in principle, any quantifier could be used as a universal model.
Well, I mean, it could certainly be used to quantify over both actual and possible individuals. That for sure. Yeah. I mean, if it's, I mean, these sort of verbal quantifiers, because here they have a semantics where they quantify over the doxastic alternatives of some particular thing, and I wouldn't. I mean, there's nothing in every student that somehow brings in any particular alternativeness relation, right? So I think. I mean, indeed. I mean, it would be very easy here, but I mean that's already the case, I guess, in most systems. That you have to kind of, if you don't want every student to mean every possible student in every possible world, you gotta kind of say that, just because you say it as part of the meaning of the predicate, that students are only actual students or in some other way. So I don't think that is so worrisome. So, I mean, to some extent, one could sort of, schlep around these triples here and do the same thing, but then you always have the situation where you're not, I mean, maybe, I mean,
well, you could imagine every student range, meaning range
okay. Right, so that indeed. So right, okay, so this is true. I mean, so you could have this feeling, so you have to say something indeed about why these slots, these sort of so-called world or context slot is never actually filled by a DP. That's not so obvious. It's not just it doesn't follow just from type or sort consideration, and this might be a bad thing. So to kind of say syntactically, and that slot is just not expressible overtly, but why? I don't know.